All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order. First, I want to welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to start by doing the roll call of the executive board. I'm Kevin Pryor, current president, and I'm here. John Fernandez, vice president. Vice president of finance, Chuck Unruh.
Present.
Secretary Mike Hoffbauer.
Present.
Member at Large Randy Bauer.
Present.
Member at Large Leela Deckham.
Present.
Member at Large David Hayter.
Present.
Member at Large Lakshmana Vishwanath.
Here.
Executive Director Renee Bartlett.
Here.
All right, thank you. So what we're going to do now is we are going to go through the list of our members who have passed away over the last year. I'll begin the list, and then John Fernandez will take over from me to complete the list. All right, starting in the A's. Carl Adamant, New York. Philip Albright, Missouri. Leonard Arsenault, Massachusetts. Rodney Bardwell, Pennsylvania. Joel F. Behringer, Pennsylvania. Herbert Berry III, Pennsylvania. Daniel J. Bartlett, Maryland. William K. Benedict, Colorado. Steve M. Bennix, California. Thomas Frazier Boone, Texas. Stanley Booz, Pennsylvania. David L. Brooks, Florida. Harold Brown, Oklahoma. Michael Budin, Pennsylvania. Christy Hujakowska, Iowa. J. Marcellus Burke, Illinois. John Cagliari, Pennsylvania. William Carroll, Virginia. Jacques H. Casanova, New York. Otar Chadia, Pennsylvania. Richard J. Collingwood, California. William J. Cords, Iowa. Michael K. Cornett, Arkansas. Carl Dean Colvin, Florida. Brian Costella, Pennsylvania. Rachel Quattro, Florida. Quattro. David H. Bimbo, Michigan. Walter E. Dodson, New York. Douglas Duncan, Utah. Kenneth D. Farr, California. Laszlo G. Fixer, thank you, Minnesota. E. Tomlinson Fort, Pennsylvania. John E. Garrott, Washington. James E. Gates, Georgia. Louis Giarrusso, Rhode Island. Robert Gilgulen, Colorado. Louis Golder, New York. John A. Goth, Texas. Ann S. Graham, Virginia. Stephen C. Grout, Arizona. Robert Lee Hayden or Haddon, Virginia. Neil Jonathan Hansen, Oregon. Walter J. Hirschel, Florida. Tim R. Hiddleman, Wisconsin. Edward R. Holling, New Mexico. Jim Hollingsworth, Texas. David J. Kaczmarek, South Carolina. Emil R. Kadlik, Idaho. Julius Kador, New Jersey. Lubomir Kovalik, Virginia. Rick C. Kiger or Kiger, California. Zachary Z. Kenny, Maryland. Danny Krieger, Indiana.
Zoran Lazatich, California. Pamela Lee, New Mexico. Maurice Lassard, Massachusetts. Walter Lilling, New York. Daniel Letowski, California. Terry Milton Louis, Minnesota. James R. Martin, Ohio. Robert D. Mayo, Arkansas. Robert William McAdams, New Jersey. Neil McKelvey, New York. John E. Meade, Pennsylvania. George Mickelson, Michigan. Wayne R. Miluski, Illinois. James Benjamin Miller, Louisiana. Douglas W. Moody, Virginia. John David Moser, New York. Stephen A. Muhammad, Georgia. George Mullen, South Carolina. Raymond Musselman, California. John D. Newberry, Texas. Bernard Novat, California. John Glenn O'Brien, Louisiana. William C. Olin, Illinois. Donald L. Oliver, Oklahoma. Stephen O. Patterson, Iowa. William F. Paxton, Florida. Bruce Parada, Florida. Paul Douglas Petrillo, Pennsylvania. Wayne M. Presnell, Nebraska. Donald K. Quiring, Kansas. Richard M. Rattle, Virginia. Robert J. Raingruber, California. Wayne O. Repo, Minnesota. Don D. Roberts, British Columbia. Thad Rogers, Georgia. William G. Rush, New York. Gregory Berthold Sawyer, Connecticut. Thomas E. Schmidt, Wisconsin. Tony Schroeder, New Mexico. William Monty Scott, New Mexico. Alan Scribner, New Hampshire. Raymond H. Shelley, Jr., Maryland. Marilyn Coppett Simmons, Wisconsin. Michael L. Simonelli, Massachusetts. Regis C. Sterling, Connecticut. Daniel T. Storms, Tennessee. Donald Stout, Texas. Don L. Taylor, Wisconsin. David J. Thomas, Massachusetts. Kenneth S. Thomas, New Jersey. Frederick S. Townsend, Connecticut. Mark Tupy, Illinois. Robert S. Van Housen, Texas. Linda Lucille Walker, Oregon. Gary E. Wallace, South Dakota. Timothy B. Waltall, Virginia. Leith Weston, District of Columbia. William P. Williams, Wisconsin. George W. Windsor, Massachusetts. Claude H. Wolfe, Illinois. Morton A. Zager, New York. We now invite any delegate to come up and mention the name of anyone else who has passed from the nominations list.
Sam Fink, Maryland. Rosa Elder, Florida. The ROCA for her first name.
I'd like to mention the passing of Alex Zellner of Florida and Michael G. Peterson of Florida.
All right, the next item on the agenda is the roll call of delegates. And we'll begin with Alan Priest reading our call of delegates. And Rose, approach real quick so we can talk with you.
Mr. President, there is a little bit of confusion with this list I was just handed, and that it lists a delegate from Alaska. We don't have a state affiliate in Alaska yet, so I don't think this person can act until they actually have a state chapter. I'll read his name, but I don't think he is actually eligible to be seated as a delegate until the state chapter is approved. So with that caveat, from Alaska, Riley O'Hara. Here. From Alabama, Todd Guthrie. Michael Porcelli. From Arizona, Michelle Martinez.
Here.
Martha Underwood.
Here.
From Arkansas, Nicholas Yeager. David Morgancan. Alternate Steve Elkins. Arkansas is not represented. California North, Tom Langland.
Here.
Richard Kepke. Jim E. Dana Langland.
Here.
Jordan Langland. Salman Azhar. Chris Torres. California South. I'm gonna mess this name up, sorry. Ala Adan Musa. Jim Manella.
Here.
Frank Lee.
Here.
Esther Yu.
Here.
Summer Dillon. Edian Dow. Delegate at Large, Dwayne Barber.
Present.
Randall Huff. From Colorado, Earl Winkle. Weichel. Here. And Dwayne Langseth. Here. From Connecticut, Alex Lumelski. Molly Coy.
Here.
From Delaware, Gary Quell. Summit Bose. From the District of Columbia, Robin Ramsey.
Present.
And Oladipo Adu. From Florida, Adu is not present.
He is in the other.
It's not present. Okay.
in the room.
Not in the room. From Florida, Lawrence Storch.
Here. Present.
Andrew Rea.
Present.
George Foote.
Present.
Matt Klotz.
Present.
Julio Morello.
Here.
Charles Haverhill. Delegate at Large Anthony Cautel. Kevin Pryor.
Here.
From Georgia, Fun Fong.
Here.
Tiffany Harris. James Altucker.
Here.
Georgia alternates, since one of the primary delegates is not here. Maua Mate.
Not here.
I'm sorry? If they're not here, don't tell me that because it confuses me. I just won't hear them. Keith Sewell. Maria Blanca. And then from Georgia, I meet David Cater.
Here.
No representatives appointed from Hawaii. From Iowa, 2 delegates, but only 1 appointed, Eric Viegel.
Here.
And also from Iowa on the EB, Randy Bauer.
Present.
From Idaho, only 1 delegate appointed, Adam Porth.
Present.
From Illinois, Daniel Wilson. Kim Just.
Here.
Lawrence Cohen.
Here. Not Bonnie. Not Bonnie.
Noted. Edwin Walker.
Here.
Peter Sparizzi.
Here.
Jeff Weevil.
Here.
From Indiana, Robert Banta.
Here.
Nikhil Marugan. Both those delegates are present. I don't need to read the alternates. No delegates appointed from Kansas. From Kentucky, Darrell Mott. Benoit Abraham. Alternate, Joan Priest.
Here.
She will step into one of the delegate spots then. BAL from Kentucky, Alan Priest. From Louisiana, On Lee. Adriana Schneider.
Here.
From Louisiana on the EP, Leela Duquette.
Here.
I'm trying, Leela, sorry.
But so is Kevin.
I know.
He's getting closer.
From Massachusetts, Robert Messenger.
Here.
Rob King. Mike Urbonis. And no delegates are listed, alternates are listed. From Maryland, Chris Kim. John Rockefeller.
Here.
Michael Regan, alternate. And Rameshwar Prasad Sinha, alternate. From Maine, Wyatt Hendricks, Aaron Spencer. From Michigan, Priya Ramdas,
Here.
Anthony Nichols. Here. Both are present, we don't need to list the alternates. From Minnesota, Sandeep John. Sandeep, you signed in and not here. David Coons.
Here.
From Missouri, Thomas Raymeyer. Bob Howe. Alternate from Missouri, Doug Eckert. From Missouri on the EP, John Fernandez.
Here.
From Mississippi, Douglas Stewart. Here. And Mark Nicholas. Here. Montana did not name a delegate. From North Carolina, Bruce Roth, Jonathan Schwarber, Grant Owen, and Riddick Smiley. From North Dakota, Jason Shonak. From Nebraska, Abhinav Suresh, Nicholas LaCroix. Also, the delegate large from Nebraska, Michael Nolan.
Present.
From Nevada, Fred Rocher. Here. Bruce Gold.
Here.
From New Hampshire, only one delegate listed, Henry Hal Terry.
Here.
From New Jersey, they have 4 delegates allocated, only 2 listed, Mike Summers, Nicholas Carlson. Delegate at large from New Jersey, Kenneth Sloan.
Here.
From New Mexico, Daniel Cernan. Here. Kevin Zimko.
Here.
Since both of those delegates are here, we don't need to read the alternates. From New York, Sophia Rode.
Here.
Steve Emmett.
Here.
Daniel Rode.
Here.
Sunil Varamatri.
Here.
Harold Stinsel.
Here.
Kimberly Dew.
Here.
Delegate at large from New York, Al Lawrence.
Here.
That's all that's listed in New York, did not list any alternates, so there's an unfilled spot. Ohio, 3 delegates listed, Dennis Normile. Here. Frank Perks. Kalanithi Bagley. Oklahoma, Paul Covington.
President, can I report, sir?
May stand at ease.
Yes, sir.
Leave it to the Air Force. From the ED, Chuck Undry.
Present.
From Oregon, Carl Hassler.
Is Hessler here?
Hassler, I apologize.
Apology accepted.
I'm trying, folks. Mike Morris. There are no alternates listed. From Pennsylvania, Carl Delmelt. Tom Martinak. Lakeith Street. Bradley Cramer. No alternates listed. From Rhode Island, 2 delegates, Frank Delbonis
Here.
and Wayne Powers. Here. From South Carolina, 2 delegates listed and 1 alternate. David Gramad. Here. Maureen Gramad.
Here.
Both are present, we don't need to read the alternate. From South Dakota, Jordan S. May. From Tennessee, Michael Suey.
Present.
Chris Prosser.
Present.
Since both their delegates are present, we don't read the alternate. Texas, Caleb Brown.
Present.
Venkata Polhatwa.
Here.
Sorry if I messed that up. Sure I did. Karaji Adya.
Right. Yes.
Becca Yelamraji.
Here.
Cole Blakey. Aparna Telavraji.
Here.
Alexander Oshanek. Onishek. What am I doing? Good heavens. Sorry, I even know that.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Yeah, he's there. Nora Jara.
Here.
Vicky Yu.
Here.
Alexi Ruth.
Here.
From the executive board, Vish.
Are you here?
Lashamana Vishwana.
Here.
From Utah, Christopher Cole. Here. David Day.
Here.
Since both are present, we don't need to read the alternate. Vermont, the delegate. From Virginia, Anad Demalapati.
Here.
Robert Getty. Venkata Jaraman.
Here.
There's 3 delegates, no alternates listed. From the executive board of Mike Hoffpauer.
Here.
From Washington, Josh Sinanon.
Here.
Dwight Barber.
Present.
From Wisconsin, Guy Hoffman.
Here.
Andrew Schlee.
Here.
Delegate at large, Mike Neatman.
Here.
West Virginia, Lewis Sanders. John Boylan. From Wyoming, Brian Walker. That completes the roll call. Did we miss anybody?
Yeah, John McCrary.
You didn't call my name, John McCrary, South
South
Carolina.
Carolina. Andy, did you write that? Delegate at large.
Yeah, I know. I just missed you. Sorry. Robert McCreary, South Carolina, delegate at large, is present. He's added to the list. Have I missed anybody else who's in the room?
Did you call me as president? Because you called the alternates in our state, we only have 2 delegates.
Which state?
In Maryland, Chris Tim.
I missed them there on the top of the next page, sorry.
All right, we're taking a moment just to
Hold on a
tally.
minute, we're not done yet. So the alternates from Maryland, do you want me to reread? Michael Reagan?
No, I just want to know, because you called myself and John Rockefeller, we only have 2 delegates, so there was no need to read the alternate. That's why I was wondering if you didn't mark me.
It's listed on here that you have 3.
We only have 2.
Okay. That's why I read them, which listed as MP3. Sorry.
All right, we've established that we have a quorum. Based on the numbers, we should have at least 48, and we're about double that at 90. So we have a quorum. Alan, thank you for reading the names.
Excuse me, very quick point of order. The gentleman from Alaska, is he eligible to participate in the meeting?
You can't vote until this chapter is approved.
Oregon was missing a delegate, and we announced that in advance. As a senior officer, I'd like to add him as Alaska as an adjacent state to Oregon to the Oregon list.
Well, the only things we're going to do before we consider the Alaska situation is do all the housekeeping stuff. So it's the seventh thing on the agenda. With the
Do you want to vote on the housekeeping stuff? Thank you.
If that's okay, we can leave it. And I don't know that Oregon is an adjacent state to Alaska.
Alan, what about the delegates from the membership meeting?
Those will come later.
All right, let's move on in the agenda. Alan, you're back up with number 2, ADM number 2.
ADM 25-1 is to re-elect delegates at large. However, that states that those must be present to be, the way I made the motion, they must be present to be re-elected. None of them are present, and so therefore I withdraw that motion.
All right, noted.
So there are no delegates at large whose terms expire at this meeting. Delegates at large are normally elected to 3-year terms. These are people whose terms had previously expired. They were eligible to re-elected, but they're not here. There's no reason to re-elect them and have them count against the quorum status without being.
All right, Alan, you got the next motion.
At the delegates meeting last year, the delegates saw fit to approve Frank Guadalupe as a delegate at large. Since he was being elected through the honorary side of that, it requires affirmation at 2 successive delegates meetings. So I move that the Board of Delegates appoint Frank Guadalupe of Texas as a delegate at large. If this is approved here, he will become one for this meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion on this? All right, you can vote by raising your credentials. Please, all in favor?
I move that this be approved by acclamation.
Well, we're already voted. So, any opposed? None, so yes, let's go ahead and clap anyway. All right.
Frank would say that he's on a ski vacation, spending the kids' inheritance.
That's fair. All right, Alan, you've got number 3.
I move that Andrew Ray be appointed parliamentarian committee.
Second.
Second. So we approve that by acclamation as well? All right, let's start there. The next motion is by me, and it's for us to approve Leela Decon, David Day, and Kimberly Dew as the Conflict of Interest Committee. It's been moved, seconded.
Second.
Can we approve that by acclamation as well? Is Rose nearby? Rose? Oh, you've got the list. Okay, so Jacques has the list. All right, so we are going to excuse them to be able to work on that. The report is pending, and the next item we had on the agenda was the consideration of the application for Alaska State Chapter.
No.
Oh, All right, I'm sorry. The report, it's not the report, so move that the minutes. Okay, so Alan Priest, you have number 25.
Move that the minutes of the 2024 delegates meeting as available to the delegates present in Middleton, Wisconsin be accepted. The minutes are not printed in your delegates call. They are available online in the annual meeting section of the website.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion, please raise your credentials. Any opposed? All right, we know that there's one. Motion carries. Alan, you have the next one, number 6.
This is to approve the advance agenda and to approve the standing rules. However, there is a scrivener's error in the printed copy of the advance agenda. So just calling attention to the scrivener's error, the certification of the election results should be listed above the report of officers. So the certification election vote, that is in the online agenda that was available to all delegates ahead of time. It just wasn't in the printed version. So calling attention that the certification of the election of the election for the ED will be placed there. The other thing is we have 2 amendments that I'm requesting to the advanced agenda. One is to move a member motion, a motion that has come out of the membership meeting yesterday, to increase the number of trustees on the LMA Trust. I would like, if the delegates saw fit, to move that directly after the committee reports. The reason to move that is because it directly affects the election of the LMA trustees, which will then follow. Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please raise your credentials.
There's another change.
Oh, so we're not done.
Vote on the change, and then there's another change.
All right, so all in favor, please raise your credentials. Any opposed? All right, so continue on.
As Mr. Hoffman pointed out, we do not have in the agenda the appointment of the delegates who come out of the members' meeting. That needs to happen now so that they can be considered by the Conflict of Interest Committee. And it just got left out entirely. So that needs to be added, and that needs to be addressed next.
All right, well, let's address it.
So can we add that to the agenda, and then we'll insert it immediately after this motion?
So was that a motion?
Yes.
It's been seconded. All in favor, raise your credentials. Any opposed to this motion?
So with those changes to the advance agenda, I vote that we approve the advance agenda as modified and approve the standing rules as printed in the delegates file.
All right, the motion is to approve the adjusted.
Second.
There we go. All in favor? Any opposed? None.
Mr. Neatman will address the
Motion carries.
membership meeting additional bill.
Per Article
Oh,
5.
please state your name.
Oh, sorry, Mike Neatman, Wisconsin. Per Article 5, Section 9 of the US Chess bylaws, the US Chess membership meeting may elect up to 5 additional delegates for a term that expires on June 1 of the following year at the start of the membership meeting from persons who are present and have previously served as delegates in at least one of the last 5 years. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2025 US Chess membership meeting elect as additional delegates to the 2025 US Chess Delegates Meeting the following: Sandra Hoffman, Wisconsin, and David Coons, Minnesota. Oh, I'm not sure if David was part of the Minnesota delegation or not.
Well, I'm not a part of the Minnesota delegation.
Okay, did he come in? Okay, and I understand Mr. Funfon came in from Georgia, is that correct? He was on the original motion. I'm taking that off because I think he came in through Georgia.
He came into the delegate.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just those 2 names on Sandy, David.
So again, the names are Sandra Hoffman
Hoffman and David Coons, Minnesota.
and David Coons. All right. Do I second for the motion?
Second.
All right. Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please raise your credentials. Any opposed? Motion carries. So. Now the consideration. All right, we'll move on to the next big block item, the consideration for the application of Alaska as a state chapter. Mr. Priest.
Your name on it? No, it isn't. The black block is not pretty. The black block is not me.
Oh.
It's the black block.
Executive board motion.
That's you all.
All right, so, okay, so that's us. All right, so,
Whoever's presenting for Alaska, this is their call.
all right, so do we have a person to present for Alaska to be state chapter? Mr. Alaska, this is your opportunity.
Members of the Executive Board, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Riley O'Hara. I'm the President and Treasurer of the Alaska Chess Federation. We are excited to be here, and we are elated to carry out the next paradigm of chess in Alaska. So thank you.
Is the EB recommending this?
So the EB does recommend that we accept this candidate for the Alaska state chapter. We do recommend that. Please state your name, sir.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I move that the delegates approve Alaska's move the organization representing the Alaska Chess Federation as the Alaska State Chapter by acclamation.
Thank you, Claire. Okay. Do I have a second? It's been moved and seconded that we accept it. I know we currently have that slot is vacant, so it's great that you're stepping up and ready to fulfill that. So can we accept this motion by acclamation? Round of applause. Congratulations.
Point of order, Mr. President. Now that we have approved Alaska's state chapter, I move that we add Riley O'Hara to the list of delegates for this meeting.
It's been moved and seconded. Can we also accept that by way of acclamation? All right. Next on the agenda, please state your name, sir, in case people missed that on your previous.
Alan Priest from the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. I would like to observe, Mr. President, that you're taking a voting mechanism out of the FIDE meeting in this applause.
That is true.
This is another one of the housekeeping motions. The delegates have a delegate motion outstanding that requires a report, certain reports to be made each year. So the delegates have reviewed the financial information. They're affirming they've reviewed the financial information that the expenditures and status of funds and professional players' health and benefit fund, and approved the report of those items, a report which is required by delegate motion 1151. That report is available in the online materials that were available before this meeting.
Hopefully we reviewed those. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and put it to a vote. All in favor, please raise your credentials. Any opposed? Any abstained? Motion carries. Next item is. Oh, that's right, the certification of election results.
No, it's budget.
The budget, small title, missed that. All right.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois, point of order. Although we did list those members who had passed on, we did not, as in the past, have a moment of silence in their memory.
Very good point. Thank you. Chair recognizes that. If we could just suspend what we're doing at this moment and think in terms of the names that were read off that list, and let's just have a moment of silence for those that have left us. Thank you. That long moment of silence was an homage to my dad, who was a minister and always prayed too long. There we go. All right, so we will turn it over to Vice President of Finance, Chuck Arnott.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's just wonderful to see so many friends I've made in chess that are sitting out here, that have come here today to be delegates and be engaged in our governance. So thank you for attending. I've been doing this a couple of years. It's been a real honor and a real pleasure. We're going to look at our first graph, if we can get the graph part of it up. Okay. Now, why do I have this graph up? Because I would like to talk about last year. Once in a while, when you're on the way in the mission, and something doesn't quite go your way, I know we've all had this, but we know what the mission is and where we're going. And you have a bad year, you have a setback. Well, we have a tendency to dwell on the setback instead of where we're going. Now, this is a net asset graph from 2013. Where are we going? What has happened? Every year, except for last year, we pretty much have gone up on the trend. And even with last year's setbacks, we're still on trend. We're still growing. We have to focus on the next year. And that's what we were doing in our finance workshop. Now, a little bit about last year. We'll have the audited financials out mid-September. But here's a little bottom line where we are internally with the management reports. We believe that we lost $259,000 or $257,000 last year. Now, why is that a wonderful news? Because I stood in front of the delegates last year and said the bottom line might be $939,000 worth of losses owing to a real setback in one of our events. So we outperformed the budget expectations. The actual loss was 257, 259-ish. Now, there will be a little bit of adjustment as we go to the audit, but we're okay. We survived that. We had a reserve fund. We actually engaged LEGO last year to upgrade our rating system and spent another $300,000 out of the reserve fund and $100,000 worth of donations. So we spent $400,000 upgrading the rating system. And we have $100,000 more to go, which will be in the next month or so before it possibly goes online, and we'll hear more about that later on. So our losses last year were mostly our events underperformed. So we're being very, very cautious when we go into the new budget year. And I had the new budget in front of you, but what we'll do first is know the mission's in good shape. We're getting there, thanks to donations, thanks to operations, thanks to all the things we do. We're no longer just a membership organization, we have an expanded mission. So with that, I would like to go to the budget and take a look at a graph that we have for the budget, for the revenue side. Do you have my Excel graph? Underneath there'll be 3, and it'll have revenue. Not that one, the other one I sent you. We'll get there. But a little bit about how we're going to project revenue. Our number one item, as has been for a long time, our number one source of revenue will be membership. Membership last year was approximately $2,900,000 in the door. That's pretty close to an all-time high. We've had one time out of COVID where we went over 3 million. But to contrast this, back in the 1990s, it was 1.6 million. Yeah, so we've come a long way. Fortunately, members are very generous to us, and the membership revenue has been very good. Now, membership is declining a little from 117,000 that we had. We're down to 110 roughly. But the revenue is flat, and we believe in this budget as we go forward, we're going to have flat revenue. We're having some difficulties getting my graph up, but we'll get there. I want to talk about, while he's doing that, restricted money, restricted funds. Since we changed our tax status, now we have funds coming into the door that are restricted. They are part of our bottom line, but they're not part of our operating budget because they are, quote, restricted. Those are endowments. They are board restricted funds. So those have to count. If we add those in the budget in front of you, because we're going to be asking you to approve $163,000 loss. That's an operating loss. That's what we think we're going to have going forward in operations. But actually, at the end of the year, we'll be claiming most likely $311,000 surplus because we are no longer just a membership organization. We have funds coming in. We had a generous donation by the Barber family already. We have funds that are accruing from earnings. Last year, we earned about $429,000 just from our investments. So we have other things. Now, those are unrestricted funds again. That's life member assets. Our life member asset trust is at an all-new high, meaning high value. So things are going our way. We just have to cure a little bit of how we look at our events. Okay, underneath here on this graph, you'll see graphs at the bottom where it says, no, down there where it says budget. Can you do revenue? Yes, you'll have to go to, there we go. All right, now here's our revenue, what we think we're getting in. This is our forecast. And once again, the big blue part of the pie is membership. And thanks to everyone that runs a tournament because we get new members from those tournaments and our event. And it is the majority. Now you'll see on there events. We're going to hear more from our national events director. Later on, he'll have a report. But the forecast is conservative, but realistic. We believe that net of expenses, the bottom line will be about $281,000 to our favor, meaning a surplus. Now, I want to correct something that's often, we look at our events and say, well, that event's making money, but we never put the payroll in. And what happens then is most of our events, in fact, almost all of them, really don't generate a positive outcome. But we already have paid for our employees. So if they do a little better, we don't subtract the employee management or some of the things that we do to prepare for the tournament, our event. And what happens then, we have surpluses. And that's where that surplus comes from. So we're actually saying that we're going to generate a little bit of surplus, about $281,000. Well, that's, last year it really hurt when we lost almost $800,000 in one event. But that's behind us. That's not the normal, and we have a return to normal. This is what we expect this year from our events. And already you're here at the US Open, and I believe we had a little over 500 in participation. So we're returning to normal. Also in there, we'll see other revenues, donations. We're at $72,000, our projection for general donations. Actual last year was $125,000. So this entire budget is rather conservative, even though there's a negative number on the bottom. And we think we'll be fine on our revenue side. This is a return to normal. And when we say that, we mean that the revenue piece was the problem in the previous year. Not we didn't have the numbers show up we thought we were going to have. As an example, we'll take Supernationals. Supernationals, about 4,600 showed up. Wonderful event, well executed. But we were expecting 6,000. Well, cash flow, 54,000 real dollars. That was wonderful. Unfortunately, we were budgeted to cash flow $458,000. So that has to come out of the budget somewhere. Somewhere we had spent those dollars in the budget, and that's what set us back. So we've got all that, we believe, in good standing for the upcoming year. We're back to normal. Let's look at our expense side, since we covered most of this in the finance workshop. I should have an expense chart there. Wow, when I first looked at this, said 49% of every dollar on the expense side is going to payroll. Then I'm reminded in earlier years, we used to have a huge component called contract labor, which was about 280,000. So payroll is important to us, and it's a large number, but we're fully staffed and ready to do the mission. We also have in our budget a modest increase because we have inflation, and we want to be fair to our employees and everyone that works with us. So on this, the second largest number is admin. And within admin, you're going to find out that things have changed. $504,000 to host the website and keep the website going. Well, last year we spent $564,000 to do the same thing. So that's actually a decrease of about $50,000. That's a major expense on a 1.2 G&A, or general administrative expense. And we keep working on it, but it is a fact of the modern online presence. And I'm kind of new to technology, and it says, oh, can we do something about that expense? I've been saying this for 3 years, and really it's just part of doing business now. We're going to have a large fee to maintain our website and our rating system. The other parts that have gone up, one time we could do $90,000 for legal. Last year we budgeted $175,000. This year we noticed we didn't spend quite as much, we're at $150,000 on the budget. So it is expensive. It's expensive to run the organization, but those are our major outlays. And at this time, I will entertain any questions that you have. We went through the budget at the finance and workshop, and it was unanimously approved to go forward to the delegates. Any questions? Where we've been, it's a lot of information, but this is a summary of it. Yes, sir.
Mike Shuey, Tennessee. So last year, the dues increased, I think, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, 15-20%. Was it?
Yes, sir. We did have a dues increase, so and that's one of the reasons that it's flat.
So it increased 20%, let's say. Do you know how much the total revenue for that specific thing increased? So like, did we lose memberships, and if so, how much, but we still gained this much actual increased revenue percentage from them? Just to compare the percent increase versus the percent increase of actual revenue.
It's too early to know, but we had forecasted that we'd gain approximately $200,000 from that increase. Now that increase, fortunately, is able to keep the revenue flat while membership has decreased from 117,000 down to about 110.
So, maybe I'm not asking the question the best. So if we saw a 20% increase in the dues, did we see a more or less than 20% total increase of revenue from dues? It's kind of what I'm asking.
Yes, because the dues went into effect January. What I failed to mention is our fiscal year starts July 1st. So it ends June 30th. So we've only had 6 months worth of experience with the dues increase. Jim?
Yeah, I have one question. I do know.
You'll have to speak up, I'm hard of hearing.
I do notice around a substantial increase in microphones.
Yes, microphone maintenance has been a real problem.
A substantial increase in international events. It's all about
A real increase in what?
international
Yes.
events. It's up about 150,000. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, most of it's a pass-through, meaning actually what we'll spend deficit-wise or expense-wise on international events will be about $73,000 negative. So we're going to spend $73,000 on V-Day events this year. Now, next year, we have an Olympiad, we're going to spend a lot more. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Douglas Stewart from Mississippi. It looked like there's about $500,000 in restricted funds that we were getting, and I think you said those have to be counted on the income side of the statement. I assume a lot of times those are probably earmarked for something other than operational expenses. You know, should we look at this year as maybe being a little worse because some of our income can't be spent towards things we're spending money on?
Absolutely. Most of what we have, and we're very fortunate to have it, is endowment for events. And so those events are covered, and under other revenues, we account for the amounts that are coming off the endowments. So all that is restricted to programs and events. So we can't use that necessarily for operations, but indirectly, a percentage of it comes back into the system.
And for the $5 million in assets, but how much of that is like liquid, you know, versus something that can't
How
be
much is
done?
restricted?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, quite. I'm going to say just off the top of my head that 3.5 million
So about 1.5-ish is,
was unrestricted.
okay.
Or it can be used at this time.
Thank you.
Chris Kemp from Maryland. I'm just more for curiosity. What are credit card charges at $180,000?
Wow, aren't they high? 155,000 actual, I believe, or something. 100.
This is
It was really, really high. I looked at last year, maybe it was 171,000 or something. But I notice, even from my state, when I do a permit to recomplete a well, now it's, if you pay by credit card, you gotta pay an extra 3%. I wonder if we shouldn't start thinking of going that direction.
But point of information, those are processing charges, correct?
Yes, yes, sir, they're processing charges.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Please state your name
Carl
and
Hester
state.
from Oregon.
Thank you, sir.
I just think it's a little strange going back to those credit card processing charges, because what it implies, I think, if we have revenue of $5 million, then every conceivable thing coming in is a credit card. I can't believe it's true. So if it's just 3%, then that's off. So it looks like, you know, if what percentage of our revenue comes in via a credit card, and my guess is that number is probably closer to 4 or 5.
I'm not familiar with our contract with the credit cards,
So, I mean, if that's,
but we can find out.
that certainly is a substantial number.
Yes, it is. I agree.
Secondly, I would love to have a little more clarity on our nationals, because the reality is we're not doing, certainly on a percentage basis, we're not doing as well as our nationals the last 2 years as we've done in the previous 5 or 10 on an annual basis. So what is going on besides inflation, besides the general costs, that are driving people to choose to not participate in our National Scholastic Association? And what's being done to modify the business model to accommodate that?
We would probably take several hours, but a quick answer is it's being addressed. We'll hear from our National Events Director. They'll have a report coming up, and we can dive deeper into the weeds on that. Okay? But you're absolutely right. In the past, if we got 7 to 15% from our national events net, we were very fortunate. Last year was one of those wild cards, and a lot of what we do 3 years ago. We do our hotel contracts, and then to try to predict how many are going to show up in 3 years is very difficult. So it's a business risk. That's what caught us.
And then just a couple of quick notes. You mentioned that we're going back to the new normal, but when I look at the budget, the loss for 25-26 is 163,000, the loss for 26-27 is over 300 budget.
That is normal on an operational basis. We budgeted losses for several years. Alan, would you like to make a comment?
Can I add one thing about that? Because I think I can drive one. The part about next year is Olympiad year. And so the international events are going to be a lot more expensive. The Olympiad's in September 26th. So that runs that number up. That's why we actually have a 2-year budget cycle, because we have a year that should be better and a year that should be worse. This is supposed to be a good year.
Right. And then the last question is on how many of these expenses are, because this is cash in, cash out, I get that. My question to you is, how many of these expenses are we going to be able to capitalize and put on the balance sheet, just as a percentage of overall?
To capitalize?
Yes, how much? Like the IT, for example, are we able to capitalize any of that and depreciate it?
We did. We capitalized all of the legal last year, and until we start using that system, it won't be depreciated. So what you're looking at in there is basically cash on cash.
Right. That's my. So you don't know the percentage of expenses that are being capitalized? Just kind of
very, very, very little. What is happening is that is actually for hosting. The $504,000 in the budget is for hosting, and that is a monthly charge.
Expense item, yeah, I get it. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name and your state.
I don't want to drop the mic. Maureen from South Carolina, Maureen Vermont from South Carolina. On the nationals events, it says included invitationals. What is the breakdown on the, if you could tell me what is the cost of the invitationals in that $909,000?
The cost of the invitationals.
What's the
invitationals are done by budget. They're very reasonable. Most, except for the herring, are supported by endowments. So they'll be offset. I think it was upwards of about 39,000, somewhere in that range. So it's very reasonable.
Okay, so that was the total within that 908?
That's the total coming in from the endowments for the year. So that should offset the expenses of the early and several others. Thank you.
So we do see a very long line here. We'll get to everybody. We're going to hold you to 2 minutes as far as your exchange. Want to make sure we get through this. But remember, in the future, we have a budget meeting. We actually have a committee where we could go through a lot of these questions in that particular format or that venue. So let's not forget that in the future. If you're absolutely doing part of the workshops, please come to the budget meeting because you can answer that. You can get an answer there. Go ahead, sir. Next. Please state your name and your state.
This is Dheeraj Adya from Texas. You have a question on marketing expenses shows 0 coming from marketing and business strategy background.
I'm sorry, you'll have to speak up.
So he wants to know why the marketing line item says $0.
So before you respond to that, a few interrelated questions there. So one, marketing expense being zero. Second thing, the membership is around 100 or 120,000 members.
Why does the marketing have zero on it?
It does, the line items is $0.
We don't have any revenue from the marketing.
So you're looking at the revenue or expense side?
No, my question, yeah, so my question is a little deeper question from the context that in terms of expense, I don't see a lot of broadcast-based spend and revenue coming in. So a lot of it is on Twitch, Jesse. Is there a thought in terms of TV broadcast, which is where a lot of expense will have to be on marketing?
So he wants to know about the marketing spend and the line item. Why is it zero?
Sure, so we're not spending to pay someone outside to market. We do marketing within the staff, in the publication staff, when we do put things online, when we put things on our website. So it's not that we're not marketing, but we're not spending outside source to pay someone outside to market for us.
Yeah, exactly. In that one, maybe I can have it offline in terms of chess influencers to make it more popular. That's a deeper question.
Okay, maybe we can talk on a break on your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Danny Berger, last year after the delegates meeting, there was a change to the voucher memberships and might be reflected in the special membership category, but I was just wondering about the impact of the increase and the quick increase on those who use voucher memberships, particularly the underserved communities.
Would you like to address that, ma'am?
We have a promotional membership report that's also online that you can look at, but you will see that there has been a drop in the membership numbers that are using vouchers. We see that our membership in our traditional categories are staying pretty consistent and flat, but we saw a drop. And when you look at our budget and what we're looking and forecasting for membership, it's a recognition that we may not be able to count on the same population renewing or joining in the Title I school area. So we think that's a little uncertain right now in terms of what's available for funding. So that's partly why we have a flat projection on membership numbers.
Some of the dues were dragged forward as you know, and I've done this in the past, is, oh, they're going to increase dues, I'll buy my membership December 31st. So we had some of that happen also. Next.
Hi, this is from Michigan. I think under the operating revenue, I think the line items like affiliate, special, prison, group membership. If we could have another item there that would say a chess club membership, I'm sure we have at least 5,000 chess clubs across the US. If every chess club could give you $100 membership, it's a suggestion. You know, not to change these numbers big time.
I'm not so sure I understand the question. So
are you asking about chess clubs?
Yeah, it's a suggestion that I'm making that change all these numbers and the minus 153 that you have out there, the negative 153 that you have out there. If you could have something like a chess club membership for every chess club to be affiliated to the US chess, not just the state chapter.
Okay, so we actually have that. We have affiliate memberships. Those are chess clubs, schools, they fall into that category. So we do have that covered.
Yeah, and so all of those affiliate memberships are on the affiliate membership line. And so a number of us have affiliates that are not state affiliates. You know, we had one, or I had one personally for years, which I don't have right now, but to run events through. So that's where clubs go, it's on the affiliates line.
Yeah, I understand that, but what the point I'm going to make here is, when you say affiliate, most people think it's just the state chapter. Not every chess club around will come out and become an affiliate, but when you say chess club membership specifically, every club is motivated to come and join.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen in New York. One of the questions I was trying to get an answer to at the
I guess, the development meeting, but we couldn't really get to it, was about the specifics in the Professional Players Health and Benefits Fund. I know that's a specifically restricted fund, and I was just wondering what the balance was and what, I guess, any expenditures, without going into specifics, what the net balance is after, the last fiscal year for the Professional Players Health and Benefits Fund. And I had one comment, if I could add, after you had a chance to answer the question.
So you want to know the balance?
Yeah, I couldn't find that information, and I thought
The
that
Players
was
Health and Benefits.
right. I'd be more willing to, I had to get to my computer, but it has increased over the last year. At the same time, we've had 2 claims, I believe, but it's in good standing. It goes up, it grows along with the endowment fund. So I'd be happy to give that to you at a later time. I just wanted to add a comment. The existence of this fund seems to be, it's almost like it's an institutional secret, and a lot of people don't know about the fund. And it was set up to help professional players who are experiencing difficult financial situations, and especially medical issues. And it seems like every year that the sentiment is always this fund, the existence of this opportunity should be more publicized. It should be better publicized, and the application process should be also addressed. I think we even mentioned last year at the meeting something about putting this on the website and how to apply for the benefits for this fund. So a lot of people just don't know about it, and it's funded primarily by organizers who make contributions along with the rating fees for their tournaments to enhance their Grand Prix point status. But those organizers and other organizers could also be happy to support the fund, would probably be interested in supporting the fund. Corporations would probably be willing to support the fund if it were just known, if we could advertise that. So that was my comment.
Steve, thank you. You're at your 2 minutes. I think we'll take that under advisement that we need to do more to publicize this. I do want to point out we have a committee specific for that, and I'm looking at on.
Mr. President, at the membership meeting, it was raised by Caleb Lewis, Caleb Brown's very same issue. And the response that was mentioned then from the executive director was that the office is going to be working with the committee soon after this delegates meeting to develop the application procedure, which is a necessary requirement for the process, for the program to be advertised. You can't advertise a program without having a process in place ready to work it. So I think that's where things stand right now. Is that correct, Renee? That's where we are.
All right.
I appreciate all the comments on the budget. This is more interest than I've had in 5 years. So.
Especially leaving.
Yes, sir.
Dwayne Langseth, Colorado. Bottom line on the back page, next 2 years, next year 163,000, next year after that 302,000 lost. Expecting. That's $466,000 lost over the next 2 years. Why is that okay? Why should we vote for that? And what can be done to fix that?
Normally we outperform that. That's a conservative budget. And at the same time, there are so many unknowns that we want to be prepared if we had to take that type of loss. And no, it's not okay to lose $400,000. That's the operational side. That's not the entire bottom line that we'll be experiencing in the next year. And that's why. This is operations. This is an operational budget.
Can I add something to that, Chuck?
Excuse me, Randy, did you want to add?
Yeah, can I just add something to that? Brandon Bauer, keep in mind that some of the expenses, particularly as it relates to redoing the IT systems, were things that we didn't do in past years that we budgeted for. And we carried forward those expenses and we put the money in the bank. So even though it shows up as a loss as it relates to making those expenditures, it's stuff we had already planned for.
All right. Please state your name.
Nicholas Carlson, New Jersey.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. I'm really interested in the graphs. I think they're really well done. Is there a way or a place that we can can download those graphs to see it more clearly. It's very difficult for someone in the back here to see the more finer lines. It'd be really nice if we had some kind of place where we could download it with delegates. Is that optional? Is that a possibility?
It is possible. Now, these graphs I produced to simplify the budget so we can see all the components, because if you go through your spreadsheet, you see that it's divided up and compartmentalized. And I want to get, as Vice President of Finance, I wanted to get a larger, clearer picture of what was going on. So yes, they're available. I'd be happy to post them or put them on the website.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Marvin Nicholas from Mississippi. So I assume with Kevin's plug to the committee meetings, you'll get a huge increase in attendance based off this line. But one thing I wanted to suggest, based off Alan's explanation that the budget's done in 2-year cycles, you can't tell a trend there. So my suggestion is possibly next time provide a forecast of the next 4 years instead of the next 2 years, so we can see a trend in the membership meeting. While also understanding if you attend the committee meetings, maybe you get a little more in depth, but not all the delegates can always attend those. But that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Wayne Powers, Rhode Island, and I have two things I want to say. First, a suggestion and then a question. So my suggestion, just looking through these numbers, it would have been helpful for me to see maybe the previous year, the actual numbers, and then alongside the forecasts. So that'd be great, maybe if that could be included in some of the future meetings if possible. The other thing I wanted to ask, we're talking about drops in membership. We also last year voted to raise fees 20%. Has there been any type of market analysis or market research done to see if maybe we went too far with the price increases and maybe that's why we're seeing a drop in membership?
We're fairly unique as a chess organization, and the answer is no, we haven't done a marketing research. But at the same time, we went from 80,000 in 2013, 80,000 members, to 117,000 in 2024, more than a 30% increase. To have a decrease for a few months or stagnation before we build and go higher, that's not unnormal. I mean, that's a normal case of business. Nothing seems to go straight up, especially if you've ever looked at the stock market. If it does, it corrects. And I think we're in that phase where we've reached some of our physical limits for tournaments, for events, and now we have to decide on what our next step is in membership.
Thanks so much.
All right. Last question.
Mike Shuey, Tennessee again. So kind of in that same vein, just to kind of bring this back, because I appreciate you pointing out to me, because I totally forgot that it's only been 6 months. So I do appreciate that. So, so effectively, it's kind of a live experiment, right? Would you be amenable, and finance be amenable to next year producing kind of a condensed brief report on that membership revenue difference before and after the change for about a year? Just very specific, very brief, just so that next delegates meeting people can see and understand the impact. Because I'm personally on that increase, me personally, I'm very neutral to it. I'm just curious what the effect is and be able to like internalize and see it. I think that's useful for people because maybe it has an effect that was not as big as we thought, or maybe that has an effect that was much bigger than we thought. And I think it's just very useful to give the people the information. So would you be amenable for finance to produce kind of a condensed, crisp summary of that in the report next year?
That'll be up to the new VP of Finance. So. But it's a good recommendation. What has happened is we're not the organization we used to be in 2013. The complexities have gone up, and the time limit to present this is rather limited. So I appreciate everyone out there, and I hear your comments, but we're doing well. Overall in the mission, we're doing quite well. Jim?
All right, Jim, take us home.
All right. No questions. I just wanted to thank Chuck for the excellent job he's done as VP of Finance. It's
I'm gonna blush. Come on now, well, thank you for this. I appreciate it.
So Chuck, we stood because we know you're hard of hearing.
Beautiful. All right, so we need to vote.
We have to have a motion.
That's right, so, do I have a motion? Well, the motion is made. The motion is approve the budget. It's been seconded, so is there any additional discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the budget, please raise your credentials. Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstained? All right, the motion carries. That's right, it's been certified. Oh, next item, certify the election results, then we have to come back to conflict of interest. Go ahead.
All right, I submitted a motion, he hasn't got it. The delegates ratified the 2025 Executive Board election, and after I get a second, I'll speak to the numbers.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Okay, yeah.
Present the numbers.
Present the numbers. All right, so in 2025, Mike Beekman, chair of the Elections Committee, Wisconsin. We had 5 people running for 4 open seats on the executive board for a 4-year term. In order of finish, Anand Damalapati had 1,323 votes. John D. Rockefeller V had 1,318 votes. Kevin Pryor had 1,309 votes. Daniel Cerna had 1,239 votes. Alan Cantor, in 5th place, 873 votes. So Mr. Damalapati, Mr. Rockefeller, Mr. Cerna, and Mr. Pryor will start 4-year terms at the conclusion of this meeting. Just a couple of other numbers for you. We had 5,089 registered voters that were sent an email. There were 100 abstentions. And I believe the correct number of votes received back, or ballots back, was 2,024.
All right, those are the numbers. Do we have any additional discussion on this? Let's put it to a vote. To certify the election. All in favor of that motion? That's right. And any opposed? Seeing none, that's good. And any abstaining? All right, the motion carries.
I just want to note that 3 new board members are currently delegates or have been named by their states, so they do not need to be added at this time.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to circle back really quick because we have the report of the Conflict of Interest Committee, and I believe David Day, Delegate David Day from Utah is going to speak to that.
Thank you for submitting your conflict of interest forms, especially those of you who submitted them prior to the start of meetings this morning. After having reviewed the conflict of interest forms and the advanced agenda for the meeting, the Conflict of Interest Committee does not believe that there are any conflicts that would require a delegate to abstain or otherwise not participate in the vote. We do remind the delegates that if there are motions from the floor or motions that were not yet on the agenda, we obviously are not able to determine whether or not a potential conflict would exist. So if a new motion comes up and you believe that you have a conflict of interest, we would ask that you identify that at that time, and you can either abstain on your own or you can speak with us and we can help you make a determination. That is our report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do we have to approve that? No, we don't. Okay, so it stands as it is. So what we'd like to do at this moment is, let's take a 15-minute break. So the chair wants to recognize Alan Priest with a point of information.
Tonight, I said a point of information just to edify the delegates as to why we just went through the conflict of interest process and why it is so important. We didn't do that a decade ago. We added it specifically in recognition of two things. The delegates have certain director powers reserved for them. Second, we are a tax-exempt organization. The IRS requires that directors of a nonprofit organization have a conflict of interest policy that they follow. So the EB does that, and if this body is going to exercise their director powers, they need to do the same thing. So thank you for your cooperation with that. That is actually part of our IRS compliance process. Just wanted to make sure you understood why you had to go through the exercise.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized.
Okay, please state your name.
Fun Fawn from Georgia. As a member of the Georgia delegation, we have a vacancy in our delegates, and I would like to add Jim Budina of South Carolina, an adjacent state to the Georgia delegation. He is a SAC co-chair, and I think he's very appropriate to be a delegate. We would be proud to have him in the Georgia delegation.
It is allowed. That's it? That's all we're going to do?
Well, you want the delegates to approve the added.
All right, so the motion has been made to add Jim Medina.
All you have to do is call his name.
Recognize.
All right, Jim Medina, you are duly recognized. That's it. All right, well, thank you. The next item on the agenda is reports of officers. I've got mine. Yes. No, I'm good. No, I'm just working on sort of speaker notes. Or what, it's kind of cool, they do like a presentation mode, and as you press the button, it'll scroll for you. So let's try that. Let's see if I can read off the teleprompter better than the president. All right. Okay, so thank you for all being here. I'm going to go ahead and read basically the president's report. All right, so first I'd like to thank the delegates, staff, and players for making their way to Milton/Madison, Wisconsin, to participate in this national event. You know, I walk about 4 miles every morning, and I remember walking when I was here before, and now walking around, the place has changed so much. So much is built up. I actually walked through the Middleton area. I passed by the Mustard Museum. I saw the historic locations, and it was a lot of fun. It was a very nice walk. I get out there and do that, no matter where you are. Middleton is very, very nice to walk around in. Grand Rapids was also wonderful, crossing over those bridges. And California desert was pretty tough because I had to get up there at like 5 o'clock in the morning. But it's a beautiful place, and I wanted to point out that, you know, our US Opens do well here, and this is our 3rd time in 12 years being in this location. I want to give a special thanks, though, to Mike Meekman, who rolled out the Wisconsin hospitality by collecting several of us at the airport, and then provided a guided tour on the way in to point out all the important places, or even making sure he drives by the Capitol building so that you can see it. Their Capitol building is very beautiful. It reminds you a lot of the buildings in Washington, D.C. Do you know, this location is kind of special to me because this was one of my first delegates meetings. I was here as a representative for Florida, and only John Haskell was here. And even though we had a list of about 5 or 6 names, they named me a delegate. So after getting here, I remember calling my state chapter president and asking, who else is here of the people who've been identified? And he said, wait, you're there? Well, you named me. So I felt I was responsible. I needed to attend because you named me as a delegate. And he says, you know, people kind of don't go. It's an honor to be named there, but we don't always get people to go. And so I thought that was really interesting. And I just found myself so excited about what I was learning, being a part of the workshops, meeting so many people, to see that there were people who cared a lot about chess and had been doing chess for decades. And so I just said, you know what, I'm taking that back. I'm going to let people know what they were missing out on. So upon sharing my excitement and new ideas that I had for our state, our president asked me to replace him. Because he was moving out of state, and clearly I had a newfound passion for what we can do in the state of Florida. Well, I can tell you, one of the first things that I actually did was, upon being president, was to make sure that only people who were willing to go would actually be named as delegates. The honor part was real nice, but we really want people to go. So at this point, from the time where it was really just me, and John Haskell was the TV here, I just want to show you the impact that if you go back with passion, with a mission, some excitement, I'd like the people from Florida, delegates from Florida, to please stand. And Charles Hathaway is also a delegate, but I know he does a lot of backroom TV stuff, so you've got to make sure he's in here at the time of the roll calls. So, in my year as president of the executive board, I'm happy to result that membership continues to be well over 110,000. We've sent teams to the Olympiad, senior events, we've sent young people to world events. We've increased the office staff to better serve our members. There's been a completion of the executive board strategic plan, and we'll get more on that because we actually are turning that into more actionable items. We've had increases in fundraising. We also hosted a very successful national K-12 in National Harbor, Maryland. And along with Executive Director Renee Bartlett, had one of our first meetings with financially influential parents to talk about ways in which they could be involved. You know, one of the things that came out of that was interesting. They kind of said, we never really hear from you guys as far as what you need from us. We'd be willing to help. And so Renee and I looked at each other and went, you gotta make sure these people know. Because it sounded like they were willing. And when we also talked about the amount of money that it would take to maybe help sponsor events, they kind of looked at us like, next question. So clearly we haven't tapped into that, and we've been doing more and more of that this year. So Renee has a clear bias towards seizing opportunities to engage parents to partner with us. And she promoted a second event as well at Super Nationals, where we invited guests to purchase a ticket, to hobnob with some VIPs, and also some of our most notable GMs. It was very successful, and it was a great idea. Renee has been really good about that, so I appreciate that. Also during this year, both Renee and John Fernandez and myself have spent time developing new connections with our great partners in St. Louis and continue that valued relationship for the future. And I point that out because with the loss of Carol, we really had a lot of connection. And of course, seeing that Randy is coming off of the board, we really do need to establish the newer connections because they're very influential. And we want to make sure that they know us. And we've had time to sit down with Rex and Jeannie and get to know them better. And of course, I'm a former Scoutmaster. And so the fact that, she put together the merit badge, which I've taught multiple times to groups at Jamborees, that was especially a treat for me to know that she's the one that put that merit badge together. So, although the game is at the heart of everything we do, we continue to work on following up on issues related to safe play, and our board has continued to spend countless hours of careful review, thousands of pages of details related to claims and issues that our members have. This is a very significant part of what we do as an executive board. And I found it interesting this year in running for re-election and in listening to candidates say basically the things that I was saying the first year, and then upon getting on the board, being hit with so many other things that I needed to do, that's where a lot of the time goes in dealing with those kinds of activities and issues. So, not to mention, we've been a part of dozens of meetings to discuss and even meet with people on cases or for appeals. This takes up a significant amount of EB energy, but it has to be done. We continue to challenge ourselves for alternatives that are just as effective and make sure that the bylaws are in line with any of the changes. Sadly, most of this work results in memberships being impacted, much more so than in years past. At present, our list of sanctioned members is longer than it's ever been. It's part of the price that we have to pay in being and having an open membership. We have to police ourselves. I think we've all learned that over time, that we have to do that. And we've been encouraging that to happen at the levels, at affiliate levels where people see and interact with people on a regular basis. I can't tell you the number of times I've had conversations with David Hayner, who I've affectionately now identified as the largest iceberg in the ocean as far as all of the activity that he has to go through. And the number of times he comes back and says, we had some issues here. We had to call the police. We had to have people asked to leave the premises. So David is at the tip of the spear for these kinds of activities. He sets an example for that. And so we do have to deal with those things at the front line. If not, by the time it comes to us, it'll take up the executive board time. We're not afraid of it. We just know that there's a lot of it. And of course, we do have one of our attorneys here present, because we do have those kinds of issues, and the need arises for us to stay much closer to legal counsel today than we probably did in many years past. So what I'm saying is we have to stay vigilant to address issues that affect some of our most vulnerable people who in the past may feel like they were not supported effectively. Our operational staff has shown remarkable performance under the leadership of our current executive director, Renee Bartlett, who, like her staff, works tirelessly to stay on top of so many issues so well while making the big issues still happen. We have to do those. And Renee, I just want to give you your props to say thank you for all that you've done for us. The calls and the responses from Renee can come at any time of the 24/7. She never stops working for us. And even if she does, then she just says, I'm going to be away. I'm taking my mom to lunch. You know, it's just, she's so accountable, and she's been wonderful. So Renee is a consummate professional who is very effective at so many leadership tasks that we are likely to lose her, as she is a mayoral candidate in our hometown, and prognosis looks pretty good. So an election is forthcoming in just a couple of weeks, so we will find out. We wish you the best. I'd vote for you if I was in your hometown. So that means we are likely to find ourselves within a short amount of time back on the EB search, or ED search. In just a few weeks, we will finish the spending of about $500,000 for the capital investment outlay for our operational IT team launch of the MUIR, the MUIR system, which is slated to replace MSA. $500,000 is a lot of money. But I think back to my days at Johnson & Johnson, where I was responsible for global logistics, and we had a meeting in Memphis, Tennessee at FedEx headquarters. And two things really stand out at FedEx. One is the person who actually founded the company wrote a research paper or a term paper in college with the idea, and he got a D for it. When you walk in the lobby, it's actually under glass, right there in the lobby, with the D plus for the concept of the entire FedEx operation. The second thing that I just really have never forgotten is their leadership says, you know, most people think we're in the package delivery business. He said we're not. We're in the information business. And that's why you see so much of what you see. Now, it is kind of cool in Memphis if you're there. They ask you to come to the meetings at like 3:30 in the morning so that you can see all of the planes as they're lined up and just coming in. I mean, you see lights in the sky, almost like you see these canister lights. They're lined up like that as the planes are coming in, unloading their cargo. People are feverishly working, putting that stuff back on planes. But it's the technology that allows them to do all of that. And so when we look at this $500,000 outlay for us to upgrade our technology, I think it's just going to be par for the course. We have an informational aspect to what we do, in addition to what happens over the board, and we would be remiss if we don't stay on top of that. And I can tell you, I've seen a live demo of the system based on a meeting that I requested from LEGO, and so our board was exposed to that. I can't wait to get my hands on it. It's different. It's not like the one single page where we actually put in everything. I'm a very active TV. I turn in at least two tournament reports a week for sure. And so, and then minimum one a month, and of course others as well. But I'm looking forward to it, and I've been encouraging every tournament director that works with me to be ready for that. And when the opportunity opens up for you to play in the sandbox, to be a beta tester, whatever it is, don't wait. Jump in there so that you're not in any type of screen shock or culture shock, because it is a little different. But one thing I can tell you is the same. When I work with tournament directors, and I probably train about 12 tournament directors a year in the North Florida area, I've identified the 3 DBF files as the 3 amigos. So I said, you got to upload the 3 amigos. That's an important piece to that. And so the 3 amigos, still a critical part of how you do it, and that's going to be the heart of what you do. You're still uploading those 3 amigos, but it will look different. The training is set to begin soon for that. And I know that we're going to be doing online YouTube video training, and there won't be a lot of training like sitting in a room or sitting online for hands-on, but as soon as things are available, please don't hesitate. If you're a TD, and particularly like me, a boomer, you want to make sure that you get oriented to the new system. With our recent elections, we saw a lot of interest in the work of the nominating committee. And I'm happy to report on them listening and taking the initiative to look at ways to improve what has been a very much needed process. To the nominating committee, thank you for the work that you do. I know you were on social media, on blast, as the kids say, quite a bit over the last election cycle, and you handled it well, and we appreciate all the work that you do. I'd like to take the liberty to speak on behalf of those who were elected to say thank you for electing us in this last election cycle. We appreciate that. We put our names out there, and we're willing to go to work for you. But I also wanted to thank you for the talent that you're going to be sending back to the board with you. We are losing significant talent, and it's great to know that we are gaining excellent talent as well. They are absolutely impact players. I know they'll do an excellent job. I also want to publicly acknowledge the passion and the effort of Alan Cantor, who had one of the best campaign ground games I think we've seen in a long time. I mean, in my opinion, Alan was everywhere and at once. I was very impressed by that. So I just wanted to give him a shout out and letting him know, well done, Alan. You ran a very good race. We do have a couple of ADMs to discuss today related to the election process modification. So I hope you'll pay particular attention to those. For me, there have been so many highlights over the course of the year, but I'll just list a few. The first is having the responsibility to lead an internationally recognized organization is something I never really set out to do. But it has been an honor and will be something that lasts with me for a lifetime. My style is to engage members often by initiating conversations with parents, players, and especially with the kids. It has been fun to see their see their faces light up when they see the president, on the badge, and I'm talking to them who seem like a random guy, and ask them how their game went, and thank their parents for bringing them, or the entire family to an event. I've had people want to take photos with me. I've had other people bring players to me to say, I wanted to introduce you to the president, and it's been great to do that, but I think it's because I've made myself available in that kind of way. I've also been asked to sign a few boards, which I never anticipated. I enjoy playing, and I make a habit at US Opens of playing. And that's another thing that people get excitement out of, sitting across the board from the president and taking points off of me. And of late, what I do is I normally give them some little tchotchke that says, hey, thanks for playing me. And my current one is a 6-in-1 multi-tool pen that everybody goes like, wow, you take off the eraser side and it's got a Phillips head and a flathead screwdriver. It changes to a pencil. It's got a ruler. It's got a level on it. And people are like, this is a great tool. I've seen people put their other pens away and immediately click and use that. Or now that we've played, 7 rounds, I look around and all of the people I've given that pen to are using it. And I actually gave it to a couple of people who have been losing much like me, so we became kind of like bored neighbors. So I was like, I'm just going to give you a pen because we've been sitting by each other all the time, and they've seen me give out pens to everybody else. So I've also been able to share my story of the Magnus Jeans-gate with people, and I've enjoyed seeing them chuckle when, I explain, it's like Hamilton. I was in the room when it happened. So I remember seeing Magnus come in, and he's got that kind of Magnus walk as he comes through, and he was speaking loudly in Norwegian, and I'm thinking, I don't know what he's saying. But I remember the Muppets, and the Swedish Chef sounded a little bit like that. And I'm like, yeah, but then I saw him take his hat and put his hat on his head, and I was like, that's like, I'm out of here. And sure enough, you've seen it, and you know the story, the rest is history. But that was the moment, and my wife was in the room there, and she goes like, I think somebody should speak to him. But it's like, no, he's Magnuson. When you're the king, you do what you want to do. But it was great to see that he was able to come back the next day, and he really needed to because they invested a lot of money. People wanted to play him, and you couldn't just leave and just let it go like that. So I'm glad that they were able to work out that and make sure that Magnus came back. The second one is seeing our board work through differences to make us a more effective team. You know the 4 stages of a team, and you got the forming, the norming, the storming, and we've done that, and we've also been able to perform. And so it's an ever-changing cycle, and as you add people to that, the dynamics restart all over again, and I'm fortunate to have had a wonderful board to be able to work with that. And it hasn't been easy, because we've had some very serious, very public challenges to deal with. We've been able to overcome nationally publicized events and legal challenges. It's not always easy being on the board. And we've done our own version of navel gazing and self-flagellation, and we've gone through that, but we're always committed to the work, and we're always committed to you. The Olympiad experience also ranks in there for me because it was amazing. And our teams and individual players showed their world-class mettle, and that was really great. While I was there, I was able to work for US Chess during the General Assembly and support all of us. We additionally had a very full delegation. I think of the words of Alan, he says, Kevin, we have to show. We need to be present. People need to know that we are here. And I'm glad that as president, I was there because it wasn't something that was often done. And so I was there, and Renee was also there. So I attended, and we attended workshops and fully demonstrated that the USA was expected to have a seat at the table and be impact players. As the newcomers, I was so proud of the way Renee and I worked the room. We were on a mission to meet people, introduce ourselves. Of course, my favorite response to introducing myself as president of USA would be, really? You? It's like, yeah, it's me. I'm the guy. So that's it. Let's go ahead and talk about what we need to talk about here. But Renee and I were a classic tag team. I hit him a lot high, and no pun intended. Renee understood her assignment, and so we just divided and conquered. A couple of examples were directly inquiring with FIDE leadership about US chess members and the US Virgin Islands issue. That was a real issue that a lot of people had concerns about. So I didn't want to miss the opportunity to sit in a meeting with international people to say, so what about the whole country sovereignty kind of deal? How does that fit? Because we've had some issues and we've had concerns on the part of our members who felt like we were disenfranchising people who are in another country. And it was very consistent that the leadership of FIDE said countries have sovereignty rights. And if they have FIDE presidents and FIDE leaderships, that takes precedent. So this was also directed, this was also an opportunity for me to directly speak with the US Virgin Islands president, who Alan introduced her to me with the simple phrase of, you two need to talk. And so talk we did, and I was amazed at how warmly she welcomed and invited me and Renee to have lunch with her. And after that, we got a better understanding of the situation. And so we do appreciate their country's sovereignty. But I would also like to say that we had a sovereignty issue on our own. And that was because we were aware that the World Rapid and Blitz was coming to New York City. And we weren't part of that. So I then went on a mission to look through all of the people that were inside the assembly and outside in the gathering areas, looking for the tag that said Emil Statovsky. Because I didn't know him, so I literally would introduce myself and then look at the names like, okay, not Emil. And I would continue to go. And eventually I found him, and he was very gracious. I explained to him that I was a little miffed, that we hadn't really heard from him, and based on the sovereignty that I've learned about, that sovereignty talk, I kind of felt like we should be more involved. He was very gracious, and he said, Kevin, you're right. That's a miss on our end. And he immediately set up activity for Renee and I to meet with his FIDE leadership team to start discussing activities for New York. And one of the things that immediately came out of that was for us to start identifying arbiters from the United States to be a part of that. They also invited me to speak at the opening and closing ceremonies, and I thought that was a great honor. And so I was very appreciative of that. I was also able to speak on the floor of the General Assembly. David Hager had been our delegate, and David and I sat side by side. We were the only two that were allowed to speak from our country. And so when the matter came up about trying to let Russia back in, as well as Belarus, without having changed any of the activity that were going on a geopolitical level, I was able to stand up and lead the charge of, no, they should not be able to. They need to do some things, stop the war, stop the aggression, before we just let them back in. And so, to my surprise, I ended up getting a round of applause for having done that. But that's kind of like what we do. We're USA, right? And so, the great part about looking at how this actually played out was the players on the geopolitical side, our friends were the same friends that you would think that you'd find like at a UN meeting. And those who were on the other end were exactly the same countries that you would expect to find on the other end as well. So that was quite an eye-opening experience. On a personal note, while there, I was actually able to play my first FIDE event. They had a 9-day side event, and so it was early in the morning, so I was able to go and do that, and then come back because our team needed to be in its location. And so I would just be there to help make sure that the team got back. I see him, is Melly here? I know Alex is here. Alex, thank you for the work that you did with the Olympic teams. They showed out. As we like to say, they showed up and showed out. So thank you very much, Alex. As part of my playing over the board there, it was absolutely the buzz in the tournament hall that the US Chess president was in the tournament, actually playing. And so that again set up the rounds of people wanting to meet and interact. And fortunately for me, I played pretty good. And I ended up with my first FIDE rating of breaking 1,500. So, but you know, as we know, there's always two sides to every coin. The year has also brought significant challenges, like having to liquidate a significant amount of our rainy day fund assets to cover the lower than expected participation and hotel attrition costs from the previous summer's Pan Am. That was a gut punch. And we as a board continue to work through this both privately and publicly, especially during an election cycle where it became a topic, and understandably so. We are not overlooking this, and we are committed to making sure that we do things so that this never happens again. Again, as a board, we beat ourselves up over this 6 ways from Sunday, and none of us feel good about it. And we're just committed to not letting those kinds of things happen again to the best of our abilities. And although we did not lose any money at Super Nationals, the turnout was less than expected. And we had hoped to see from it more revenue to help us rebuild what we had lost from the previous. But we didn't exactly see it. We didn't lose money as some thought we might, even as we were concerned. But the good thing is that, you know, we didn't lose, but just the same, it didn't meet expectations. So we're putting more plans in around that. But again, we only do Super Nationals every 4 years. So at the very least, we've got a lot of time to work on it. Some of the reasons why we thought it underperformed. One, we believe that our change in policy based upon what we experienced with the Pan Am event in changing the opportunity for attrition to be an issue for us was to have people actually reserve and pay for their rooms. In the past, people could actually just reserve blocks and then later give them back. And so in some cases, we'd have people say, I'm trying to get in, but there's no rooms available. And that's because people could just kind of claim blocks. But under the new change, people couldn't do it. But when they would return the blocks, what we found was there had been a change in the way the hotels were doing this, where they weren't giving those rooms back to our blocks. They were keeping them. Knowing that people wanted those rooms, they were then upcharging for them. So they were double dipping on us. And so we had to change that policy so that we didn't see the same kind of losses like we saw as a result of the Pan Am. We also realized that there was a certain amount at that moment in time of unrest related to tariffs and trade. And people were pulling back because they were concerned, not sure exactly what was going to go on. And then in Florida, we have this incredible lady named Elizabeth Tejada. She's better known as the Chess Lady of South Florida. She runs massive events, 1,000 players events. And you know, she has incredible amounts of grant money that she spends. And she pulled myself and Renee to the side. She said, you know, Kevin, I just have to tell you, I could have brought 300 to 500 more players if they weren't concerned about immigration. So that ended up having an impact in our state, not to mention other population centers. You know, I think of Chicago, think of the Southwest. I'm sure in Texas there were impacts, as well as other places where people may have relocated. So, moreover, we're still engaged in a very public lawsuit while working through coverage challenges with our insurance company, our insurance carrier. As a result, our legal activity has resulted in a tenfold increase in our insurance premiums and increased costs for legal consultations. Needless to say, over the next few years, we will be more keenly focused on replenishing reserves by way of fundraising, enhanced revenue streams, creating new connections, and courting large donations. Although we are keenly aware that our legal challenges have had a chilling effect on some very high-profile donors, John Rockefeller will tell you that specifically. We remain optimistic that there's still opportunity for development. more inside and outside resources for funding. My hat goes off to Renee's efforts to stimulate investment. It was refreshing. I was also able to gain additional sponsor contributions by somewhat thawing the Cold War with Susan Polgar, who ended up sponsoring the girls' room at Super Nationals. More importantly, I'm always in awe of the connection, involvement, and support we receive from people like this year's Koltanowski Award recipients, John Rockefeller, Rex and Jeannie Sinkfield, Dwayne and Smith Barber, who shows us all the possibility of something when you truly love something. David and Maureen Gramad. In addition, it is my intention that we will be able to respond at some point to Sunil's clarion call when he walked up to the mic last year and he says, "Where's the outside money?" We really do need to develop that. So yesterday I was MC for our annual awards event, and it was very apparent that we indeed have a rich and dedicated core of volunteers. So much of what chess is in our ecosphere is driven by all of you and others who are what I call chess doers. What does that term mean? Well, I kind of coined it because when I took over the Jacksonville Chess Club, I found out that they let the 501c3 designation go, and they let the membership lapse, and I ended up reaching out with one name who was left, and I asked him, why'd you let it go? He says, "Kevin, everybody wants to play, but not everybody wants to do." And so I just started thinking, well, I guess I'm a doer, because I'm calling you. And so I think we can find more chess doers. And I'm happy to say I'm looking into the eyes of people who not only play, everybody plays, but not everybody does. So I have particular appreciation for chess doers. And you know, some of us are paid, but others just do it for the love of the game. And we saw that full spectrum on display yesterday. We thank you all and encourage everyone to keep up the good work. Before I close, I want to take advantage of so many of you being in this room at this moment, as the numbers dwindle significantly after this particular gathering. Because I want to take a moment to give special recognition to the 3 board members who are leaving the board after today. Mike Hoffbauer is a man whose name is both a noun and a verb. Yeah. It is rare to meet someone who is so effective and efficient when it comes to getting the job done. He's also a solid voice of reason, and he's very passionate about what he does and about US Chess. He's been a multi-time president for US Chess, and he's a credit. He is so valuable, I'm sure that there'll be committees that are actually having a knife fight in the parking lot to try to get him on their committee. And I do know that after Carol Meyer left, she reached out to him because she was looking for additional board members in her new role. And Mike was on the short list and top of mind. Thank you, Mike, for all you've done.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Chuck,
I'm sticking around.
They're sticking around, yeah. Chuck Unruh, or as Randy affectionately calls him, Chuckles. Chuck Unruh has dedicated himself to bringing our organization back from the brink of bankruptcy to solvency and beyond. Sorry, we got to put you back a little bit, Chuck. But he has been an entrusted person with the financial futures of our organization. And he's always delivered. It's amazing what Chuck does. And he does so much of it on his own and reports back. There are so many reports and so many committees that rely upon what Chuck has done. And again, Chuck is also high draft choice for a lot of different committees, and in particular, the trust. Everybody wants Chuck. He's been amazing. And so, Chuck, I want to say thank you so much for being a sober voice of reason in so many of our meetings. And one thing I'll tell you about Chuck, He's a helper. He's quick to help. And he helps so much that the government came knocking on his door to say, why are you helping so many people? And Chuck says, if you have a problem with that, I don't really care. I help people. So Chuck, thank you for helping us for as long as you have. You are very welcome. You've been a great chairman, and I was putting more on. Oh, I also had in there line that said, he's able to cut a budget line as easily as he can cut a rug. Because he does love to dance. Thank you, Chuck. Finally, Randy Bauer, who has served in some capacity on the board, spanning 2 decades. He has been one of our team's high financial competence people. He can speak to that. He can identify. He can identify issues. He can bring in the context related to like GDP and other financial terms. It's been really good to have him there, and in our time of need. But I want to say personally for me, Randy has been an encouraging presence. And it was he who wanted me to be his vice president. His passion for the organization is without question. His level of support has given me an unexpected and unforgivable boost. I will tell you something about Randy. We've had some tough times. And at one point, he and I were talking, and I just felt like I'm letting him down. So I told him, I said, Randy, I'm sure you wanted more out of a VP than what I'm giving you. I'm sorry that I'm not being your best VP. And he says, Kevin, I didn't want you to be my VP. I wanted you to be the VP of US Chess. And I appreciate that. Randy, thank you.
So it reminds me, when I was a kid, I was taking piano lessons, and it was at one of the recitals, and I said to the teacher, well, will they clap for me at the end? And she said, they'll clap for you either because you liked it or because it's over. so it's either way, it's fine with me, but thank you.
Finally, I know we face challenges as an organization, but we have a great game and loyal members who regularly come out and play, direct or sponsor our vision to promote inclusiveness, recreation, and friendly competition. And also help to deploy our mission to empower people, enrich lives, and enhance communities through chess. I look forward to seeing all of you continuing to work with us as we work together in the coming year to grow our game. Thank you. All right, our next report is report of the Vice President of Finance, Chuck Hogan. Oh, you already did that. That was the budget. That was the budget, sorry.
I'm getting older.
Sorry. Stand up, Renee. No. That's what I said. I hit him high. All right, report of the Executive Board, report of the Executive Director, Renee Parker.
Well, this has been an exciting year for US Chess and the chess community. In September, our Olympiad and Open team won silver and the women's team won bronze. This was the women's first team medal in 16 years and saw rising stars Carissa Gibb and Alice Lee win individual gold and silver medals respectively. I would like to thank Mark Rotenberg for helping US Chess arrange a congressional resolution recognizing the accomplishments of both American teams on the eve of National Chess Day 2024. This is a picture of our delegation that represented US Chess. It was such a privilege to be there with these members representing our nation and our chess community. I got to spend a lot of time with our president, Kevin Pryor. And I have to tell you, he's the right leader at the right time. And he represented us so well. And when he stood up in the General Assembly and said, "We stand with Ukraine" on that most important motion, I was so proud to watch him work and watch him work the room. We're very fortunate to have you at the helm, Kevin. The St. Louis Chess Club launched the first St. Louis Chess Conference in the fall of 2024 with presenting sponsors the Kasparov Chess Foundation and US Chess. Speakers from across the globe, along with well-known lecturers from the US, shared their research and best practices with conference attendees. It was so successful that this year's chess conference will be in New York in December. 2024 also ended with a prestigious World Rapid and Blitz in New York City, where President Kevin Pryor and I were on hand when GM Magnus Carlsen arrived late in blue jeans to compete against GM Brewington Hardaway on board 1. Gene Gate is now a word in our vocabulary. In February 2025, Team USA won the FIDE World Senior Team Championship, beating Italy on time breaks in the 50-plus section, and USA Women won bronze. We are definitely making our mark on the international stage. Last year, we set a new milestone of over 1 million rated games. This year, the interest in rated play continues, as we saw an increase in US chess rating slightly more games this year. Rating games is a core function of our organization, and we are close to launching our new rating system. The events department is now led by Director of Events, Pete Karianis, and our new Assistant Director of Events, Eric Zerman. They make a great team, and I am so excited to see what they're going to do for US chess events. In addition to making our over-the-board national events successful, events will be working with programs to add to online events to the schedule. National events are necessary to drive and engage membership. On August 15th, a free members-only arena on chess.com will be offered as a benefit of membership. We hope to add an online K-12 arena championship this fall as our first re-entry to online scholastic events since the pandemic. Our at-risk youth Title I school support program continued to be supported by US Chess, although individual donations to this program decreased this year. Even so, we were able to donate 600 chess sets totaling $18,465 and 1,384 memberships to students and provide travel grants to Title I school chess programs. The programs department is also shepherding a new chess coach certification process that will be announced very soon. And programs recently announced the opening of the women's program grant cycle supported by the St. Louis Chess Club. This year, grants will focus on early elementary programs that introduce girls to chess, as research from St. Louis has shown that the earlier girls can be introduced to competitive chess, the more likely they will continue to play chess. US Chess continues its commitment to providing a safe place for all chess players by having full-time staff devoted to investigating and processing complaints, many of which are handled on a confidential basis. We have seen an increase in safe play complaints this year that may be a reflection of awareness, training, and confidence that complaints can be investigated confidentially. Now, I have never felt more appreciated as executive director than when news broke that I was running for mayor in my hometown. There is no way to know the outcome of a municipal election that usually garners pretty low turnout. But I do know that I have had the best time representing US Chess as your executive director. And I thank the board for giving me this opportunity to help the organization through some challenging moments. One thing I've noticed from monitoring the economy and sales tax receipts as a current city council member is that we're facing a unique challenge at this time when consumers' discretionary spending has retracted. As an organization, we have to recognize and manage risk when it comes to our events. We are taking added steps to market the upcoming Great Nationals to the Pacific Northwest. We are actively looking for sponsors for this event. Find me if you know someone. We are looking forward to holding a very successful event, and we're going to need your help to support it, to show up, to spread the word. In closing, I'd really like to thank the staff who are here today helping make this meeting possible. I've already recognized our wonderful director of events and assistant director of events, but I also want to thank this front row here that's working really hard. And when we start working on motions from the floor, y'all give Brian Tillis a break. This is his first year doing this, okay? Try to email him your motions in advance so he doesn't have to type so fast. I want to thank my deputy ED, Jacques DeMoss, who's just begun work here for US Chess this year. And of course, Rose McMahon. We couldn't get this meeting done without you. So could we give the staff of US Chess and US Chess members and delegates who are here today, I want to thank all of you for being present, for showing up, for showing leadership, and for being engaged. We need more of you in the membership, and we're so excited to be able to bring you a meeting that has been planned very carefully, and we thank you for everything you do to support chess in this community. And now we'll hand over to Pete.
Yes. Pete.
Hello everyone, before I start, just wanted to say thank you all for what you do. Without your work, we would not have an organization, so I appreciate you being here, and thanks for that. This being my first annual report, I thought it would only be appropriate to start off with a quote from a fellow Greek. In my time with US Chess, I've seen a lot of wonderful staff come and go. I believe now, I started in 2018. There are only 3 people here from when I knew. Chris, Deborah, Natasha. There's a lot of change year in, year out. There's a lot of change coming in our events, and some that is already in work. I did prepare a little bit more additional information for this presentation. If you're interested in looking at that, it is online. You can scan the QR code here. I'll leave it up for a minute. It covers a little more information that goes along with some of the slides in the presentation, And it also has data on our FIDE titles that we're in this year, as well as FIDE titles earned at international youth events. I'm going to cover 3 main topics today. First, brief departmental overview, what we look at, what our challenges are, and some things that we're facing moving forwards. Second, we're going to look back at 24-25. That would be the 2024 K-12, as well as Super Nationals in Orlando this year. And then third, we're going to look ahead at what's coming, what's in store, and some of those changes referenced in the slide. Similar to 2024, we face a lot of the same challenges moving forwards. The 2 biggest ones by far are the size and cost of national events. We run some of the largest events in the world. We do it on a regular basis. We do it every year. And number 2, the number of customer interactions our department has with US Chess membership. And not just customer interactions, but also the amount of communications we have overall between FIDE, other federations, and some of the groups that we work with to run our national events. We do have another smaller challenge at the moment. As you've likely noticed, the US Open this year is for the first time for a national event using the new website, which I am thrilled about. But doing so, any sort of upgrades, any sort of changes brings with it its own natural inherent amount of challenges. Good news, though, is that by migrating away from the legacy site, eventually things will become more streamlined, and this challenge will become more of a benefit than anything else. All right, the size and cost of events. There's an inherent risk to running events the size that we do. The way that our site negotiations work, we are working on contracting these events years in advance. And that can lead to difficulty in predicting what the climate might be like, economic, political, as well as other factors, which we'll discuss. The problem that we face is that as we are trying to not only bid out and contract our events, we have to sort of see into the future. And as much as I'd love to use the services of this crystal ball, I feel that would not be the best way to use it. So what can we do? There's a few options that we have. The first one, I think, is to maximize the earning potential for our events. Right now, we have 2 side events and the main event and a 30-person sign-on. Certainly with the amount of space that we contract, which is always in the hundreds of thousands of square feet, there are more things that we can do to maximize our earning potential. Those of you who have been to national events prior to 2019 might remember we used to have chess photographers on site. Bringing those back, especially now that we have a closed playing floor, and parents cannot snap photos once they're done, even though they weren't supposed to, we don't know they did, is one of those ideas. Second option is to implement an anchor city plan. Anchor city is sort of a dedicated host city for specific tournaments. And to some degree, we've actually done that already. After Spokane this year, the K-12 will be in Orlando through 2033. It's drawn very well in Orlando. In fact, I believe the last 2 that we've had in Orlando have broken attendance records. So having an anchor city somewhere where we know the event draws well, where we know our members enjoy going and will show up, can be a way of mitigating some of that risk. And finally, another thing that we can do is we can reconsider tradition. We can think about what we have done that maybe we can do better. One of the most difficult obstacles right now in terms of placing an event is hotel room night costs. Any of you who travel know that hotel room night costs are moving up and skyrocketing with no particular event site. If we are willing to accept a higher cost, that opens up a lot of doors for us. Another idea, you just heard Ms. Bartlett mention online events, which we have one in the works, test event already. If we can use those to help not only promote the event, but perhaps also provide attendance to the event, that might also help mitigating some of the risk for it. And last but not least, it's also worth, in my opinion, reconsidering the format of the events. Is there something we can do to structure the event differently, to either make it more attractive to some of the host sites or to our members, or both? What does that look like? As Mr. Pryor mentioned, our membership continues to grow. We're steadily staying in the 110,000s. Our department has not grown since my arrival. Part of the problem we face is that we are one of the most forward-facing departments in US Chess. We interact with members from every spectrum of the game. We field emails such as, hey, how can I start a chess club? To an application for a FIDE Grandmaster title, and everything in between. And some not. For us and our department, the future holds more tasks, not fewer. Our predecessor, Mr. Reed, described the challenge as our department becoming more tactical than strategic. We're reacting instead of planning ahead, instead of getting out in front of things. I actually thought that was the perfect summation, and a lot of that remains true. However, in the last year, we have made a little bit of progress. First, as I alluded to earlier, the removal of the legacy site in terms of our web presence at events. That's helpful. It's easier to access and collaborate with other departments now that we're using new event hubs. Second, I am personally excited about the potential of LEGO. I've been involved in a little bit of the alpha testing. From what I've seen, and I'm a very novice Go player, so I also have checked out their Go sites. But from what I've seen, LEGO has the opportunity to take a lot of the tasks that we do in our department, not just for our own events, and make them more time effective, more time efficient. And third and finally, we've done a great job this year of really integrating well with other departments and working together to streamline what we do and to provide a better product and service. I want to mention in particular Brian Harding, who's been a great assistance on the World School Teams event that's happening right now, as well as the new event hubs, which we developed with communications, as well as on proximity programs, who's assisting us with the upcoming online events, the test arena, as well as Scholastic this fall. Even so, more lies ahead. Starting next year, we're going to add another Invitationals tournament, which brings us up to a potential 300 players at these events just for the Invitationals. The younger nature of the players, the two Invitationals that we have yet to add are K1 and K3, means more staff time, less experienced parents, more questions. Also on site, we have a K1 room. We'll have to staff that room, make sure K1 players are safe, safely cared for, and brought back to their parents when games are done. As I mentioned earlier, we have some online events upcoming. I'm personally a huge arena fan, so I'm very excited to see how this turns out. Mr. Just can tell you, you can't rate arenas right now, according to the rule book. So hopefully if we continue to test these out and see what they look like in actual play, we can move towards figuring out a way to do that. We've run 2 puzzle championships, national puzzle championships so far. One at the K-12, which was sparsely attended, and then an official national puzzle championship at this year's Super Nationals, very well attended. I'm hoping to make this a regular part of our programming. However, of course, any programming we add requires more staff time, which is, again, more things on our plate in the coming years. Finally, one thing I thought was awesome at Super Nationals was the VIP room that we had there. This contributed to our bottom line in a very positive way, and also provided something that I've never seen before at a national event. The opportunity to go have some adult time right? And mingle with some grandmasters. Mid-tournament was amazing, and I'd like to make that a regular item. The bottom line, though, is every addition we make to our national events or programming in general adds man hours to a staff that's already spread. So, is there a light at the end of the tunnel? As mentioned, we have a new hub for the US Open. I'd like to thank especially Emmanuel, JJ, and Natasha for their help on that. I think that as we fine-tune our registration process and use tech to address some of the concerns that we have with staff time, things will continue to improve. If we can become more efficient, we can be more proactive, we can be more strategic, we can look ahead and try to look at some of those risk factors that we need to mitigate and address them now rather than after the fact. Okay, our national events. Costs are going up, period. I cannot recall the cost of an extension cord with Super Nationals in Orlando. It was much higher than you would ever expect to pay for an extension cord. We raised rates for our Scholastic events significantly. It is very likely that we will have to do so again, perhaps as early as this year. This is not to make a profit, this is not to gouge our numbers, this is simply to keep up with the cost of running events of the size that we run. Good news is, both Scholastic events, the K-12 as well as Super Nationals, were in the black this year. They did run out of profit, although, as Mr. Pryor alluded to, the profit was much smaller than we had hoped due to the turnout. Currently, the condensed 7-day US Open schedule still does project as a financial loss, a little less. The good news is we had our highest turnout since I can remember, and I've been here since 2018. For the traditional schedule, we had 220 players. Overall, we have 505 active players as of last night. There were 530 total registrations. 25 of them either didn't show or withdrew, but the turnout was excellent. That includes 50 players who stuck around after the invitationals to play some US Open games. I'd also like to add that quads have been particularly popular here in Wisconsin. We were averaging, the last I saw, we were averaging over 10 quads per day, which is really great. We received some national event feedback on our events from the last year. One of the biggest ones was having dedicated staff for side events. We actually have that here at the US Open this year. Bill Riley from Texas is doing a great job running those quads as well as the other side events. Every staff we add costs a minimum of $1,500. As we continue to raise staff compensation to meet appropriate levels to ensure people want to keep working with us, that number will also go up. Another bit of feedback we received was communication to attendees, coaches, and parents could be better. We implemented WhatsApp for every event this past year. I will speak a little more on this in the coming slides. We need to continue to improve that. Also, coordination between our various staff, US Chess personnel, event staff, and volunteers. We brought back volunteers for the 24 K-12 as well as Super Nationals. One of the bits of feedback we received was on improving some of the coordination between those three various groups. For this event at the US Open, we're debuting our first shot at a new safe play protocol. What does that mean? That means when we have a safe play complaint or something that could be moved in that direction, we have a set protocol in place at this event for exactly how that will occur, who will be informed, when, and why. Last but not least, a bit of feedback that we regularly receive is to improve our pre-event communication among staff. This year, leading up to Super Nationals, we had multiple pre-event meetings, and the senior level staff also, we had a few meetings, emails exchanged. I think this is something that still can get better, but did improve this year. Okay, looking back at our couple events, East Coast continues to be great for the K-12. We've broken another record this year. The total profit was around $135,000 from K-12. That was in Orlando. The good news is, I'm sorry, I was in DC. The good news is, as mentioned, after Spokane, we'll be in Orlando every year through 2033. So I expect the K-12 to continue to pull away. Unfortunately, we do not have any future events currently at any Gaylord property anywhere. In my tenure, we've hosted events at the Gaylord Tech Center, Gaylord Opryland, and National Harbor. At the moment, we are priced out because the room nights that we're looking for are above the $200 mark. Super Nationals. We ended up, after some concern, in the black by about $55,000. Large chunk of this was additional offerings. The VIP room that I mentioned, our t-shirts that were sold on site contributed to this significantly. Mr. Pryor alluded to some of the reasons why some of the turnout might have been low for this particular event. Even with a low turnout, thanks to our additional offerings, our contracts with vendors, we still made a profit. All right, looking ahead, our next event is the K-12 in Spokane, and I cannot get enough of this logo. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's really cool. There is some risk in putting an event on the West Coast. We're really relying on our affiliates, members in that area to help support the event. Conservatively, taking all things into account, hotel attrition, what we are currently locked into, my best guess is we need about 1,500 players to break even. Could be a little less, could be a little more. The plan is to hire 40 to 50 TDs in layers as attendance increases. The first early entry deadline, we just discussed with Scholastic Council this week, will be 6 weeks in advance of tournament start. This spring, National High School begins its tour of Chicago. We're going to be in Chicago for the next 4 years, I believe. The National Elementary will be in Baltimore. It drew very well there in 2023. I would expect fairly similar attendance this year. And the middle school has been reliably between 1,200 and 1,300 players every year we put it in Texas. We're back in Texas this year in Round Rock, which I don't know where that is, it's near Austin. Very nice. What's next? My first slide alluded to some changes. My hope is to implement these changes as early as the K-12. The first thing we're going to do at our national events is badging for everyone. That includes parents and players. This is, in my opinion, necessary for a couple of reasons. The first one is player safety. If you've been to a Scholastic National Tournament, you've seen the crowds that push up against the doors as kids are trying to get out. You've seen kids come out looking for their parents. Badges will allow us to control who's in our space, know who's in our space, and also, if we're able to also implement the event management tech, I'm hoping we can, badges will have a QR code that allows you to scan and notify the parent when the player's name is known. It will eliminate some of that worry that they missed a player coming out. Some of the event management tech, apart from the QR code, we're going to have an app that allows you to see where everything is and allows us to communicate better as well because it will offer push notifications. So if we need to get some urgent information out, missing result. Hey, we have a player in chess control who's lost. Hey, our red exit, we did one of our exits with colors, is closed. Everybody who was going out red is now going out blue. We can do that immediately. It's a player safety function. It's also a quality of life function. It's going to greatly improve our events in the long term. I firmly believe that. In addition to that, hotel attrition is something that we constantly struggle with. At Super Nationals, one of our biggest losses was attrition at the Hilton. The problem is that we need adult names to reserve rooms in order to check for a post-event audit to make sure we didn't miss one of the room nights. At the moment, when we collect registration, we only collect the names of our Scholastic players. If we provide the names of Scholastic players who do not reserve hotel rooms, that will do nothing in an audit. Of the 4 host sites, one of the host hotels for Super Nationals was unwilling to run an audit using only last names. That is the hotel where we had a huge attrition bill. Badging parents, collecting accompanying person data, will allow us to also correctly assess our room night attrition rates in our post-event audits. This is another critical measure of the financial health and success of the events. Last but not least, I'm hoping to work out a variant championship, perhaps as early as the spring. The conversation has already occurred regarding perhaps adding a chess 960 or freestyle chess. Oh, I got ahead of myself. This is everything I just said. In addition, there is one other thing on this slide that I want to highlight. Both badging and the app offer potential for revenue generation. Both will have spaces for sponsors. The app has a scrolling banner along the bottom. You can say your message here. You can have a watermark sponsor. You can have a push notification sponsor. So the hope is that this event tech, which we will have to pay for and there's a cost for, will ultimately lead to additional revenue generation in the long term. Okay. I mentioned variant championships. Since this is my first address to you as the delegates, I want to put this out there. I would love to run an official national variant championship, and I'm an excellent artist. I do this by hand. My goal is to try to do that sometime before I depart this position. Variants are becoming very popular, freestyle chess in particular. There was just a high-level event in Las Vegas that drew large crowds and lots of sponsors, more importantly. My dream would be to run a variant championship that involves multiple variants, played over multiple days, with comprehensive scoring throughout. In other words, to be national variant champion, you have to play multiple variants. It is likely we'll need an online partner for that, because some of the variants simply do not play well over the board. I don't know if you've ever played Horde, H-O-R-D-E, the variant. That is very difficult to play on a physical board in pieces. You basically need an online partner to have. What was that? Fog of War. That's a new one I haven't even heard of. Atomic, I can't even imagine trying to play Atomic over board. In any case, one of the things that we've been discussing sort of behind the scenes is adding a new rating category for freestyle chess, or AKA Chess 960. That will allow us, if we do hold freestyle events at our national events moving forwards, to pair players better, perhaps even install some class prizes, things like that. All right, I just want to take a moment and mention my three events colleagues. Eric in the back, our new Assistant Director of Events. As I told him, and I maintain this, I would be in deep, deep trouble if he had not accepted the position in April. So Eric, thank you very much for all that you do. Mike Beekman specifically singled out for thanks yesterday at the membership meeting, and that was well deserved, Mike. The customer service he's given you and the dedication and hard work he shows up with every day. So we're very warranted. Brian Yang currently is in Peru. I've been WhatsApp calling Brian at about 1 a.m. every evening, take a breakdown from how things are going at our international youth events. Truly, I think, one of the hardest working people. And Michael Buss, who many of you know, worked very hard on the updated rules to the correspondence chess, which you will be voting on or have voted on, coming up soon. Last but not least, I'd like to give special thanks to my predecessor, Boyd Reed. This is an unlicensed photo. Please do not tell Boyd that. I considered him a great mentor, and I was very thankful to have no photos there. To have the 7-ish years that I did with him in this position. So I wanted to make sure to mention him and thank him. I'll now open up. If you guys have any questions at all, I'd be happy to field them. Again, supplemental slides will have 2 separate links for FIDE titles that were earned throughout the past year, as well as a few additional slides with just some data on upcoming events.
Can anyone ask, or do people?
Step to the mic. Yeah, if you do have a question, please come on over to the microphone.
And while y'all are stepping up, I noticed Deborah Robinson is in the back of the room, and I want to give her a big round of applause for all of this.
And I'd like to just add, please try to keep your questions brief because you're standing between us and lunch.
Kevin Zepka, New Mexico. How many and what level of certification of tournament directors do you need for scholastic national events?
So it depends on the event. For K1 players, we have a ratio of 20 TDs to each player, 40 for K6, and 50 for high school. 120 for high school, and Danny, help me out, what did we decide on for K9?
K1 is 1 per
20.
K6, it's 1 per 40 or 50.
I think we said 40.
And middle school is 1 per 80.
1 per 80, okay. So the ratio depends on what age group the kids are. In terms of certification level for floor TDs, we'll consider anyone who's competent, even club TDs. For super nationals, we are quite a few. Section chief and above needs to be an NTD certification.
Sophia Road from New York. Pete, I just want to thank you so much for the badges that you're going to install for safety in the room and at the event, and understanding that in case we have a lockdown and how to communicate with parents. As during lockdowns, every month, and being a teacher for 35 years, it is a very stressful time that we live in, and I really appreciate all your hard work on that, and all of the scholastic parents and players do too. Thank you very much, and also the opportunity for sponsorship of those awards that we've been asking for so long. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophia.
Nicholas Carl from New Jersey. I just had a question with the variance chest. Would that also include like bullet, or is bullet not maybe considered variance at all? We have no, we do not do anything with bullet there.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I'd like to give you two answers. The short answer is that does not include bullet, because bullet is standard chess, just played at a quicker time control. That said, you've noticed we're looking into online bots. And I think that's sort of a wide open area where bullet can come into play. We currently have a staff member dedicated to correspondence chess. Michael does a great job. We do not have a dedicated staff member for online events. A lot more people play online than they do correspondence. We need to start getting into that. And I think bullet would be a great place to try to do something with bullet.
Adrienne Schneider, Louisiana. I had a question about the badging. Usually I coach at least 5, possibly 6 schools. And also work in the women's, the girls' room basically. So would I have to let somebody know in advance that I was attending as the coach and working in the girls' room at the same time? And then, what would be on badge, I guess, at that point, for me?
Sure, great question. So our plan is to collect company and person data at registration. So each player when they register is a minor. They have to list at least one accompanying adult. Now, it does not have to be a unique accompanying adult. For example, if you're chaperoning 4 or 5 kids, you can be their listed accompanying person or adult. There'll be different classifications on the badges. So some will have a staff classification. Some might have, it sounds like in your case, probably a volunteer classification. And that'll be directly on the badge. As an accompanying person, you would have to fill out your details when you register your players to receive the badge as an accompanying person.
Now, if they register individually, but their parent, the parents register
Right.
them, so they would have to put me on the registration at that point?
Correct. The accompanying person badges will offer access to the playing areas, not while rounds are in progress. Any additional accompanying person badges, there will be a nominal fee for. So for example, if you want to bring grandguardians, 3 or 4 coaches, the big reason for that is we need to have some measure of crowd control in the large areas of the tournament, as well as biggest things, player safety.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
May Cho for Meeting and Chess. My hands are open. Hello. Thank you guys. It's been super educational. I've learned so much over the last few hours. So thank you for that. My question would be, or maybe perhaps a suggestion, you mentioned extension ports being at an all-time high. May I ask, why not my head, I don't know everything there is to know, but contact the actual vendors that create and manufacture and ask them to sponsor. US Chess being such a huge label, I know many extension cord manufacturers and many different other types in the supply chain that would be more than, I think, happy to be able to at least listen to the idea and then have an exchange in partnership. That would also increase a lot of visibility. It would probably extend a lot more attention to having their kids and their grandkids be involved. I also think, maybe I won't do the math in my head too quickly to assume, but I'll start with that and see where it goes, but it'd be really helpful, anyway.
Your name again, please?
Kanacho.
Kanacho.
Yes.
That's a great idea. I use extension cords sort of a bit as a joke. We do bring some of them around. Some sites, however, do require you to use their AV setup, which includes extension cords. In terms of sponsors, that's a great idea. I can tell you, we have looked a little bit into some event sponsors, and one of the things that we need is we need data. We need demographic data on who's showing up at our events. They want to know if we're going to sponsor your event, who are we reaching? So collecting that data will become very important as we continue to reach out to sponsors.
Thank you.
Alan Priest from Kentucky, and I'm speaking at the moment as your zonal president. And I want to speak to Brian Yang's position and what Brian's doing. A lot of what Brian does, y'all can see, unless you're directly involved with international events. And Pete mentioned that Brian's in Peru right now accompanying a youth event. And Brian spends a lot of time on the road doing that, shepherding adults through the process and working with FIDE. He's also the person who submits rating reports to FIDE. He's the person who gets FIDE ID numbers for US Chess members. And he played a really vital role in something that probably most of y'all don't know about that happened this last year. And I just want to bring it out in public because it was his idea that made this work. And I want to give him full credit for it. I got to ride herd on it as his own president. We had a player who left the U.S., relocated her flag to another nation, and wanted to take a Women's World Cup spot with her. And there are so very few Women's World Cup spots that are allocated to our entire continent. There's some free. And so it was a real challenge to be able to do that. And Brian really advanced the idea that I was able to grab hold with and rally the entire continental leadership structure to keep that with a U.S. players spot, and that's how Alice Lee got to play in the Women's World Cup. And so we got to run with it, but it was Brian's idea and his whole thought process about how to justify it, and I want him to have the credit for that.
All right, I don't see any more questions. That's it. Thank you, Pete.
One question. One of the things that I guess we used to do in prior years and was discontinued was the providing of a program book for the participants and parents and all, and I guess that was discontinued due to budgetary constraints. But that would be an excellent opportunity to utilize sponsorship for that, for the program book, because the program book, in addition to providing score sheets, also has opportunities to have some history of the event, some opportunities to promote US Chess. You can have rules maybe that are specific to that event, and a lot of other informative materials. And I know the cost is significant, and that could probably be offset or perhaps eliminated by offering sponsored advertising opportunities for sponsors. And that's something we don't do anymore. We used to do it. Maybe it could be reconsidered.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, folks, we're going to break for lunch, and 1:30. Please be back here by 1:30. The cover was an action to expand the LMA trust. Alan, am I reading that right?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. President, this was a motion that came out of the membership meeting. Normally these are held at the beginning of the business. However, because this has a direct impact on the next order of business, the delegates agreed to advance it now. The life member asset trust is a grantor trust. That means it can be changed by the body that created it, the delegates of the body that created it. This is not a bylaws motion, because the number of trustees is not listed in the bylaws, it is listed in the trust document. So this motion moves to increase the number of trustees from not more than 11 to not more than 12. Here's the reason behind it for those who were not at the membership meeting yesterday or in the bylaws workshop. The VP Finance is a de facto member of the LMA trustees. So Chuck Unruh has been a member of the trustees since we set up this structure as a de facto member for the Vice President of Finance. In full disclosure, I am one of the LMA trustees. The current VP Finance is going to leave office on Sunday and then would lose that seat. We would like to keep him as a trustee because he is the primary investment manager for the LMA Trust, in addition to some other funds for US Chess, like the endowment fund, but we're concerned with the LMA Trust. And the LMA trustees, the current LMA trustees, have worked together very carefully and closely over the last 6-7 years, and would like not to upset that group, frankly. We'd like to keep that group in place if we could. So expanding it from 11 to 12 gives us a place to keep Chuck and keep the existing members, and then accommodate whoever the new VP Finance is.
So this is a motion, member motion.
This is a member motion. I want to address one other question that came up yesterday. Is the intention to increase the number of trustees every time we have a VP Finance roll off? It is not. The primary reason is because Chuck is the investment manager for the group. And that's why we're trying to keep him involved.
He's done an excellent job as well.
Yes, we've had tremendous returns and tremendous returns in keeping with the risk profile that we're trying to have, which is very conservative.
Gotcha. All right, so the motion has been made to expand from 11 to 12. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, so seeing none, let's go ahead and put to a vote. All in favor, please raise your credentials. Expanding from 11 to 12. Any opposed? You must know something we don't know. One person over here. All right, so any abstains? Thank you. All right, Chuck, so glad you'll be there. You were already there, and you're the one that handles our investments.
Provided he's elected as a trustee.
Sorry, I'm jumping the gun. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and go into the election of delegate-appointed committees. Is there anyone that speaks specifically to that? I see the first one says audit committee.
That's me. Yes.
I think he just needs to have a mic in his desk.
This is just asking for reappointment of the existing audit committee members, except for one. The one we are not asking to be reappointed, it would be Mr. Rockefeller, who's been appointed to the EB, and we would request the EB maybe to appoint him as a liaison to that committee, since both of our committee liaisons are Brockton Hall. Me, Doug Eckert, John Haskell, Fun Fong. First three of us are all CPAs. Fun is an experienced corporate and investor. Used to read financial.
Right. So when it comes to approving these, are they all done in mass?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so then we go on.
No, by
committee.
Committees make this is who we are proposing for the committee. You want to get a second to it, you vote on this one, then we do LMA and we do.
That's what I was, yes, okay. We go by one.
One by one.
All right. So do I have a motion on this?
You have the motion.
I have a motion. Second, thank you. All right, so all in favor of accepting the names listed on the projector? That's right. Any opposed? All right, any abstain? All Okay, motion carries. Next one, LMA Trust.
As a like member, as a trust chairman or chairperson, I recommend the following members, trustees that are currently on the trust. In addition, I will recommend my name, Charles D. Unruh, to be the 12th. And that is Leroy Dubek, Beatrice Melanero, Jim Bedenball, Steve Doyle, Peter Dyson, Doug Gorman, David Gramond, Mike Hoffpower, Alan Priest, and Tim Redmond.
Seconded.
Okay, it's been seconded, and that is the reason why we increased, so that we can include Chuck, who's been our financial guy anyway.
And we just increased it to 12, we read off 11, because the 12th member will be whomever the board elects tomorrow to be the VP of Finance for the new term.
All right, any discussion? Great. Yeah, please raise your hand if you're in support of the motion. And if you're opposed. Motion carries. The next one is in the Elections Committee.
Mike Neal, Wisconsin, Chair of the Election Committee. Currently, we propose no change to our staffing. Myself from Wisconsin, Kimberly Dew from New York, Josh Sinnerman from Washington, and Ken Sloan from New Jersey.
Okay, it's been seconded. Any discussion? All right, please raise your initials if you're in favor of this motion. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Bylaws.
That's not a complete list, it's up there.
We'll skip to ethics.
The one in Virginia. The detailed committee report the link is on the website. As in the past, we had over 24 cases. It's 2 cases more than last year. It was busy work for all the committee members. I also wanted to thank, to reduce the chair's workload, we have a case manager approach that we have developed for the past few years, and I want to thank Hal Terry, Harold Stenzel, Bob Getty, and Bob Greer for stepping up and working as case managers. I said, get on to the executive board. I'll be missing the ethics committee work a lot, but I really appreciate all the efforts and timeless efforts of all the members in the committee. Going forward for the next term, the committee recommends to nominate 2 new members. I'm very excited to report that our own Mike Hoffwell will be joining as one of the members of the ethics committee, and Louis Reed from Texas will be removing 2 members, and the entire list is over there. It's 12 members. I kindly ask the delegates to approve the members that are nominated by the ethics committee. Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your credentials. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Or is bylaws ready?
Yeah. As one of the co-chairs of bylaws with Guy Hoffman this is the list of folks that we are recommending for the bylaws committee for the coming year. Several of those are continuing. Kenneth Sloan is an addition. And while we were just sorting this list out, Randy Bauer came over and said y'all were interested in having him continue on to the bylaws committee. Randy has not been on the bylaws committee, he's been a liaison to the committee for a number of years, like I was when I was on the EB, and then I transitioned back on to bylaws and coming off the EB. I don't have any problem with adding Randy to that list. We do not have a fixed size in the bylaws, so we can have as many or as few as we wish. So I'm amenable to adding Randy Bauer to that list and adding that to the motion.
All right, you've accepted that as part of the motion?
Yeah, we'll lower our standards and everything. We did raise our rating, it's true, yes.
All right, all those in favor of this motion, please raise your credentials. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Okay, we move on now to old nominations. Oh, no, we're not doing it. Yeah, because they're on a different cycle.
Nominations is 2 years.
It's 2 years. So yeah, we crossed that one out. I crossed it out yesterday. That's the only reason why I don't have to do it.
I forgot to cross it out, sorry.
All right, so on to old business. We're looking at DM 20. Pardon? Oh, pardon.
On the
Yes, please state your name.
Oh, this is Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts on the LMA committee. Was shotgun rule added to that list?
Yes.
Is it on the screen?
Is he on the screen? Yes, it was on the screen.
Was on,
He added it. You were looking for him at the end, it was actually in the front. No problem. All right, DM 2415, which is old business. And this one is an executive board motion.
This was referred to 2 committees. One of them was the bylaws committee, and the other that was referred to was states and affiliates. The bylaws committee did look at this and provided a response which got into the delegates' call. There was a limited participation in that discussion. What I did not realize when we were having that discussion is the notification process through the discussion forum that committees use was broken. And so I'm not sure that everybody in the committee knew what was going on. So later on, after we got the advanced agenda, we reopened it and discussed it some more. It didn't really change the committee's view very much. Most of the committee was opposed to this change for some very specific reasons. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. We also talked about this in the bylaws workshop. The workshop as a whole reflected the same concerns that the bylaws committee had, and that included a number of people who were not. And there were 14 members in that meeting at the workshop, and there was not support for this change. Here are the problems that the bylaws committee was concerned about in this change, as we mentioned in our response before. When we understand the reasoning behind this is in response to the Rhode Island situation, where there was a challenge to the Rhode Island chapter, which was not sustained, and then in the next year, the same people came back and challenged it the next year. And notably, the new people were affirmed the second year. So this was a concern about repetition for that. One of our members on the bylaws committee wanted me to make it clear that the DC chapter felt that this would have affected their situation. I'm compelled to point out that theirs was not re-challenged. The DC situation was a challenge, and the vote was none of the above.
It was a vacancy.
Then there was a vacancy, and the next year it was an attempt by the board to get folks in DC together to come and present, and then it was dealt with the next year. We've got some very serious concerns about this one. It says no one may re-challenge an existing state chapter for 3 years unless there is a very ill-defined thing of previously unheard substantive and relative evidence. Well, if I'm going to bring a challenge, I'm going to tell you that it's previously, it's just not defined what that means. That's open to legal questions and legal challenges. It's just poorly written, and we don't have a good way to fix that problem. I instead think that I would trust the judgments of the delegates that the judgment of the delegates can reject something very quickly. You know, if you have a challenge that's repeated in the next year, the delegates simply refuse to hear it and can vote immediately to reject it without anything else. This appears to be more of a solution in search of a problem to us as the bylaws committee as a whole and to the workshop. So we recommend that it be rejected. Now, Caleb will talk about states and bylaws response. States and bylaws has come up
States and
affiliates, I'm sorry. States and affiliates response, where they've come up with a series of procedures about accepting new chapters, new state affiliates where we don't have them, and dealing with challenges. But that's not presented as a motion, it's presented as a response to this.
Okay, so
if that wants to be dealt with separately.
So when it comes to the motion at this point, because I think we're kind of doing a for or against piece of this.
Yes.
So we haven't actually had a second for the motion to open the discussion.
You don't
Doesn't need one because it's all business.
Correct.
Gotcha. All right.
So
this is discussion.
Yes, so the idea was the state and affiliate stuff is not a substitute motion. It's not presented that way, it wasn't in the advance agenda that way, so it's not a substitute. And it's not even appropriate to be a substitute because this is a bylaws amendment. States and affiliates is policy and procedures.
All right.
There we go.
So from this standpoint, I guess we have for and against.
Hill Brown, Texas.
Yes.
Jim,
and you are for the motion.
I'm speaking for staff. I'm recording.
Point of
information, do we have a yes and no microphone?
Yes. I'm giving a
Yes.
report.
He's giving
that defined?
He's giving a report on this. So go ahead, continue.
Okay, so Jim, our committee chair, is working with Blitz tournament right now, so he asked me to take his place. The bylaws chair pretty well stated some of the issues with that. Basically, the discussion in bylaws, so the delegates last year referred this motion to us, not just to look at it, but to create procedures for state chapter challenges. So that's what we did. Now, we are going to take out, we originally did have this provision about the repetitive challenges. That's going to be taken out, and as a result, it's not germane, it's an amendment. So later, after we finish the advanced agenda, I'm going to offer a motion to adopt the policy without the repetitive challenge part. So we'll discuss that part later. But as far as this part about repetitive challenges, I'll just report on behalf of the SAC workshop that the vote was 59% in favor, 9% against, and 31% undecided.
In favor of creating no challenge for 3 years.
Yeah, essentially it was asking for the opinion of the motion on the screen.
And did bylaws have a position on this?
Mr. President, I just stated bylaws position. We recommend rejection.
That's correct. All right, just linking the two.
And the policy itself as a whole was approved by the committee unanimously. That's all I have.
Bylaws do not speak to the states and affiliates policy. That's not our purpose.
Son Tom, Georgia. I'm also on the SIC committee there. We did come up with this procedure here. Now, I understand it may conflict with bylaws and things of other procedural documents that we're dealing with. I would propose that I know bylaws has a negative opinion about this procedure, but I would still move to refer to bylaws so that
they just object to the motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to be clear. Bylaws is taking no position on the procedure because that's not part of the bylaws committee purview.
Right.
Ours is simply saying to reject this motion if the body sees appropriate to the original motion. If the body wants to adopt these policies or the EB wants to adopt these policies, we have no opinion on that.
All right, thank you.
I would refer this motion to bylaws so that we can craft the exact wording for what needs to be done.
He's already said they have no opinion.
It was referred last year.
To states and affiliates.
No, it was referred to us.
Sorry. All right, thank you. Let's go to the for. Wait. No, let's go. Frank.
I would like to say that I reject the motion. I am the Rhode Island delegate. I hope everyone got a chance to see some. I wanted to hand out what we did last year. I made a lot of promises last year when they did the state affiliates vote, and I want to let people know that we kept those promises. As a delegate, delegates, you made the right choice to make Ocean State the Rhode Island State affiliate. I understand your concern. Why let states challenge every year? I think Rhode Island was a very unique case. DC was, they were trying to start King3, but this is one of the first times it's ever been challenged. And I didn't know that it was a long process. But we just did not reapply. The first year we told to come back, but it didn't work out. Another year went by, there were no improvements on our state.
1 minute.
Okay, they failed and the players suffered. This was a difficult process for us. Most of those items listed on those would never have happened if we weren't able to reply. No elections of officers, no blitz, championship, rapid championship, no women's championship, no invitational. There were 6 players that are around state championship. Okay, and 3 from Rhode Island. A petition would not have been heard. I understand your concern. Maybe they can make it a 2-year process. The EDs can still make their recommendations, but to automatically ban reapplication to 3 years, ban application means that the other state affiliate would be able to operate for 3 more years before we come back. And only approval from the executive board. I think that the delegates should be delegates' decision.
All right, thank you. All right, let's come here to the floor.
Danny Road, New York. The States and Affiliates Committee has come forward with a new motion later in the agenda. I move to table this entire motion until we hear that full motion from the States and Affiliates Committee later in the meeting.
All right, so
Second.
it's been seconded. Is it debatable?
Motion to table is not debatable.
No, not debatable.
Oh, the motion to table is not. All right, so then we have to vote, and it's 2/3 of this body. All right, so all those in favor of tabling this motion, please raise your credentials. We're going to count. Mike?
Point of information, since it's being tabled till later in the meeting, should this instead have been a deferred rather than tabled?
No,
Table's correct, okay, thank you.
30 on this side.
25 on this side.
35? 55? All right, those who are against tabling this motion, please. This passes. Yep. So it passes. We will table this until later in this meeting.
So Danny, if this gets tabled to tomorrow, you're in trouble.
All right, the next motion is DM 2417. Caleb.
All right. Caleb Brown, Texas. This motion passed with 2/3 last year. As we voted on again this year, it gets to 85%. So right now, what the rule book says for business or blitz chess is that the decision of the term record is final. So that means taking strictly that if you're afforded to make a decision, it can't be appealed to the chief committee, which is not how things work, and then it cannot be appealed to US Chess, which is also not how it works. Just restates what the current practice is, which is also reflected in the TV tab. You still would not be able to appeal to like an appeals committee or a special referee for obvious reasons. That's all I have on that.
All right, let's see, sorry, so we don't need to do a second, we're just in discussion.
Correct.
All right, so mic in front is for this motion, the mic in back is against. We have 2 minutes.
Yeah, Douglas Stewart from Mississippi. I'm against this because I've been directly affected by the incorrect ruling I had to appeal during the tournament. The only way I was able to get it taken care of, I just don't like that, and there just wouldn't be any recourse.
As a point of information, I think this was not discussed at the rules workshop. We didn't bring this particular one up.
It's on the floor now.
Point of information, is there still an appeals process beyond the tournament, the chief tournament director? I think there is, am I correct?
Right now, the flip rules doesn't say there is, but this thing is make clear that there is, that it can be appealed to the chess.
Point of information, like Shuey, Tennessee. So you can still basically do the play under protest and then something can happen afterwards, right?
Is that correct, Caleb?
What was the question?
You would still, basically the process is you would play under protest.
He wants to know if he can play under protest. I'm for it because this is only blitz. It is not removing any other appeals for quick or regular chess. I'm not sure if people realize that.
All right. Please state your name, sir.
Yeah, Douglas Stewart, I was just to follow up on that comment, you know, good luck getting cross-country later. You know, I mean, you can appeal it to somebody later, but you're never going to get paid.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I just want to clarify something. I think there might be some confusion here. This isn't limiting appeals. This is increasing appeals, because right now you cannot appeal at all any sort of tournament director at Blitz tournament. This allows you to appeal to the chief TD, which you can't currently do technically, and then to US Chess. So that's what the current practice is reflected. Make sure there's no confusion there.
All right. At the against microphone.
I'm not sure it's against, I move to refer this to the rules committee.
It's already been passed once.
Yeah, this passed in this body last year with at least, but did not have 85% or
supermajority.
Didn't have the supermajority required to be put in the rules immediately because it was just put on the agenda at that meeting. So since it passed last year, but not with the supermajority, it's got to be voted on and passed again this year. If it's passed again at this one, it's in the rule book. It is, it isn't.
And what's the acceptance level of the vote? Just majority? Or is it still 85 again? Two-thirds.
Two-thirds.
Call the question. My man. All right. Is there an objection? All right. We will go to a vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your credentials. All those against? So move 3, 4, 4. We're good. The motion passes.
Mr. President, could the minutes please reflect that it passed with the two-thirds majority so that
Yes.
qualifies it to make a change?
Point of orders, did we get a count to make sure that it does meet the two-thirds?
You don't need it.
We have 4 against.
Right, but how many for?
You are saying 2/3 of the quorum?
Yes, two-thirds of the quorum.
It's not 2/3 of the quorum.
No. It's more than 2/3.
2/3 of those who voted.
All you have to do is announce that it was a 2/3 majority. If somebody wants to request a count, they can.
I request the count.
All right. We're going to count.
All those for.
Please hold your credentials up high. You don't want to miss anybody. 64, which is about 2/3 of the quorum. All right, so now let's go ahead and those who are against. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
93% frustration.
All right, let's go to ADM 2418. Steve Emmett.
There was a rules workshop in person this year of this motion from last year, so the office has accepted that there will be an in-person rules workshop, and that was implemented, so I think we are complying with the request of the maker of the motion.
Thank you.
I'm Rules Committee Liaison from the Executive Board. The chair is not here, so I will be acting for that capacity.
All right, next is 2427, Caleb Brown.
Okay, Caleb Brown, Texas. This proposal was brought up last year, and the purpose of it wasn't so much like making huge sweeping changes to the Blitz rules. The point was to improve the presentation of the Blitz rules to make them easier to understand, and apply the by-term director, especially new ones. So my understanding from the Bylaws Committee workshop, Rules Committee workshop, I didn't get to attend almost any of it because my flight was delayed, unfortunately, from like Wednesday to like probably Thursday. But anyway, so it sounds like we need more work, which is perfectly fine. But it does need to get done at some point. So I move to refer to the Rules Committee with instructions to prepare a revised version of the rules.
Second.
All right, so as motion maker, he wants to refer.
It was referred over.
He wants to re-refer.
Could I speak for the Rules Committee report?
Yes.
Okay. The chair of the Rules Committee was not able to be here this year, so that we're a little limited in what did or did not occur within rules over the past year. We did not get a report. Other than the Rules Committee was opposed to this motion in its entirety, and the Rules Committee believed that any changes to the Blitz rules should be handled one at a time to any rules that might need tweaking or that are defective. That was the Rules Committee position.
May I also add that this went to the rules workshop, and it was defeated unanimously.
The Rules Committee in the workshop did recommend rejection of this motion. If the maker of the motion wants the Rules Committee to work on a Rules Committee document, I think they would be amenable to that. Just get with the Rules Committee chairman, and that's probably the best option, and then introduce an appropriate motion at the appropriate time. But for this motion, both the Rules Committee and the workshop were overwhelmingly opposed to the objection or to the adoption of this motion.
As written.
As written.
Right. So.
Is there a reason why they chose that way?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Is there a reason why they chose to go that route?
Yes, the reason was that they felt that if there were particular rules within the Blitz rules that needed changing or updating, that should be done on a case-by-case basis, and that they felt that the current rule set of the Blitz rules was adequate enough and did not need a complete rewrite, and if there were rules changes that needed to be made, adopt them on what needed to be changed. Do I have that about? On each rule. I think, now again, I'm the EB liaison, I'm not on the Rules Committee, so I'm trying to stand in for the chair of the Rules Committee. So
all right.
Okay.
So great, so you're re-referring.
It's going to refer, yes.
Mr. President, I'd like to remind people, we need to speak into the microphone so that everything can be correctly captured
All right, so,
from the meeting.
So Alan, we got this motion to re-refer. So what do we do? What do we do with this one?
There's your parliamentary act.
Oh, sorry.
I had this discussion earlier on two separate topics, and it is permissible to re-refer. However, that motion is debatable.
And also, this is recorded instruction, which has some special.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I'm going to request unanimous consent to withdraw this motion, including the motion to refer and the main motion. I will work with the Rules Committee on this and make efforts to going forward by referring it is not necessary. I'm asking for unanimous consent to refer. I can't do it.
All right, that's the request for unanimous consent to withdraw. All right, so, thank you. There you go. All right, the next one I see here is 24-28, Steve Emmett of New York. And Sophia? No, she says.
Does that mean you're against it?
Sophia will be at the against the mic. Steve will be at the for. There you go.
This motion was referred last year to the Rules Committee, and there was discussion on the Rules Committee, but I'm not aware that the Rules Committee actually took a vote to endorse the motion to approve it. So I'm not sure it's correct to say that it was approved. The reason, I'll give you some context. I submitted another motion not knowing the status of this motion under new business. And it's pretty much an identical motion. This motion here was discussed at the rules workshop, and there was some questions about edge case scenarios that I didn't feel was going to negate the rule or the proposed rule or the intent of it. But what I'd like to do, if it's permissible, is to ask to withdraw this motion in turn, that I can submit motion 2516 under new business after conferring with some members of the Rules Committee on perfecting the wording. And because of the delay, in other words, this could have been perhaps ruled on this year, but it really shouldn't be, because I don't think the Rules Committee did approve it, even though it would be nice if they had. I would like to refer 2516, when it comes up under the perfected wording, to the Rules Committee with the power to enact because of the extra year of delay.
Let me work with the main part of it. You are withdrawing this motion.
Yes, as long as 2516 is not ruled moot, because it's an identical motion submitted with
We haven't gotten to 2516. Yeah, because it's in the agenda, so it's
okay.
If this is not acted on, if this is acted on, that one's probably moved.
So if I don't know if I have the authority to withdraw, because it's not my motion anymore, but I would like to ask that it be withdrawn.
Request unanimous consent.
Just take as Caleb said.
Yeah, so do you want to request unanimous consent to withdraw?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor of withdrawing? Let's get unanimous consent. Okay, so it's this one's gone. All right, moving on to 2436, Caleb Brown.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I just want to say, express my appreciation to the office for looking into it, looking into this idea. It's also their subject whether we want to do this or not. So I'm going to ask unanimous consent to the calls.
All right, the motion maker has requested to withdraw. Do we have unanimous consent? Are there any objections to withdrawing this motion? Thank you. All right, by unanimous consent? Good, it's withdrawn. I just love the clapping. I just love the clapping. Yes, sir.
There are no objections.
Then we're good. Thank you. I got you. Doesn't mean we can't clap. I agree with you, Caleb. All right, let's go to 2439. This one by Tina Schweitz. Are you speaking to this?
I'm going to give the Rules Committee report. I'm not Tina Schweitz, but I'm very happy to give the Rules Committee report.
All right, so let's see, it's about equipment being set up, so go ahead and give us the rules.
Okay. The maker, I don't believe so.
Doesn't have to be. No.
Proposed rule approval.
So there was a response from Rules in here, and the Rules Committee was not in favor of this motion as written. And could you scroll up just so the response from Rules is there? Okay. That's just why I said the motion is not supported by the Rules.
It's very detailed.
It's very detailed. I couldn't remember it all. I have a short memory. The Rules Workshop had the same conclusion, and it was overwhelming also. It was not supported by this. There were a lot of reasons for that, with move counters on clocks, with that was one of the objections. There were several, but there was basically very little support for this motion in either the Rules Committee or the Rules Workshop.
All right, that's the report. We're debating? For and against, so you're up first.
I yield to.
I'm not speaking for or against, I'm just providing context for what brought this motion up in the first place, and I know Ms. Schleiss. The issue that this is trying to deal with is instances where players at their board, the clock has started and the player has made their first move, and the opponent hasn't shown up, and there's an issue suspicion that the opponent may have known what the first move was. And that's what this was trying to prevent. But the rules of chess say you can't start your clock. When you start your clock, you move. So you can't just, because otherwise your clock's supposed to sit there and run its way if you're sitting there. So I'm against it.
All right. There we go. Any other?
Okay. Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts, I just wanted to emphasize one of the main objections of, if this was the old rule, you could do that as white. You could simply start the opponent's clock, black was late, and wait maybe. But one of the major objections has been mentioned that I wanted to emphasize.
So you're speaking against?
I'm speaking against the motion.
All right. Can I hear the format?
I call a question.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Bob.
Well, I just wanted to emphasize this question of the move count, because move count is going to be messed up if white presses the clock when black hasn't moved. So I think that's one of the reasons that this rule was changed in the first place a few years ago. So the current rule, if you're white, you have to start your own clock, make your move, and then start the opponent's clock. And that should stay, that should remain the rule. So I would vote against this motion.
Thank you. You're standing at the format.
I call the question.
All right, so the question has been called. Are there, do we have to vote for it? Any objections?
Are there any objections?
Are there any objections? Chris Kevin? Are you objecting to calling the question? All right, so all in favor of calling the question? Yes, calling the question. All right, any opposed to calling the question? All right, so questions have been called, and now we're going to cast our vote for or against this motion. All those in favor, please raise their credentials. All those opposed? All right. Thank you. All right. Going on then to 2441. Andy Ray.
Executive board referred to response. Response is no action needed.
The motion was just to ask the board to look at that matter of chess like more concretely. And I'm fairly certain it has been. I don't know if our executive director may want to address that. It looks like she's.
All right, so let's hear from our executive director on that.
All right, thank you. We did analyze the cost. We are anticipating that the cost of the magazine might indeed increase a little over $1 because of the increase in print costs. However, we used to have a barrier, a limitation to what we could advertise in Chess Like magazine that has been recently lifted. So now we can advertise anything we like to advertise. There had been a previous veto power of review depending upon what was being sold at the House of Staunton. And so there were people who were contacting us to sell ads that we had to decline. And that barrier has been removed. And so we would welcome anyone who would like to purchase an ad, contact Brian Thomas, marketing manager. And we're working on that because some of the contacts that Brian makes in terms of sponsorships, they may not be willing to sponsor, but they like to advertise. And so we think advertising is going to help us take care of the costs.
All right, so from what I'm being told, it's been reported out on, and we're done. All right, let's go to the next one, which was also referred. Larry Cohen originally brought this one up, related to TLAs for women's events.
Yes, actually, I believe this was referred to the executive board with power to act. They acted.
Yep.
So this really shouldn't even be on the agenda.
No,
That's it.
It was referred to the executive board. The executive board has made its report.
Yeah.
So the question is, are there any further questions about the executive board report?
And seeing none, we move on.
That's right. Any further questions about the executive board reporting out on this? All right, I don't see any, we're moving on. 2443, Andy Schley. And this one was referred to the executive board as well.
So the executive board should answer, not the major motion.
Don't know, do we do anything about this?
Yes, the response is there. The response basically is that there may be inconsistencies between various US amateur teams because there are east, west, south, north. That this rule is best left to the organizers and to leave it well enough alone. That was the response.
No, the original motion maker, Andy, you have a question, comment?
Andrew Schley, Wisconsin. I just wanted to bring this up last year because, as the response says, they're organizers' own tournaments, but they're bidded out by US Chess. They lead to a national championship. So I just feel that the rules should be unified if they're all playing for the same national championship spot for the amateur teams.
Point of information, the organizers of each of these events, I have knowledge that they are talking about different things, so they are at least talking to each other about the consistencies within their rules, so we should leave it to the organizers at this point.
That's essentially what the response was from the executive board.
Right. All right, we're moving on. 2444, Mike Hoffbauer, this one was referred. You got that.
Point of information, I see that my name's on this. That's not me. Sorry, Mike, I think you have the wrong vote.
Danny, was this you?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, we worked as an EB and FIDE events. Our responses here. Do you guys have any questions?
To summarize, it's in the too hard box to try to fix, because FIDE just does what FIDE is going to do, and no matter how much we scream and yell about it, it just happens.
Trying to start a conversation between organizers of all types, not to conflict with one another.
Well, and also I think part of the point is there's good work from SAC on sort of clearinghouse issues, which this is a subset of, and we look to for solutions from SAC.
All right, we are now moving on to new business. No, we've got the members motion. The members meeting motion. So we go to the screen. That's great. And what do we have? 3? How many do we have? 4. Okay.
One we already dealt with.
One we go. I do miss the monitor right here in front of us. So, members' motions here. Mike, yes, Mike.
Okay, this came out of the membership meeting and felt it relevant to come from them because it affects them, and it was the motion I started with earlier in the agenda on naming of the delegates from the membership meeting. And my proposal is to change Article 5, Section 9 to remove on June 1 of the following year. This deals with the expiration date of the term of that person to the start of the next annual membership meeting. So if there's a second, then I'll discuss.
So it's removed and seconded.
Okay, so discussion. So basically, a couple years ago, after I came off the executive board, after I served that 1 year, the following year, Ken Sloan and I were both put on the, came through the membership meeting. And if you recall, that year, or that year subsequently in June, you have a little special delegates meeting that was online dealing with the sale of the building. Ken and I could not attend that because our terms expired on June 1st. So hopefully this is never invoked again and we don't need this, but I think we need to change the bylaws to allow that delegate appointed, or membership meeting appointed delegate to serve until the start of the following membership meeting and not June 1st.
All right.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. I'm actually against this motion. It is rare that we have ever had a special delegates meeting at all. The last one we had was, I think it was 4 years ago or 5 years ago in March. I see no reason why it cannot, there's a need for a special delegates meeting, that it can't be done by June 1st. It's just, why not?
All right, so that was against. You were at the 4 mic, sir. Your name?
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I don't see any reason for having this June 1st deadline. It makes much more sense to make it the start of the following membership meeting. So I'm strongly in favor of this motion.
Because although it's rare, you're saying it happened to you.
It happened to me, yeah, and I was talking to bylaws and whatnot in the June 1 deadline. Nobody could come up with a reason for that. Presumably it was because of the old fiscal year cycle, which, by the way, changed. Okay, so even if we were to follow that, this would have to change.
Let's go to the against one.
Mike Shuey, Tennessee, calling the question.
Calling the question. Is there any objection to calling the question?
This is not a debate item, this is a report from bylaws on this motion. I just want to be.
Oh, you're providing the report.
Yeah. This did not get discussed at the bylaws workshop, it came to us after that. Having said that, as Mike said, he did ask those of us on the committee who were here, about that origin, we couldn't come up with it. So bylaws did not make a rule on this. However, because this is a bylaws amendment that was not on the man's agenda, it will require 75% approval to pass.
All right. I don't see anyone else at the microphone, so let's see. Let's go to the vote. And it's going to need 75% to pass, so we're going to be calling votes. Do we have a second for this motion? It's already done because it's moved. All right. Let's go for the vote. All those in favor, please hold your credentials nice and high so we can get an accurate count. All right, let's see against. 2, 3. All right. There we go.
Mr. President,
So the motion passes.
Did the record please reflect that it passed with 75%, with more than 75%?
All right, let's move on to the next one up there. 2502, and then Caleb Brown.
Caleb Brown, Texas. So this concept, particularly specified to the Blitz, was something that came out of the Blitz rules. No, the Blitz rules, the broader Blitz rules package. One of the things in that was saying the scorekeeper got part of the Blitz, which common practice, got there. So this is just reflecting it, and then since we're doing that, just makes common sense that you also do it quick, which a TV tip right now currently says that you do not use notation in quick chess. It just makes a rule to incorporate the process.
All right, that's the motion. Do we have any reports?
Well, I'm David Hayter from Georgia. We do not have a report because this was not given to rules to study, nor was it brought up at the rules workshop for them to get a chance. We have a rules committee that exists for a reason. They need to be able to get a chance to study motions that affect rules. Therefore, I move to refer this to the rules committee.
Second.
It's been seconded. Any objection? All right, I guess we have to vote on that. All those in favor of referring this motion to rules? All right, any against votes? 1. It passes. All right, let's go to the next one, please. It's referring. It is referring. Thank you. To rules. All right, next. 03, Mike Hoffpower.
I'll start out by saying that this motion has two parts, two related actions, and they cannot be separated as separate motions. They have to both be enacted together. It's because there is a linkage between the bylaws and the code of ethics. If you change one, you have to change the other. So the two are linked. So I will refer the delegates to page 26 of their delegates call. On the lower right side, section 4. That's the current wording. And the current wording says if a member is suspended, or revoked, if the membership is of an affiliate or a member is suspended or revoked, that the member has a right to appeal. Of course, the member has a right to appeal. However, under the current wording, the sentence of pulling the membership does not go into effect until after the appeal is heard. And that has caused problems at tournaments, where we have had members that the ethics committee has said that person's membership needs to be suspended or revoked. The board has voted on it, and because the action is undergoing, is being also looked at by other committees, the suspension of the membership is held in abeyance. And so the member can go play in tournaments and do whatever it is they wish to do because the membership has not yet been suspended. So the proposed revision is that if the membership is suspended or revoked, then the membership would go, the suspension or revocation would go into effect immediately, but the member still gets the time to appeal. They still get the 30 days to appeal. Okay? And then it would get acted upon as part of the appeals process by the executive board. So the only part of section 4 that this changes is the first paragraph of section 4. In the code of ethics, let's see. Yeah, so in the code of ethics, it's in section 7D. So to implement the proposed change that I just discussed, section 7D with the code of ethics is not in the book. What page is it on? Which page 24? Okay, thanks, Al. So the proposal would amend the code of ethics so that the member still gets the appeal, but that the member still has the right to appeal any decision that comes from the code of ethics that gets ruled upon by the executive board. So the original motion that Hal and I had discussed was that a period of probation or a censure or a lesser sentence, a lesser than revocation of membership or suspension of membership would not have been appealable. So this makes sure that the member still has their right to appeal, a probation or censorship and so forth. So without taking away that particular right. And I'll let my colleague Hal talk about it further.
Okay, so basically what's being done here, in addition to the new language, is a sentence was being removed from the code, which would make this, which is in conflict with this change. Now, as it happens, when I noticed this, I actually overlooked another thing that has to be added to this. If you look on page 24, not in section D, but in section E, there is another sentence that needs to be removed. At the end of section E, it says, in all appeals, the recommended sanctions imposed by the Ethics Committee shall not be in effect until the appeal hearing is completed. Okay, that's in conflict with the intent of this whole thing. So that sentence also needs to be removed. And I would move that this thing be amended to do that.
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Point of information.
Yes.
Stanford in Florida, and the sanctions that are being referred to, I may address the makers of the motion. It's not just from the ethics committee; it's from other, not just the executive board. Other bodies in US Chess that can apply sanctions. Can that be addressed, please?
Yes, the code of ethics is only from the only deals with ethics issues. The code of ethics. Yeah, the original motion, the code of ethics only deals with ethics issues. It does not address issues that come from other committees that do not involve sanctions or suspensions of
Right,
membership.
the first part of the motion deals with...
I'll answer that. The first part of the motion deals with all sanctions that may be imposed by the executive board. So that would include recommended sanctions from rules, TDCC, states and affiliates, FIDE events, as well as sanctions imposed directly by the executive board, as we explained yesterday in the membership meeting. So it would apply to all of those. While this came up in the membership meeting, putting on my bylaws co-chair cap, we knew this was coming, and we floated it in the bylaws workshop. We did not have it ahead of time, but we floated it in the bylaws workshop, discussed it at some length. There was unanimous support in the bylaws workshop for this change. As Mike mentioned, the concern was that I think the bylaws workshop accepted was that it was causing confusion when you had an appeal already decided by the executive board. Okay? So you've had the case heard by one of those constituent bodies. That's then gone to the EB to affirm, or they could revoke or change it. So they've actually heard it on second impression, and this application basically to have it re-examined is a third impression. So since there's already been basically one appeal and saying, let's let the sanction go into place, if they want to come back for reconsideration, that's fine.
Point of order.
State your point, please.
My question is, the motion as it appears on screen refers to a paragraph or a unit of Rule 7. I do not see a Rule 7 on page 24 or 23. I suggest that it's incorrectly numbered somewhere.
That's the numbering is correct.
Section numbers were not put in the printed version.
That's correct. The section numbers were not put in the printed version. The online version and the past version of the Code of Ethics has procedures as section 7.
Okay. Good.
At the mic.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I just wanted to speak in favor of this, and I wanted to address a concern that had been made about, does this take away due process from the member that's being sanctioned? And I wanted to point out, this member's already had the chance to make their case. They made their case to the committee, the original committee, and the committee considered that and decided against the respondent, and also the executive board has responded. So this person has had a chance to make their case, and this is just saying if there's then a further appeal, that would happen after the suspension. And if the
After the suspension begins.
Right. I mean, in other words, the suspension takes effect immediately, and if the executive board then reconsiders and says, you know something, we made a mistake before, we'll now overturn suspensions, then the member will be reinstated. So I just wanted to emphasize this member does have due process, with this change. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. At the against mic.
I'm actually in support of the sentiment motion, Stephen, in New York. I support the sentiment of the motion. I want to ask a question or concern to US Chess legal exposure if somebody who was penalized and then the penalties were applied before the appeal process took effect, and then after the appeal process, the person was exonerated for whatever reason, would he have a legal recourse against US Chess for denying him the opportunities to play in the tournaments that he wanted to play in? Is that a legitimate concern or not?
All right, we do have a couple of lawyers on the board, and we've got a lawyer as well.
Liz O'Donoghue of Louisiana. I am not an attorney to US Chess, but I am an attorney. Okay? There is not a due process concern here. If you are convicted of murder and sentenced to prison, you have a right of appeal, but you don't have a right to wander the streets pending your appeal. There's nothing unusual about this. There's been plenty of process in advance, and my view is that that's unlikely to be a challenge. However, we have corporate counsel here, and perhaps he would like to provide some advice on this.
I would agree with the executive board member. If we have,
Come to the mic, please.
not loud enough for everyone.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's being recorded.
Okay, thank you, Al.
You're being recorded, boss.
I'm being recorded? Okay. Thanks for being here.
State your name, please,
Craig Castle,
and your occupation, firm.
lawyer with Giffen, Winning, Cohen, and Bo Davis.
Corporate counsel to the United States Chess Federation.
Outside counsel to the United States of American Chess Federation. So I agree with our executive board member here that the due process rights afforded to a member or affiliate would be present at the committee. Plenty of opportunity to be heard to make the case. What I envision this process to be is a determination, recommendation by the committee as to the sanction, as to the facts of the case, decision made by the executive board to ratify the committee's report, give notification of that decision to the member or affiliate, give that person 30 days to appeal, and if that person so chooses to do so in a timely manner, then instigate the appeal right. If something occurs before that, as far as new evidence, and the board can take the case earlier. It doesn't have to wait 30 days and instead of hearing, you can schedule a hearing sooner if there's sufficient evidence that comes forward after the recommendation of the committee to reduce or eliminate the sentence.
All right, thank you. And let me add that when we've done appeals, you're not allowed to bring in new evidence.
Could I also speak to the lawsuit issue? Maybe unfortunately in our system, anybody can sue anybody for anything at any time. When I was president of US Chess, I lost 3 days of my life in having to go to South Florida to sit in on a small claims court case for an individual who requested substantive relief for his suspension as a tournament director. For those of you all who are familiar with the small claims court, they don't have jurisdiction over something like that. But we had to show up, we had to sit there and listen, and immediately as I got on the stand, and established I was president, the lawyer moved to have it dismissed because of lack of jurisdiction, and it was. It cost me 3 days of my life, and it cost US Chess about $5 grand. Pay for the attorney to respond and show up, and pay for me to fly down there and spend a couple of nights. So, could we get sued over it? Sure, we get sued over it now. I don't think it changes that.
I would like to add that under Illinois law, the bylaws of an organization are a contract between the corporation and the membership. By becoming a member of US Chess, you agree to abide by the terms and conditions of membership, including those contained in the bylaws, the rules, and other policies and procedures. So you voluntarily avail to yourself that you're going to take subject to these criteria. If you object there, then you shouldn't be a member. You knowingly volunteer yourself to these procedures.
Thank you.
Mike Shuey, Tennessee, on the question.
All right. We've called the question. Any objection?
The bylaws change. What does it require?
Point of order, since it's a bylaws change and was not the advanced agenda, it requires 75% of that.
All right, so we will have to count. Okay. All those in favor, please raise your credentials. Hold them high. Hold them high. Thank you. So far. All those against? Two. All right. We have, three. There was three. All right. Motion passes. By 3/4. Let the record state by 3/4. Brian, is that the end of the member questions? We have 4. Which,
There is one more. This is not a bylaws amendment. It came out of the nominating committee workshop with the realization that of the committees that are appointed by the delegates, the bylaws are silent as to when those terms begin and end. However, traditionally, those terms have begun as soon as the delegates meeting was over. There's a problem with that with the nominating committee. The nominating committee has a 2-year term. The nominating committee is made up of 6 individuals appointed by the delegates who have a 2-year term. It also has 2 members who are appointed by the executive board who are there till they're replaced by executive board. The 2-year term, the intention was for them to go through an election cycle. The problem is if the new members come in right after this meeting next year, the nominating committee is working now on nominations for the 2027 election. And those nominations are due no later than December 1, 2026. This is just to clarify that we want those terms to end after they finish their work for that election cycle. So this would take the people who were elected last year and make it clear that their terms will extend until the end of the nomination cycle for next time, rather than it stopping somewhere arbitrarily in the middle of their work. And then next year, when it's elected, when we make the motions next year to elect them, we'll clarify that the term begins January 1 of 27 and extends to 29.
all right. So that
Comes from the membership.
that is the motion,
That's the motion and the explanation.
and it's been seconded.
Mine is Chris Parson, Tennessee.
Speaking at the against.
Yes, Chris Parson, Tennessee. It's a friendly amendment basically to this. They have to present their proposal by December 1st. So I could see this if their term expired December 1st or December 2nd. There's no reason for them to go from December 1st to January 1st. There's nothing for them to do. They have to present their report.
Are you open to the amendment?
No.
No.
Then if I get a second, I will propose changing the language from January 1st, 27 to December 1st, 26, because that is when they have to, by that date, they have to present to the board, and their job's done. So if I get a second, move it to December 1, 26. If I don't, it's a report.
So how do I proceed now? Is there a second to his motion?
I'll be a second. I just want to hear from him.
He's amending the motion, so he needs a second.
A second. I just want to hear. You have to have a second for discussion, right?
Yeah.
So I want a second.
All right, so we have a second, and now we're discussing the amendment.
I've already spoke to it already. It's having them meet, having their term expire after they present everything, to me makes no sense. They say by December 1, their job is done. There's no reason to go to January.
All right, so that's the amendment. You're speaking against that, it's the rear one. Yes.
Danny Road, New York, December 1st, just as a point of information, sometimes revolves around Thanksgiving weekend. If we are going to make an amendment to the date, it should not be December 1st. January 1st is meant as the start of New Year. It gives the nomination committee a month. There are some days in here that if you put a strict day requirement as soon as the members or the new members coming forward for the next executive board election, which is where Chris is coming from on this issue, then there is going to be some dates here that cause problems. So if you are trying to amend the date, I would recommend a date between December 1st and January 1st.
Can I clarify something, please, from the bylaw? Actually, on page 29 of your definition, I actually misspoke because the submission to the election committee is supposed to be by December 31, immediately preceding the election.
I read that as December 1st. That's my fault.
On Like I said, if it's December
So-
1st, it's my fault.
Okay, if it is December 31st, then I withdraw it.
So it's withdrawn. All right, so we're back to the main motion.
All right, I'm David Vermont, Chair of the Nominating Committee. I'm not so much concerned about, what I am concerned about, if the term expires on January 1st, 2027, is no work to be done by the Nominating Committee after that? Because we're always working on recruiting for other terms, so I'm confused.
That would be the term when the new nominating committee would begin.
So when would but isn't the Nominating Committee elected here?
Yes. So the people who are the nominating committee.
I got you, so you're saying that they actually, that their term would begin on
The
January?
new group would take office January 1, 27 to start working on the election.
Okay, I'm with you now. Thank
The
you.
next year.
Please identify yourself.
For the maker of the motion, if we pass this, do we also need to extend the current terms of the current nominating committee?
That's what this motion does. And it actually doesn't extend it, it clarifies that that was the intention all along.
All right.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to this, because this deals just with a one-time thing, whereas this should be something that is always there, so that, you know, once they get elected in 2026, you need to state that their term ends January 1st, 2028. I think you need to clarify or reword the motion so that it is a permanent change for when the nominating committee's terms expire.
Well, the people who are elected next year, the term would end January 1 of 2029, but that would be made in the motion to nominate for the delegates to elect those people next year. None of the terms are in the bylaws, none of the beginning or end terms. We're trying not to clutter up the bylaws with those sort of policy procedures.
Oh, okay, I was drawing.
All right. Oh, I thought.
Mike Shuey, I'm calling the question.
My man.
You beat you to it.
All right, so the question's been called. Any objections? All right, seeing none, let's put it to a vote. All of those in favor of the motion, please raise your credentials.
Just the majority.
Just the majority. All those opposed? None. Didn't know if that was the lane. Good call. All right, we're going to break now and come back at 3. Okay, we're calling to order, coming back. We're going to get started with new business and move through that segment based upon my straw count here. We had about 19 items under new business. That's right, we got about a 50-50 team. Okay, let's go ahead and start with a motion that comes from many of the members of the executive board. All right, go ahead, Mr. Fernandez, you got to keep your own 2-minute clock on yourself?
Yes, Mr. President, I will keep my own 2 minutes.
There you go, you're staying up
Fine this time. John Fernandez, Missouri Executive Board. Elections to the Executive Board are very important. The next 2 motions are around items that we think are really, really important. The first one, ADM 2509, deals with voter registration. Voter registration is something we have had historically since one member, one vote passed. It is something that, in our opinion, is something that does not help advance good governance and inclusion governance. It is something that takes time and effort and money from our office to do and to promote. And at the end of the day, the voters, only 2.5% of eligible voters voted in the last election. Given the enormous importance of our elections to us, we want to do everything we can to make things way more inclusive. And this motion targets that.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We're open for discussion. First mic in front is the 4.
Committee report.
Oh, committee report. Committee report first.
Mike Newton, Wisconsin, Chair of Elections. We discussed this briefly by email. We're in support of the meaning of this motion. However, there's some probable issues that may arise as far as getting email addresses, prisoners, etc. I don't know, we voted in favor of it before we really discussed it more fully, so we'll let bylaws take it up from here.
Bylaws Committee considered this issue and had some serious concerns about it. The membership of the Bylaws Committee, frankly, was kind of split. Some were opposed and some were in favor of it. But uniformly, I think we saw there were some significant implementation issues, kind of like ones that Mike mentioned. We brought this up in the workshop, and we sort of split the question. We said, in the workshop, we said, ask the question, were folks in favor of the concept? And the vote in favor of the concept was 13-5. There was also a recognition that the motion as presented really isn't ready for prime time in our opinion. So, in discussion with a couple of the makers of the motion who were in that workshop, came up with this potential substitute, with the idea that the delegates could approve, because there is no election next year.
Right.
So getting the delegates the opportunity to approve the concept of universal voter registration and direct the executive board to implement a task force to develop the necessary bylaw amendments and implementation procedures for delegate approval at the 2026 annual delegates meeting, or if y'all want to call a special delegates meeting to deal with just this issue, it's certainly within the rights of the ED to do that. So that's the committee substitute, getting the idea of whether the delegates approve the concept first, and if they do, then let's take time to fix it and do it right, rather than pass this motion and have to come back next year and fix it on.
So you're offering an amendment?
Yes, the bylaws committee was submitting this as a substitute, and the substitute is that paragraph which is up on the screen. It's the stuff above resolved, okay? The substitute's that one paragraph.
So, motion maker?
Part of the reason why we're proposing this now is specifically because we have 2 years to our next election, and we take this as a friendly amendment / substitution.
So the amendment is accepted. Is there any further discussion? For or against? That is the for line.
I would suggest that the best way to do this is to divide the question and first approve the concept of universal voter registration with a straw poll, and then, assuming that is a positive, go ahead and direct the executive board, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what, I mean.
It's a motion to divide the question.
What Mike's doing is making a request to divide the question, vote on the concept first. If the concept is approved by the delegates, then vote on the executive board establishing the task force to provide appropriate bylaws, amendments, and implementation procedure. He's proposing to do it in 2 votes. This motion assumes doing it in one.
So now, with that being offered, do we have to discuss or vote on the 1 versus 2? So do we have a second on the 1 versus 2, or are we still good with the 1? There's a second. On the 2.
If there's no discussion, we'll go ahead and vote on it.
Is there any discussion on the 2 aspects?
Voting to divide the question.
Voting to divide the question. All right, no discussion?
I have a question.
Mike said to take a straw poll and not a vote to determine whether everyone was in favor of universal.
Yeah, the motion maker did mention the straw poll, but how did you?
The reason I phrased it as a straw poll is because the vote is non-binding. It just expresses what the interest of the delegate floor is. If there is sufficient interest, then we could go ahead with the second part of the motion.
So a straw poll will be conducted by show of hands?
Yeah.
All right, so if you if you want to go with the splitting of the motion,
Do we have to vote
We
on
still have to vote on dividing the motion.
that's the dividing the motion. But is that the straw poll?
No, that's just.
Okay, so it is a straight up vote. All right.
Vote on whether we divide the question and do it in
All right, so all in favor of dividing the motion, please raise your credentials. Hold it high. Yeah, but it's pretty close. All right, all those against? No, it's not close. It's not close enough, sorry.
John, what was the count? Well, it was 28 on this side.
An army 25 over here.
Yeah, an army of three. All right, so you are at the 4 mic.
I am at the 4 mic to speak in favor of the first part and to talk about why we think it's important to get to automatic universal voter registration. Right now, under our bylaws, we have 3 classes of eligible voters. We have everybody in this room. The delegates, alternate delegates, and executive board members are automatically registered to vote. Then we have life members who have to register to vote once, and they're registered forever, nothing can take it away. And then we have everybody else in the federation who has to register, take an extra step to register to vote, and if they ever have a membership lapse, they lose that right.
No, please.
They have to, if there's a membership lapse, they lose that right. We don't want to have an us versus them attitude. We don't want some of our members to think that we're some exclusive group that's running things and telling them what to do and leaving them out. What we want, what we need, is for all of our members to be engaged, believe in our mission, and get involved. This is one step towards getting greater involvement and towards spending more time. The office has spent a tremendous amount of time and effort in this last election cycle urging people to register to vote. You know, let's skip past that. Let's instead have that effort go towards voter education. This is what's going on. This is what the candidates are working on. This is what the candidates are interested in doing. This is what they can offer to the board. We had some great improvements in this last election by actually having a forum for the first time. There will be even more. So when we get to the second part, the task force part, we'll get to that. But first of all, I ask you as delegates, think about what your constituents want back home want. And I suggest you what they want is for everybody to have the right to vote easily.
All right, thank you. All right, going now to the against line.
I'm against the concept of universal voter registration in the sense that everybody must be a voter, unless they opt out, unless they affirmatively opt out. I do believe we need to make it easier to vote, and we need to reduce the barriers to vote if there are any. So I would be in favor of anything that it offers a softer opt-in. But I will tell you, as someone who has run for the executive board, who has campaigned a little bit, there's a cost to doing so. If you want to send out a mailing, that costs money. I'd rather send out a mailing that is going to reach people who actually are interested and who want to. Now, we should make it as easy as possible to be a voting member. That I'm in favor of. But if you force every single member to be a voter, whether they want to or not, I mean, I realize they can affirmatively opt out. But that list gets a lot larger, and many of them don't want a campaign mailing. And even if you email it out, there's still a cost to an email blast. The Federation doesn't cost anything. But the candidates, it will cost some money. You're still going to pay a nickel an email or whatever it is. So that's why I'm opposed to universal voter registration. I would be in favor of anything that reduces the barrier to voter registration.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the 4 mic. Let me reset the clock. You have 2 minutes, please begin.
Caleb Brown, Texas. Dude, this is more than a governance issue. Let's not just think this is bylaws. This is a question of a membership benefit. If you go to the join page on the website, one of the reasons why we tell people to join is to have a voice in the future of chess. That's your right to vote. So one of our core values is customer service. This is a customer services document. It's just, are we going to make it easier for our members to vote, to take advantage of what they're buying? And I think this is simple. If we can implement it, that's what we're going to create a task force to figure out, then let's just go do this and make it easy. Simple as that.
All right, well, there we go. And going to the against mic.
Mike Judy, Tennessee, calling the question.
Mike, you are. All right, what was that?
Object.
Oh, well, we have an objection, and does that end it?
We got to take a vote.
We got to take a vote. All right, so 2/3 to pass. So all those in favor of calling the question, please raise your credentials. We're not. We continue on.
Even though I presented a substitute to make this thing work, I'm opposed to it conceptually. A lot of the same concerns that Mike had. Look, if it gets voted in, I'll do everything I can to implement it a good way, as the bylaws committee co-chair if I still am. But I'm opposed to it in principle. Here's why. Most of our members don't care anything about the governance of the organization. We know that because when we did have putting out 50,000 ballots wrapped around Chet's life for 40, we got back 3,000 or 4,000. Those 3,000 or 4,000 registered to vote. So those are the people who typically care about it. Most members don't. I reject the idea that people voting in the thing is somehow going to make them magically connected to the US Chess mission. That's backwards. We got to get them connected to the mission, then maybe they'll want to vote. But a lot of them still aren't going to want to. So we are forcing people to get engaged with the process they don't want to, that may in fact turn them off more than it turns them on. And it will increase the cost of candidates to run.
All right, let's move to the 4 mics. Please state your name.
Hi, Peter Scazzeri from Illinois. I'm with what Leela said. You have to remember, according to Mike's numbers earlier, we had a total of 2,024 voters, and we have 110,000 members down from 117,000 members. If half of those are children that aren't eligible to vote, we're still looking at a 4% return rate on number of voters. Anything we can do as ambassadors of chess to reach out and get people involved, I'm with Leela on this, we need to do that. This should be an invitation.
Thank you. Moving to the against mic in the back. Can't see that name. Please state
I'm
your name.
from Georgia. I'd like to consolidate both Dave Paters and Alan Priest's comments here and just summarize them once again. The deal is this. We would like to make voter registration easier. We should do that. However, to give it to everybody, some of which do not care, do we want people that don't have any, do we want uninformed voters to go ahead and just vote randomly on people here? And like Alan says, it will dramatically increase the expense cost of the campaign. It costs now probably, it could cost $4,000, $5,000 for a campaign for some people. Do we want to expand that where the threshold's more like 10,000? I don't know. But I think that we should think about that as we are expanding this. We want knowledgeable voters.
Thank you. Let's go to the 4 mic.
L.A. Bauer, State of Iowa. This concept of automatic registration is not a novel concept. In the last decade, most of the states have gone toward this kind of automatic registration for voters. They do it through ways that they can get the unique identifying information, often it's with driver's licenses or vehicle registration. So this isn't a concept that's foreign to organizations that are seeking to have participation in their elections amongst the electorate. So to the extent that there have been people that are in favor of the concept of having it easier to register, how could it be any easier? Right now, that is not a difficult thing to do. The point is that there are people that are disengaged from this concept of it being easy for them to register. This gives you more opportunity to reach those people. It's not that you're going to force them to vote, you're simply giving them the opportunity and making it as easy as possible for them to vote.
Thank you. Let's go to the against mic, and you have 2 minutes.
Time to call the question.
All right. Are there any objections?
objection, I haven't heard all the arguments yet, I'm not decided.
That's fine. So the question, it's called the question. It's been objected, so we have to vote. And it takes two-thirds. So all those in favor of calling the question, please raise your credentials. For a total of 20. All right, all those against calling the question? John, are you holding up an onyx card? Not two-thirds, it's almost even. So that fails. We continue. State your name, sir. You have 2 minutes.
John Rockefeller, Maryland. I have a question for Renee, but I'd like to preface it first by saying I was one of 4 candidates, ran not quite as a slate, but together. That helped defray costs, obviously. We don't want only wealthy candidates running for the executive board. So my question to Renee would be something along the lines of, if US Chess were to adopt a policy of something along the lines of public financing, where each candidate would get 1 free email blast, and so let's hold off on the side of a postcard, let's say 1 free email blast, and the additional cost for election buddy to run the election with that many more potential voters. What would you estimate the cost to US Chess would be to absorb that so that candidates wouldn't have to? If they want to do additional email blasts, they could pay for that personally. If they want to do postcards, they could pay for that personally. But 1 free email blast and the additional cost to US Chess for, obviously not all voters would vote, but you have to imagine, say, in addition, doubling the size of the voting pool, what would that cost US Chess?
Okay, and only you last, you're not going to try to pay all of them. You're just going to.
Correct. 1 free email blast per candidate.
E-blasts don't really cost us anything, so that's negligible. But just to help you understand how we do the ballots with election buddy, this year with the number of eligible registered voters, this election cost us $717. It's not the number of people who cast votes. We actually take the number of registered voters and we add 10% because we want to factor in errors like a glitch. We can't add ballots after we set up the election, so we have to account for that and add additional ballots in case somebody had a problem and we need to send it to them. We can verify that they did not get to vote. If you took the number of registered voters, eligible registered voters, and automatically allowed them to register, and we use the same formula, it would cost us $4,720, so $4,000 more to run this election using the same calculation. Now, you might say that you could factor in what the likely percentage of voters is, and you wouldn't necessarily purchase as many ballots. We can also identify super voters, people who voted in a previous election, and then some people target their messaging to those voters. But then you wouldn't capture the new voters in the next couple of years.
So it sounds what you're saying is the cost would be to candidates for 1 free blast, 0, and a very small cost to US Chess for expanding the voter registration pool.
4,000.
4,000. That's not huge. That's not huge. So the price to US Chess would be 4,000. An increase of 4,000. Thank you.
And then, I'm sorry.
So let's finish because your time is up, by the way. But close. Go ahead and wrap this up.
Point of information.
Yes. State your name.
Greg Bartlett, what is the cost per postcard for US Chess process candidates mailing?
So, like the postcard we just mailed?
Yeah.
That was about $4,000 for us.
4,000 to send out, about 4,000 of them. So if we So if we send out 40,000 of them, it costs $40,000, raising the cost of the candidate from $4,000 to 40 to do the mailing. Is that
If you
correct?
want to get out of
If you want to go to everyone.
If you want to go.
That's what I just said. If you want to mail to all the registered voters, you're telling me, I'm clarifying the cost. You said the cost was $4,000 to do a mailing to everyone that was registered. If we have 40,000.
Point of order, point of order.
that is correct. Hang on. So
Yeah,
you're
point of order, this is a point of order.
Come.
This is not-
It's okay, we're gonna get to you. I'll tell you what, step to the mic, Leila. Step to the mic.
My point of order is this is not a point of information, this is an argument that needs to be at the for or against.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Point of order. A point of information is asking a question,
That is true.
and all I did was ask a question of what the cost was for this last election. That was the question, that's all I asked.
It's been answered. It's been
Thank you.
answered.
I appreciate that.
All right, let's go to the against mic.
Jim Manella, Southern California. I'm really torn on this one because I agree with the concept.
That's all we're voting on.
But I also see the negative side of this. It will increase the cost to the candidate or to the federation, and I don't think either of those are good choices. I think it was Alan who said that most of the voters don't care. And that's pretty obvious since we have a 2% return rate, and that's disgraceful. It is. But I don't see, we're just saying everybody is automatically registered, is going to change that. So while I agree with the concept, I don't think it's going to have the effect that the makers think it will have or hope it will have. But the negative side is real and will continue to be there, no matter what we do. So while this may not encourage more voters, I think it will encourage more candidates, which in and of itself is a good thing, but it's an expense. And that's why I am against this motion.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going now to the for mic. You have 2 minutes, sir.
I have a tremendous sense of deja vu standing here.
Please state your
My name is Michael Nolan, I'm the delegate at large from Nebraska. In 1987, I stood in front of a similar microphone in Portland and made almost the exact same argument about a concept then called one member, one vote. I was almost booed out of the hall. Literally. I am amazed that we still are arguing the basic same issues that we had back then, which has correctly been called an us versus them situation. We need to have universal enfranchisement of eligible voters. The easiest way to do that is going to be voter registration. Is there a cost? Of course there's a cost. Are there advantages? Of course there are advantages. What I would like to point out in conclusion is that what we are doing here today is voting on the concept and then on a procedure that will hopefully get us bylaws next year.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the against mic. You have 2 minutes.
Jeff Whitwell, Illinois. My concern is that this motion makes the assumption that there is a way of doing this correctly. I would prefer it if it said attempt to find a way and not assume that we definitely can.
All right. Are you making an amendment to the motion?
I think he's asking.
I'm against it at the moment.
Okay, you're just against it. Let's go to the for mic. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so first of all we're doing is voting on the concept. That is how we have split the question. It would not be, nothing would go into effect from a task force. It would come back in front of this body next year to make a bylaw amendment, because it would pace a bylaw amendment to change us from voter registration to automatic voter registration, and also for you to approve whatever other changes the task force has come up with. Now, separately, let me speak to this idea of cost. First of all, our costs are so low right now because we moved from mailing ballots to all electronic voting. When we did that, we saved thousands of dollars. We also eliminated the main objection to having everyone registered, which was having to mail out ballots to people who didn't return them. That was the major reason for having voter registration to begin with, to not have to send out 50,000 ballots to only get a couple of thousand back. All right? Now let me talk about this idea of cost of campaigning, because I didn't spend any money campaigning. I did not spend $5,000 or $10,000. And you know what? If that's what it took to be elected to the executive board, I would not be a member of the executive board, because I do not have that kind of money. Period. I don't. I was a single mom for many, many years, and I don't have that kind of money. It's not necessary. You can run a campaign. I come from a small state with not that many chess players. When I was elected, 14 people in my state voted. So it wasn't by getting the hometown votes who knew me before the election to vote for me. It was about talking to people individually, talking about what I could bring to the board, finding out what their concerns were, and then asking them, please go back home and endorse me to the people. The days of needing to have a postcard in the mail to run for office are gone, because most people are following social media and getting electronic communications. And one of the things the task force could do is offer people free email blasts and things like that. But remember, what we're doing today is voting for the concept and then asking for a task force to come up with the details. It'll come back before you next year to decide whether to amend the bylaws to have automatic voter registration. If you vote down the first part of this today, we don't get a task force and we don't get anywhere.
Thank you. Going to the
order.
State your point.
A person who, under Robert's rules, I didn't want to interrupt her and let her go ahead and make a point, but a person is allowed to speak to the motion, and then they cannot speak again to the motion until everyone else who wants to speak has had an opportunity.
That is correct, and that's on me. You're
So
right
I'm
on
just
that.
bringing that up.
No, thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right, so let's go to the against the mic. You have 2 minutes.
Long Nicholas, Mississippi. Much like everyone here, I am for the enfranchisement of people. So I think the question is this universal voter registration. And so I move that we modify this modification to allow us to create the task force to develop necessary bylaws and implement procedures for delegate approval via any means necessary up to and including universal voter registration. But let's let the task force look at it, come back with recommendations to create some bylaw amendments and procedures, and then let us vote on that.
So you are for the motion?
Now, I'm for amending the motion.
No, it's already amended, it's already in that direction. So if you're for it, you get that part, and then we get to do the second part. So you're actually for the motion?
I'm not for the motion as it was written.
Okay, all right, so. Exactly. We're voting on the first part, or not?
He's trying to amend the divided motion.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's not.
No, he's dividing the second half. Yeah, all right. All right, so we're going to move on. Come to the floor. John, you haven't spoken to the motion, you presented the motion.
I was clarifying that. John Fernandez, Missouri. For someone who's trying to get us from 1 member 0.025 of a vote to 1 member 1 vote, and all those on the no mic and the against mic that are talking about a lot of implementation issues with supporting the motion, if that is your position, please say you are for the task force. We will happily come to you with all of the issues and implementation discussions, and we will have them in Grand Rapids. Thanks.
All right. To the against, please state your name.
Wayne Powers, Rhode Island. And really, all I want to say here is that I think the process we have right now is pretty good, because I logged into my USCF account as if I was going to renew my membership, except I just said register. It was a big thing, big, it was an orange.
Big blue button.
Big blue button, sorry, thank you, big blue button. I just hit register and it was done. So to me, it's very simple, and anyone who really cares about this already has something in place that they can use. So I actually don't think we have to change much of this, and that's why I voted this motion.
All right, let's come to the floor.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois, call the question.
All right. Is there any objections to calling the question? Seeing none, we are calling the question, voting on the motion, which was split. So,
Point of order.
Okay. This is
So
the concept.
to clarify what we're voting on, the motion that has been split, what we will be voting on is the delegates approve the concept of universal voter registration. That's what we're voting on right now.
To make it, yeah, okay.
That's the only
That's
part.
that's the only part. All right, so if you are in favor of this motion, please raise your credentials. All right. This is on the concept. Majority. 21? 31. Okay, let's go with those who are against. It passes. Yes, so the concept passes.
So with the divided motion, now the motion that's before the body is to direct the executive board to create a task force to develop necessary bylaw amendments and implementation procedures to establish universal voter registration for delegate approval at the 2026 annual delegates meeting or a special delegates meeting called for this purpose. So that is now the question before the body after the split of the motion and approval.
Does this part require a second?
No, we've already split the question.
So now we are
open for
discussing.
debate on this motion.
All right, so we're open for debate on this, on the second part. All right, seeing none, let's put it to a vote. Wait, we have one.
So to clarify, you're against sending it to a committee?
Yes, sir. Okay. Al Lawrence, New York. I think it would be wise to see what the proposals are before we put it on a track to be automatically approved. I understand that. I understand that. I still think we'd like to see what the ideas are before putting it on that kind of a fast
So
track.
unless I'm misunderstanding, when it goes to committee will come back to us with those ideas. And all we're doing is basically authorizing the committee to do that.
Yeah.
And, am I right?
But the first part, the first
task force next year.
Yeah. Go ahead, Al.
as my understanding is, and I don't want to complicate the tape record, but my understanding is that the second part of this, the motion that I'm now going to vote on, would really put it on a kind of a fast track where it could be approved next year. I think we would need more time than that. I also think the world needs less, not more uninformed voters. Thank you.
Addressing the process, just for a minute. If the task force came back with bylaw amendments, those would be routed to the bylaws committee for review and discussion. We would bring them back here to the workshop at the next meeting or a workshop before a special delegates meeting called for that.
Is out of order because he's discussing the rationale behind having the nominating committee as opposed to the issue that we're discussing.
He's discussing what he's supposed to.
Yes.
He said the represents bias.
Okay, Kevin, continue. Sorry. Go ahead.
My point is just that listing the candidates as recommended versus other candidates, as this is written, goes against the neutrality of allowing the electorate to inform itself, and we've already had the Zoom meeting where the candidates were given their statements, so that wasn't being able to inform the electorate, but the electorate should be allowed to make its own decisions without bias.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the for mic, and you have 2 minutes.
Aware of the sensitivity of the question, I move to refer this motion to the task force.
Second.
All right, it's been offered to refer, and it's been seconded. All right, so referring the motion to...
Point of information, which task force?
The
The Universal Voting Task Force? That's what I'm at.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, which task?
The one we just...
The one we just...
The one for universal voting?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I would be in favor of that. I think it's a serious question, and we're already on track to look into this stuff. So.
All right, so it's been moved, it's been seconded. Oh, well, we're in discussion.
Okay,
We're in discussion. So we just heard from the floor. Let's go to the against the amended portion of what we're talking about. We have a motion to refer.
Point of information, a reminder that the next election is not until 2026, so it gives us time.
Let's go.
27.
So we're going to the against Mike. And you're against the referral. That's why you're there.
I am against this. The candidates are already recommended by the nominating committee.
Why are you for the motion to refer?
This is the motion to refer.
So he's still. Okay, Frank, continue. You're still.
You have to take a vote on the referral.
No, you can still speak.
No,
to
you
the
can still
subject.
speak.
The substance of the underlying motion.
I'm against this motion because I believe that candidates are already referred by the nominating committee. I don't know about you, but I got mail, I got Facebook, I got email on who they recommended. I don't think it should be on the top of the ballot as well. It does show bias, as Kevin said. They can recommend somebody, but that should not be included on top of the ballot.
All right, thank you. Let's come to the floor now.
I'm in favor of the motion to refer. I think this is along the same lines as we were discussing with the universal registration, so therefore I believe it should be referred.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the against Mike. Please state your name.
Ken Sloan from New Jersey. I'm going to speak to the underlying motion. I agree with lots of the other reasons stated at this mic, but I want to throw in one more. To me, this is completely inconsistent with the idea of avoiding us versus them by reducing universal registration. The existence of a nominating committee and to the strengthening to the effect of having such a strong effect on the ballot is exactly an us versus them. It's saying to the voters, we know who you should elect, rubber stamp it and move on. Don't ask any more questions. I would much rather see the nominating committee do a better job of advertising why they approved of some people and not of others. I don't want to see this kind of thing on the ballot.
All right, thank you. And let's come to the forum.
I am in favor of referring this. This is a very sensitive topic. There are a lot of strong feelings about it, one way or the other. So I think it's a very good idea to send this to a committee who will study it, get input from people, and come back to us next year, which is a year before the next election, and say, this is what we think. If you agree, then vote it up. If you don't agree, vote it down, and we'll go back to the drawing board. And it won't take effect until after the 26th election. 27. But, okay, not referring it to me is like driving towards a cliff with a blindfold on and not having somebody next to you to say, you're getting a little close, step on the brakes. So I'm in favor of referring this.
Thank you. All right, and Alan, are you at the against the SES? Okay.
And I've spoken to the motion before. I just asked Caleb what his intention was. He said he was going to intend to call the question. I just would like to make my comment. It's a second bite of it before he does that. That's okay. Yes. This is big. I'm a country boy. This is big. We can refer to the committee. We can't put enough lipstick on it to make it look pretty. All right? This needs to be defeated. Referral isn't going to make it better. This concept is clear. And I recommend that we vote against the referral and vote against the motion and just be done with it.
All right, thank you. And
Caleb Brown, Texas. I called the question.
all right, are there any objections to the question? And so right now we are voting on the referral. All right, because that's the motion on top of the main motion. Simple majority. If you would like to refer this motion, please raise your credentials. If you are against referring, please raise your credentials. Okay, the against wins.
You're voting on
on the motion.
And now we're back to the main motion.
Any further discussion?
Any further discussion on the main motion? I really appreciate this help, guys, I do. I don't have an ego in this, I'm just trying to make sure we do the right thing. Seeing none, let's put it to a vote. Those who are in favor of this motion, which was to... There we go.
Whatever's in underline.
Oh, this was to
Down.
to list the people, to separate the people.
What the motion changes, as what you're voting on, is what's in bold and underlined. So the motion that we're voting on right now, if you vote to approve it, you're voting to have the nominating candidates recommended nominating committee listed at the top portion of the ballot, and then the others listed underneath it. So
That's
if you
it.
want that, vote for it. If you don't want it, vote against it.
All right, so all those in favor of this motion, please raise your credentials. All right, those against? All right, the motion does not pass.
This is my last one, I swear.
That's what they always say.
You made enough trouble.
Certainly for this year, John Fernandez, Missouri. One of the honors I have being on the executive board is that I get to be the liaison to the top players. And it's actually great that we have top players as delegates now, which I think is awesome. The majority of conversations with top players are about invitational spots. Tournaments like the US Championship, tournaments in St. Louis, our Olympiad spots, our World Cup spots. A big area of fear has been, we have a great influx of immigrants here who end up playing, changing the USA flag, and actually playing in our tournaments. The vast majority of them have stayed. Like I said, at least one of them, and actually we have multiple title players and delegates who've done that who are here today. The fear has always been someone's going to come in, get a lot of stuff, take a lot of invitational spots, and leave. That finally happened with Begum Tokunyora, who came to play at the University of Missouri, played in multiple US Women's Championships, Cairns Cups, American Cups, 2 Olympiads, won the Sanford Fellowship, and took a FIDE World Cup spot, Alan told this story earlier, and went back home just 4 years later. The angst that has caused in our top players is quite significant. And so for that reason, we're looking to tighten up the invitational requirements a bit, looking to more create those players that wish to stay here so that we can actually have our players be the ones that are supported. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion. Do we have a second? Second. It's been seconded. We are open to discussion. At the four mic. Sunil, please identify yourself.
Sunil Gurman from New York. I'm co-sponsor of this motion along with John Fernandez. So we have situations. I'm just trying to preempt, any issues. You guys talk that some people would like to come to the U.S. and take Jane Singfield's $100,000. This talk is around and some people have been identified. So I think it's a good idea to just tighten up the procedures.
Yes, Jane Singfield has offered $100,000 to any memorial. Okay. And also, if you become a GM. Yeah. All right, at the floor mic, yes, sir.
I have a point of information. Mike Newman again, a different hat here as chair of the Invitationals Committee here at the US Open. I want to make it crystal clear that your intent is not to affect, shall we say, the invitationals, the Irwin, Dagger, Barber, etc. Because you use the term invitational.
Invitational regs for.
I agree. I understand, but I just want to make absolute. I want it on the record that that's what you're talking about, because we have had foreign players, especially the Irwins this year.
So these are
Okay, and to make it also just clear that we have in our documents that the Irwin winner, for example, can play in the US Senior Close. However, there is a statement in our regs that says if eligible. Okay, so that especially is like on the Denker and the Herring as far as age limits. If the Denker champion is too old to play in the Junior Close, the following year they would not be eligible.
Correct. This would have no impact on the invitationals as hosted here. So
all right.
Okay, let me put on a different hat. Alan Creed.
Yes, 2 minutes, yes.
From Kentucky, speaking in favor of it. I'm going to put on my former ED member hat for a minute. The Top Players Committee was originally established, basically revitalized with President Ruth Harry. And at that point, this question was addressed to the top players, and they helped develop these guidelines in the first place. So now we have our top players saying, we don't think these guidelines work very well anymore. I respect their judgment in that. Now to put on my other hat, as the zonal president, I have to implement this stuff. And, you know, we had to deal with the issue of the player who wanted to move back to Asia and take one of our Women's World Cup slots with her, and we got that changed. I would prefer not to have to do that again, and this would help resolve that from happening, so I'm very much in favor of this change, if nothing else, because our top players want it to be changed.
Going to the back mic.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois, call the question.
All right, are there any objections? All right, the question has been called. All those in favor of this motion, please raise your credentials. Thank you. Any opposed? None. All right, the motion carries. All right.
One for three.
So the next one is ADM 2512, which I think Caleb has some news for us on that.
Yes, I did not realize at the time I submitted this that it was causing tax problems. The very knowledgeable coach of the bylaws committee told me about it afterwards, so I am going to ask his advice and withdraw.
All right, the motion has been withdrawn. That was, we appreciate you upon acclamation. All right. Yes, it's Caleb. The next one is yours. 2514.
Okay, so 13.
We're 13.
Oh, it's down at the bottom. 13. Thank you.
Okay, so Caleb Brown, Texas. So this motion is very simple. So last year, we amended the bylaws to state that delegates and delegates at large have to be at least 16 as of the election year. So that's essentially what's currently in the bylaws. But it doesn't say anything about alternates. Now, I would probably agree that if you ask a lawyer, they might say that alternates have to be at least 16. But not all chess players are lawyers. It's just going to make it clear that to be an alternate delegate, you have to be at least 16, just like delegates. Kind of common sense. It's only 2 additional words, so it doesn't really hurt.
All right. This is the motion. Do we have a second? Second. All right, it's been seconded.
Bylaws committee report. We got this. We talked about it. We also took it to the workshop. The point of view of the committee was the same as the point of view of the workshop. We're not certain that this is necessary, but we don't think that it particularly hurts. So, okay.
All right, so we've heard this, so we're open for discussion, and I don't see anyone at the mic, so we can put it up for a vote. If you are in favor of this motion, please raise your credentials. Thank you. If you are against, none.
So, could
So the motion passes.
Could the motion, the minutes reflect that it passed with the 2/3 majority required to be implemented as a bylaws change?
Yes. All right, the next one, Caleb?
Yes, me again. So this is rather simple. So this little committee report, there's a DASI, which means a policy that delegates have adopted in the past, dating back to 1994, which essentially says, as currently written, that if the committee report is not written in delegates file, it has to be distributed on paper in the meeting. Well, that's not what happened this year, and has not happened since I've been a delegate. And presently, the current practice is just post them on the website. They've been there for months. So this should just allow that. If the committee still, for whatever reason, wants to be handed out on paper at the meeting, they can, but let's just make sure it's legitimate to just post them on the website.
Bylaws committee report?
Yes.
Bylaws committee addressed this, even though it's not a bylaws change, these documented policy statements, the bylaws committee has traditionally dealt with those issues as well. Even though, very clearly, these are not bylaws, these are policy statements.
Because
our concern with this was simply making sure that stuff got out there enough in advance for the delegates to see it ahead of time. So our only concern was that stuff not get, if we're going to get a report that day, it probably needs to be handed out rather than just say, we posted it on the website. Not everybody here has access to that, sitting here in the room. So that was the only concern. The bylaws workshop had no objections to it, other than just, we want to make sure that the information is available in time for the delegates to read.
All right.
Otherwise, we're okay.
All right, so
point of information, the key words here are posted on the website. There are many committees that have to do a lot of work in the May, June, July window, and to force it to go into the delegates call can sometimes be a little bit tricky for committee reports. So I encourage to post it on the website to allow more committees a little bit more time to post their places.
Actually, Danny, that's not what the change is. What the change says, if it was not published in the delegates call, it would be distributed at the meeting. So that's not what the change is. The change is simply saying, instead of it being limited to being distributed at the meeting, it could be posted on the website.
all right. Yes.
Again, Ken Sloan from New Jersey. I'm actually in favor of this motion, but I'd like to make what I think is a critical comment. I'm very disturbed by a trend that I see lately of a justification that Caleb gave, which is, well, yes, these were the rules we agreed on, but since we haven't followed them for many years, we ought to change the rules. I think it really ought to go the other direction.
We should follow the rules. That's what you're saying.
As Caleb said, we haven't been following this procedure for a great number of years. We haven't been passing out committee reports at the meeting, and his justification for changing the rule is, well, since we don't do it, we should make that the rule.
So, but you are for this motion?
I'm for the motion itself.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I'm actually, this is Chris Parsons, I'm actually for the motion, but I offer a friendly amendment. Our goal is to get information out there. If we could change the word "or" to "and," so that if the rule right now is to distribute it at the meeting, then we distribute it at the meeting, but we also post it on the website with all of the other reports, so those who want to go on the website can read it, and it will be distributed. It's a very easy thing to post a document.
So do you accept that amendment?
No.
So you either or, you want or.
That's
So if we need to ask if there's a second for that, it was not accepted as a friendly amendment.
It was, oh, so now we need a second. So back to.
Is there a second?
Is there a second for the amendment?
Did you withdraw it?
Well, I would rather see it and. So if there's a second, I would rather.
Is there a second for the and? We have a second.
And the reason for that is, if the rule right now is if it's not in the committee reports, it's put on, it's passed out at the meeting. For those of us who are also computer literate, we would also like to see it on the website. Plus, it gets it on the website with all the other reports for our members to see and for delegates who aren't here to see. So.
All right, so now we're on the motion, speaking to the and. Because right now it says or.
Well, I'm actually against that because what it would require then, it would demand that all of these reports be printed on paper.
So
Actually,
if you say and, you got to do both.
I can explain to it. The purpose of this, the act that says anyone not printed has to be handed out at the meeting. That's the rule. Now this changes that you can hand out the meeting or post it on the website if it's not in pre-printed.
Right.
And then this would require, if it's not already in the document, that you pass it out at the meeting, which is required right now.
Because it says not published.
Right, it's required right now, but this requires that you would also put it on the website. You would still have to print it probably. It would require anybody else to do anything else.
If you did not publish it in the delegates call.
Right, and just put it on the website.
Okay.
Thank you for making my point, Chris. What this, changing that to and would require then, which is what Caleb's motion is trying to get away from, it would require taking any of these committee reports that are coming in after the point, we're not in the delegates call, require either printing them in the delegates call or handing them out here in paper. They're not printed in this delegates call. They're referred to in this delegates call, and it tells you where to go get them. So we have to make this delegates call 3 or 4 or 5 times bigger than it is, just like it used to be. Or we have to hand out a stack of paper to every delegate when they walk in the door like this. If you change that word to "and." I don't think you want to do that.
All right, let's come to the Mike. Have you already spoken to this one, David?
Speaking to the change.
Okay, the change. Go ahead.
So I would say I'm for this.
Pronounce yourself, please.
Sorry, Main Powers, Rhode Island. I would say I'm for this, but there's a little bit of debate now with and versus or. How about just and/or as a friendly amendment?
It's a tough crowd, Wayne.
Yeah, fair enough. Slight approach. Thanks.
Now that,
Yes.
in Road, New York, now that we are considering the "and" part of this, again, with committees that have to do work later on, it requires them to get all of their work either into the office and sent to be printed or printed themselves. And sometimes that can cause a problem when a lot of the work that needs to be done in April, May, June, July as we approach, sometimes takes the committees a little bit more time, especially committees that do a lot of work over the early part of the summer, the Scholastic Committee being one of those committees. So I'm warning that this has more consequences. So I agree with Caleb's motion and not the amended motion.
Thank you. All right, we go to the back mic.
We need a two.
Well, I was going to speak to the main motion after this is voted on. This is the amendment, right?
Well, I think but you can still speak to the main, yes?
Speak to the amended motion.
Speak only to the amended.
Right.
It was different when it was referred.
Right.
All right, let's go. So Kevin,
Caleb Brown, Texas, I called the question.
all right, are there any objections to calling the question?
Yes,
All right, so now we put that to a vote.
I have an objection.
Yeah, so for us to proceed, we have to vote on calling the question. Well, no,
Yeah.
on calling the question.
Correct.
All right, so if you are in favor of calling the question, please raise your credentials. All right, and it says 2/3? You say 2/3. If you are against calling the question, please raise.
Questions?
No, we're calling the question.
So now you're voting on the amendment.
Yes, we're voting on the original amendment. Now we can discuss that, all right?
We haven't voted on the amendment.
We're voting on the amendment.
We're voting on the amendment because we
Now we're
discussed
voting on the
it. We
amendment.
closed the discussion and now we're voting on the amendment. All right, please state the amendment because I'm losing track here.
The amendment, the proposed amendment is to strike the word "or," post it on the website, and substitute "and," post it on the
It's the
website.
Prosser amendment. All right, gotcha. All right, so all of those who are in favor of the amendment, please raise your credentials. Yeah, the question was called. Okay, all those against? All right, so now we're back to the main motion.
Right, now you can have debate on the main motion.
All right? There we go, yeah. So, Kevin, yes, sir, please identify yourself.
Kevin Zogo in Mexico. My suggestion is to offer a friendly edit to the way that this is phrased so as to allow the most appropriate method of communication to the delegates to occur, rather than specifically naming printing or website or social media or whatever.
Who decides?
Just because using that language can be limiting and
All right, do you accept
Mr.
that
Chair,
amendment? No. All right, so now that you do not accept that amendment, it needs a second. There is no second. All right, we continue on. Dr. McCord, yes.
Okay, we're back on the main motion.
Yes, sir.
This is really a point of information. I chair the recognitions committee and I send my report only to the board because it names volunteers who may not be affirmed. Now, if the wording of this thing requires that my committee give a report to the delegates, all I'm going to do is say thank to the committee members for participating. I'm not going to list any of the names recommended. Does this motion require that or not?
Our current policies do not require committees to make a report.
That's good. All right, so at the format, yes, sir.
Peter from Illinois, I'll call a question.
All right, the question's been called. Any objections?
Objection.
Did I hear someone say? Okay. Okay, so now we're going to vote on this. On calling the question. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your credentials. All those against? I can count from now. 1, 2. Here you go. All right, so the question has been called, and we are going to vote on the main motion. All those in favor of the main motion, please raise your credentials. All against? We have 1. All right, thank you. That motion passes. The next motion. Is that Tim? Yes, Tim. 2515.
Earlier, Pete Genius was up there and he showed the pictures of the people that help him out. And one of them is Michael Buss. He does the correspondence stuff. Michael is not a delegate, but he needs these rules to get the job done. I volunteer as a delegate to present it to the body. That's it.
So state your motion, please.
Oh, you don't want me to read that whole thing?
No. But I need you to give us a synopsis.
It's in the book.
It's in the book.
It's the first sentence.
These rules, effective October 1st, 2025, supersede previous versions and apply to all US chess correspondence chess rated tournaments.
So this motion is related to correspondence chess only.
Yeah.
All right?
Right.
And do I have a second for this motion? It's been seconded. Do we want to have any discussion on this? No.
Yes.
Yes. Fun, do you play correspondence chess?
No, I do not. Before Mike Buss was the US Chess staff, he was the head of the task force for correspondence chess. And he did a great job in getting a lot of work done to get correspondence chess updated. So this proposal should be well received. I'm for this motion.
All right. Back, Mike.
Okay, this is Tom Lehman from Northern California. I have a question for actually myself and the 2025 Chess Meeting of the Year. I have a question. 5A, that you're crossing out with a maximum of 10 days reflection for any one move. This allows then someone to play 10 moves using 0 reflection time. Now I got 30 more days. Now I got 30 days. I'm now on my 11th move. I can, in theory, take 60 days and just sit on my clock for 60 days. I think that's what just all my years of playing correspondence chess. That's what this prevents. You have to at least make one move every 10 days.
Oh, I'm just presenting what Michael wrote.
Okay, I thought you knew. Well, okay.
So I play, so you get that, within those 30 days, you have to make 10 moves. This is how the ICCF server works.
Correct.
Yeah.
You have to make these 10 moves.
Yeah.
Then, at a certain point, I can be saving up. If I make all those 10 moves in 0 days, okay, I can make a move in 0 days. We all agree on that, right?
No.
It's in 0 days. That's in the next paragraph. Next paragraph says it says if you receive it on March 22nd and you postmark it March 22nd, you have 0 days reflection time. I've done that before too. So if I do that, by the time I make my first 10 moves, as you suggest, I now get those 30 days, and I've used 0 up. Now on my 11th move, I can use 60 days.
Time. All right, that was your 2 minutes.
I'm not saying saying you're wrong, I'm saying.
I'm in favor of everything else.
So you're against the motion, correct?
Except for 5A.
Okay, all right, so we'll take that under advisement. Let's come to the format.
Yes, I think everything you said was correct, but I think it's just a fact of life of hosting the games on the ICCF server. It's just how it works. They're probably not going to customize it for US Chess, and so it just, it's just part of using that site, for it. So it is a problem that can happen, but the game eventually finishes. The only other comment I would make is I am supportive. I do think in the future they ought to consider whether databases that include computer games computer use games should be allowed as a reference material.
Okay, so let's stay to the motion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mike Shrewd, Tennessee. In the spirit of Tim just not being ready, and then also to correspondence chess and trying to go against correspondence chess and not taking forever, I call the question.
All right, are there any objections?
I object.
All right, well, we're going to put that to a vote then. Do we want to call the question? All those in favor, when we call the question, please raise your credentials. And those against? It's called. All right, so we're back to the main motion. We're back. We're calling. We're voting. We're voting. So all those in favor of the motion, please raise your credentials. We better count this.
85%.
Please keep your credentials up if you were voting for. Thank you.
Okay, all those against? Seven and five. So we're exactly 80%. We needed.
So we need 85% for it to be effective. So if you do not have that, you will vote on it next year. And if it gets 2/3 next year, then it will become.
But we're done with it for now.
The amendment should reflect that it received more than 2/3 of the vote, so it will be placed on next year's ballot.
Less than 85%.
Less than 85%, so it will be placed on next year's ballot for voting on it again.
Got it. All right, so we're.
Can I address that real quick? For newer delegates, the reason for that rule is we had a history of trying to write rules changes on the floor. And when you do that, you screw them up. And when you're trying to draft stuff in a hurry at the last minute, you screw them up. So the idea was we really need to have a lot of time to think about it before we change rules. If a rule really needs to happen quickly, everyone's going to agree that it needs to change. If we're not real certain about it, then we bring it up and vote on it a second time. This keeps us from having to come back the next year and deal with unintended consequences of the rule change. That's the reason for that operating rule for our meetings.
What's the actual vote and
What were the numbers for the vote, John?
It was 48-12, so exactly 80%.
So when it comes to, so we're on to the next. Okay, but before we do that, we just wanted to do a count of what we have on the docket. And John, what did you say?
So we have 4 more ADMs. According to Brian, we have 4 or 5 additional submitted ones on the floor. We're going to kind of keep going through just to make sure we can try to get this done in one day versus taking a break. Obviously, we're not locked in the room and more than welcome to take a break if you want.
So we press on. All right, Steve. 2516?
This basically replaces the motion that was referred to the Rules Committee last year, which most likely was not approved. Although it says it was, but I don't have a record of it being approved. So I would like to submit this motion with the following amendment, the following wording change to the beginning of it. And that is, I don't know if I can do this.
So you're replacing the original motion you made?
I'm replacing the original motion with an identical motion with one sentence added to the beginning. So what I'd like to add to the beginning is, the delegates agree with the basic principle that you should not win on time after having just completed an illegal move. This is blitz chess we're referring to. With that addition, I'd like to refer this to the Rules Committee, with that additional change, additional sentence. I would move to refer it to the Rules Committee.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to refer to the Rules Committee. Yes, Steve, would you meet with Brian so we can get that language down? All right, so you're referring this motion. All right, so at this point, we need discussion on referral. Oh, it's been seconded. Okay, Tony.
Point of order, did you say that it requires 85% to change the rules?
In one vote, yes, or it has to go for 2 separate years.
In the first vote.
Where is that written?
It's in the bylaws.
Is it, it's been in the bylaws? or-
Yeah, we got put in the last couple of years.
Okay.
It's like about 5 years ago.
Yeah. It's just so that we don't just haphazardly make mistakes. We got to think a little bit about it. All right, so I'm a little bit lost this moment. Are we voting on the motion?
To refer.
Voting to refer. All right, so it's debatable. So any debate on referring?
Bob Messenger.
To rules, thank you.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I'd like to move to divide the question. First vote on the debate whether the delegates do agree with the basic principle, and then refer to rules. So I'd like to divide the question. First vote on the addition. The delegates agree with the basic principle that it should not win on time.
So this is a motion on top of the referral.
Right. In other words, Steve amended his original motion, and I'm moving to divide the question. First vote on Steve's amendment to the motion.
Okay, so can we go back to the main motion to divide it? Yes. Okay, we can. And that's what's happening. You're requesting, moving from the point of referral where we were, to go back to the question and divide it.
Right. In other words, first let's vote on whether vote on whether the delegates agree with the principle. Okay. And then after we've taken that vote, then refer to the rules. Which means a second.
All right, do we have a second for the divided? It's been seconded. We're open to discussion. And seeing none on the divide question, we'll now vote on the dividing part. I'll have to say
A question. Is there any percentage?
On the principle. Go ahead.
Right. Is there any percentages involved in this vote? A simple majority means that the delegates are in favor of this principle.
Yes.
It has no effect on anything.
Correct.
Simple majority on the principle. All right. We're voting on divided first, and then we come back and vote on the principle. All right, so the motion is to divide the motion, the original, the base motion. All those in favor? To divide the base motion. All right, all those against? We don't have to do that. All right, so it passes to divide the base motion. Now,
We have to vote on the first part.
which is the principle.
Yes, just the delegates go on the principle.
Yes, Mike, go ahead. He's got the book in his hand. He needs to.
I just looked this up because I was not entirely clear. Division of a question is permissible when there is a motion to refer on the floor. However, what it does is it then changes the motion to refer as to referring the divided question.
Oh, so now we're back to the motion to refer.
Correct.
And
It's my intent to refer the whole thing to the Rules Committee. That was my intention.
so we got it divided. Okay, you guys gotta help me out on where we are.
You're voting to refer.
We're still voting to refer. All right, so I don't see any discussion on referring, so we're gonna put it to a vote. All those in favor of referring, please raise your credentials. Simple majority? All right, all those opposed? Okay, the motion's been referred. Now, was that both parts? The whole thing?
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
As divided.
That works.
A point of information, Mr. President, for the gentleman who was asking about the 85%, it's in Article 9, Section 18.
Page 34.
Now, Dwayne, you gotta go look, because you asked him. All right, he's gonna look. Okay, so we're going on now to Lawrence Cohen. Motion maker for 2517. And by the way, he did bring some brownies, and if you're not gonna get some of those, they're really good. I shouldn't add even one, but I'm glad I did. Pardon? Yeah,
We don't buy votes in Chicago, we just
I
try to
don't know what
vote
it is.
twice.
I've just been feeling a whole lot better for the last couple of times. So go ahead, Larry.
Okay, so I played on a 65 and older team. I'm turning 65 this year, so FIDE allowed me to be in that section. And this came up at the World Senior Team in Prague. We wanted to call ourselves USA 65 and we were told by the organizer. So I heard this from our team captain. He heard it from the second hand from the organizer that the USCF office supposedly did not want us calling ourselves USA. So I've decided, so I know there was one of my teammates that actually wanted to send a lot of stuff off on this. So what I'm suggesting is this amendment would do is allow other teams that are non-official teams to still use a USA designation, but a separate designation such that it would be clear that it's not an official team. You had a Ireland 1, Ireland 2, England 1, 2, 3, these were all official teams. There was no 65 and older team. Hopefully we will take care of that problem with the next amendment that's up to go. But, even if we have teams in each section, you still can have independent teams. And I see no reason not to allow them to use USA.
All right, so you're saying you were kept from using USA because we didn't authorize the use of it. Correct. You'd like for us to have the ability to let you be USA 65, USA B, whatever, and so you still get to carry the USA label because you were without it at this World Team event.
Correct.
All right, that's the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. All right, let's open for discussion.
Point of information, John Fernandez, Missouri. I'll target this to our zonal president and our FIDE delegates. One, what impact would this have to US Chess? For example, does the name carry some other responsibility of US Chess if someone was to change their name? And do we even have jurisdiction in that case?
Speaking as its own president, yes, it certainly has other implications. Right now, for every category where we have official teams for something, we have an invitational list. That invitational list is put in by adjusted ratings. If we have an official team for an event, then those go by the adjusted ratings on those invitational events. When we had a group first come to us and want to participate in the World Senior Team. And they graciously offered to let us pay them to go do it, and they self-selected their team. when I was on the board. And the thing was, no, we don't do it that way. We're going to follow the invitational list. So unless we have a team that follows the invitational list in selecting its members, those are the only people who are authorized, under present policy, are authorized to be official designated teams for the U.S.
So you're saying the restriction is justified?
And therefore, by adopting this, you would abrogate using the invitational list. This is totally inappropriate, and it screws up the entire invitational list program.
All right.
Let me address that. I specifically stated.
You're the wrong mind.
You're for. Go ahead,
I'm responding to that as the maker, so it doesn't have to be Mike 4 or Mike 5.
Okay, let's go, continue.
So this specifically stated for unofficial teams. So the point being that, you know, the team has nothing to do as an official representative of US Chess, but they still want to be able to carry USA as a designation. You know, obviously, which is why I mentioned USA 65,
right.
You want to have it such that the designation, you know, clearly separates it out as being an unofficial team as opposed to the official teams.
All right, thank you. Let's come to the for mic.
I came to this microphone because it was asked as the FIDE delegate for a
So it's in
response.
essence
So
a FIDE.
this is a FIDE delegate response to the question, not a for or against. I have to concur with my colleague, Mr. Priest, the Zonal President. When you say it's an unofficial team and then you introduce USA, it gets very ambiguous as to whether it's official or unofficial. And you can say all day long it's unofficial, but it's USA, and this strikes me as kind of being half pregnant. What are you? Are you an official team, in which case you carry the USA team, USA title, or are you not an official team? And I think I have to agree with Mr. Priest on this, that allowing unofficial teams to present themselves as representing the USA can be a problem.
All right, thank you. And we will go to the against mic. You have 2 minutes.
Well, I appreciate what the maker of the motion went to the tournament and was going with other players to play is current US Chess member. We have so many different situations in regards to the invitational list has already been recommended. What happens if they're a sanctioned member in US Chess who then goes to this tournament and plays an unofficial FIDE under the USA flag? There's too many different situations at this time to present this and say, well, the delegates should vote to approve this. I think we should at the very least rely on the zonal president and the FIDE delegate to give us the proper information as to whether to vote this up or down.
Thank you. We'll come to the for mic. 2 minutes.
I'm the Michigan delegate, Mayor Randall. I agree with the flag situation that the delegate and the person spoke about. Yes, a lot of people do play the FIDE tournament with the US flag. So whether they say USA or not on the name of the team, they still hold the USA flag. So US Chess will have to devise a mechanism to differentiate between the invitational or designated team or the official team and the other unofficial, what we call it, non-invitational team. So US Chess will have to come up with a mechanism where we differentiate.
So are you for the motion?
Yes, I'm for.
You're for the motion?
Yes, just because US Chess does not have a mechanism to differentiate between the invitational and the non-invitational, you cannot deny people the opportunity to use the USA name because they're anyway bearing the USA flag.
Yeah.
Right?
I understand what you're saying. Right. Thank you. All right, let's go to against the motion.
Ken Sloan from New Jersey. I think this motion suffered by being a little bit too vague. My first question is, what happens if there are 2 of these unofficial teams? Which one gets to be USA and who decides?
I think he's allowing everyone that wanted to have that designation to
They'll all have the same name?
having USA as sub-name.
Yeah, obviously you would not have teams with the same name. That's why even the official teams have separate names. I also would, as a point of information, let people know that, well, that we weren't allowed to call ourselves USA. Instead, we were listed as United States.
All right.
That's not a point of information.
I agree. So,
Question?
It also does not address my question, which is what happens when there are two teams, who gets to use USA, and who decides?
all right, your time is up. Thank you.
I don't think I used all that.
No, I don't think you used all of it either, I agree.
What I was trying to point out is that there could be multiple USA, but they would have to designate separate USA. So you could have a USA 65, a USA 66.
Right.
You cannot have even the official teams
Identically the same name.
you don't have the same official name. So, you know, if we had, say, two official USA 50 plus teams, they would not both be USA. One would be USA 1, one would be USA 2.
Got it. Let's go ahead. Caleb, what do you,
Caleb Brown, Texas, I call the question.
all right, is there any objections to call the question?
There was two microphones. The yes microphone was recognized twice in a row.
So, let's get, you object to calling the question?
Well, it's out of order.
All right, go ahead, state your, do your, again.
I just had
Go
four
ahead.
words to end this debate.
What's it?
Sam Sloan, USA team.
Okay, all right, so,
I call the question.
well, okay, the question's been called on the correct mic. And so now, any objections?
I object.
Okay, so now we will vote on the objections. All in favor of calling the question, raise your credentials. All opposed? 5, it's called, the question's called. All right, so now we've called the question and we are going to vote on this motion. All in favor of the motion to do the multiple USA designations, please raise your credentials. Yes, that you accept the motion. All right, all those against? Okay, and Army to 1, to quote. To 2. Priya? Oh, 3, okay. There you go, Priya, you got your vote in there. All right, so that motion did not pass. 2518, Alexi Root. Someone help her with that mic, guys. Come on, guys, jump up there and just kind of bring it down a little bit or something. There we go.
Thank you. David Day asked me to address conflict of interest, correct, David?
Yes.
Yes, so I want to address that first. This motions are about the 2026 World Senior Team Championship, which is coming up in April in Albania. And I am not going to play in that. I'm saying that, and I'm got me on record saying that. I'm here on behalf of a great number of players, 50 and older and 65 and older, not on my own behalf. I want to make that clear. Now, I'm not promising I'll never play in a future one, but this is about 2026 and I promise not to play. That being said, these motions have gone
So
through.
point of information though, are you saying though that once this is in place, it's in place? So it's not just for the upcoming year?
No, this is for
perpetuity?
2026, and every year it can be reconsidered by the board. And what I'm saying is I promise not to play in 2026. David Day and I had a conversation, and correct me if I'm wrong, David, but he thought it was fair for me to just not play for 1 year. Is that correct, David?
I think that's right. I think the question is, what does the motion cover? Is the
It
motion...
doesn't say 2026.
It does say 2026, that it would go into effect then.
Motion says order. The motion, the rationale talks about 2026. The motion itself has no time limit date on it.
That's right, it says beginning.
Right, but it has to be approved every year budget-wise, and I'm saying that my understanding talking to David is it's a conflict of interest if I promote it and I play this coming year. Is that correct, David?
The main motion does not require budget approval every year. That is Stated the rationale, it is not in the motion.
It says it may revisit and adjust the amount annually.
That's not the same as.
It's not the same.
Okay, well, I mean, can I have a conflict of interest really on this?
I guess what I would say is,
Please go to the mic so we can all hear you. Thank you.
Give you time to think.
On behalf of the Conflict of Interest Committee and at the risk of misrepresenting the views of the other members of the committee, conflicts of interest it's not always clear exactly what constitutes a conflict of interest. There is an argument that anyone in this room will be a member of one of the US Chess senior world teams at some point when they reach age 50 or age 65 or when their chess gets better or some combination of those things. Alexei is candidly much more likely than I am, for instance, to ever be on one of those teams. So hers is a little bit more of an actual potential conflict. She has disclosed that, so she's the sponsor of the motion, she's made the motion. You all know that she has a potential conflict here because we're talking about approving some funding and some sponsorship of these official teams. And Alexei's much more likely to be on one of those teams in the future than I am. But she's agreed to not be on it for 2026, so I think the important thing is for the delegates to understand that Alexei is presenting this motion, but she does have an interest in this motion.
Thank you.
Fair.
Thank you. Let's please
Point of
continue.
information, if, say, I was added as a co-sponsor, would that eliminate the question of a conflict of interest at all?
No.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Let's please continue.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say that I feel like many coaches make motions that benefit their students, many parents make motions that benefit their children. There's no one really to speak for the senior women. Our parents are deceased or not chess players, and so that's why I have volunteered to come forward and try to make something good happen, and I'm agreeing to recuse myself from the 2026 World Senior. And by the way, I'm number 11 on the invitational list and only 5 will go, so it's not like I have much of a chance anyway, but just in case, I'm saying I won't do it. That being said, you have the motions in front of you. I've got some great advice from both the Women's Committee and the Senior Committee, and especially from Chuck Unruh, that these should be referred to the Executive Committee to be considered, and I do want them to go into effect for 2026. Again, I don't want to play in 2026. I don't want to be accused of conflict of interest, but I feel strongly that we should have representation at the 65 and up level. The open team, 65 and up, has been won by England and led by John Nunn. USA could easily win that 65 and up team if we chose to send a team. Likewise with our 65 and up women team, we could have a great chance. I would caution the executive board to please not dilute the funds for the 50 and up team, but to try to instead solicit funds so the 65 and up team can have a funding to go. The concern is expressed in the rationale about not diluting because that happened one year and then the money was so small that it made it hard for people to go. So I'd like to refer, and I don't know if that's appropriate to do at this point.
Yep. So to your motion, we now have a motion to refer.
Yes, I trust the executive board, and I trust Chuck Unruh, where is he? He said he would be an advocate on the finance end. And so I'm putting my trust in the senior committee and the women's committee and the board.
All right, so if we have a motion to refer.
I object.
Okay, so there's an objection
To referring?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the time.
If I may speak on behalf of the senior committee where this came
So
up.
wait, let me make sure I know where we are on this. We have a motion to refer and it's been rejected.
You can't reject a motion.
Object it, not reject it.
Oh, you objected.
I do not have power to reject the motion to refer.
So you objected before we received a second. Is that what
I heard a second, I apologize.
you heard a second. So it has been seconded. All right, so now it's debatable. And you are happy against it.
I object and I'm against it.
There you go.
Against my.
I know where we are now.
I will speak, John Fernandez, Missouri, I will speak only to the motion to refer. If we refer this, then next year we will have at least 75 different ADMs for every single budget line item and every single tournament that we have to request prioritization by the executive board. The form of this creates a huge problem for our organization in that if we do pass or refer this, we create a situation where every single budget item needs to be brought before the delegates in order to fast track it to our executive board. And I don't think that's the intention of the motion. And while I support the idea in general, referring this or doing anything but voting against this becomes unusual.
All right, are you at the floor?
Yes,
Four,
and
okay.
I've already checked with Alexi. She would like to refer this to the executive board for power to implement, therefore it would come next year. Would you be okay with that?
No, because my point is that next year we will have something for the Olympiad and for all of the other several dozen tournaments that we have at least. We will then need ADMs on all of that.
Oh, okay, there's a lot of
That's why I
stuff,
checked.
it's okay, I didn't understand that.
All right, so you're not referring, you're not making a motion.
The motion is to refer, we're debating the motion to refer, which also allows debate on the main motion, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. All right, we are at the against referring, Mike.
Was there a committee report from the senior committee, sir?
Yes, I was going to get that. I wanted to say that we looked at this and debated it quite a bit in the committee. Chuck Unruh was in there and may speak from the financial point of view as well. So he's wearing two hats there as our liaison to the senior committee and also looking out for US Chess. And I'm going to give you the straw poll essentially of the senior committee was we were in favor of the spirit of this, especially number one for recognizing more senior teams, etc. What we could not approve was the specific numbers or whether or not there could even be any numbers in that. That's up to the executive board and the senior committee understood that. The senior workshop did at least. Is that fine?
Are you speaking for the women's committee?
Yeah, and we did vote 14-0 to refer to the executive board. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maureen Kermod, co-chair of the US Chess Women's Committee, South Carolina. Just point of information. In our committee, Alexi came in with we did discuss, we did refer, and I read to her what our original in a committee meeting prior to the workshop was, and that is that we referred this, Leland commented that it needed to have long-term self-funding and also a sponsorship for the program for this to work. And when Alexi came to me originally, I had told and explained to her that she really needed to find the funding first. And preferably, it did not need to come from her because even though you just said today here that you would not be participating in that.
Just in 2026.
Exactly, but it could be further on down the road. So this is why there may be that possible conflict of interest in that respect. And so it should have come in from somebody else. The spirit of it is good, but the bottom line is you just need self-funding for it. And it does not need to be coming from budgeted from the Federation itself. It needs to come in from an outside funding for your bill to work.
All right, thank you.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. I'm in favor of this motion in general and the referral as well. I don't think anybody really is against the idea of us having 4 official teams for each of the age categories. As far as the funding, it does specifically state that this comes from the USCF operating budget. So if it is not budgeted to fund, say, over 65 teams, then they would need to go out and find, it would still be official, but they would need to go out and find independent funding. And being official teams, it might be easier to get funding than if you're an unofficial team.
All right, thank you. Back mic.
Randy Bauer from Iowa. The problem with this, I'm certainly, as one who's over 65, sympathetic to funding these teams. The problem is this was not in the budget that you all have already approved in this meeting. Well, that's the problem number one, and that then leads to the second problem, is that this does establish a framework for funding every year unless it would be revisited by the delegates. And I think that, as a former budget director, is a straitjacket that you should not put the organization into at this time. So I'm opposed to the amendment and also opposed to referral. Or opposed to the motion, but the amendment, excuse me.
And let's go with Alan. Bob, you were still walking.
There are some 90 different FIDE events. The executive board has a priority list that they develop. We developed it when I was on the board. You've continued it since then. It lists those into 4 different categories with funding priorities attached. There is not a single other tournament that has defined funding like this proposal is. Not one. Not the Olympiad, not any. So I don't know why this tournament should be treated specially more than any other tournament, including the Olympiad. Therefore, I propose an amendment to change the guaranteed appearance fee from $17,500 to 0.
All right. So there's an amendment.
Just strike the whole paragraph.
So are you open to that amendment? Yes, you do. Is it? Do you consider that a friendly amendment?
I wasn't making it as a friendly amendment.
You were not. Oh, sorry. All right. It was an amendment nonetheless, though, correct? It wasn't friendly, but I get it. Yeah, it was far from friendly.
Yeah, as the second part of the motion states, and it's not being shown on the screen at all, but the 65 and up was strictly fundraising, and my experience and the experience of 65 and, not 65 and up, by the way, but the 65 and up women do have some people willing to fund if it becomes an official team, and that's one of the reasons that it's structured this way. My understanding from Chuck Unruh is that 15,000 rather than 17,500 has been budgeted for the 15 up team, and if that's not appropriate to have the exact amount in there, that's fine not to have the exact amount in there, with the caveat that, which is also in here, not to just spread the same money around among 4 teams and everyone to have a depleted amount. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's the intent.
There's a budgeted amount, and it's set primarily for
the 250
But if
teams.
4 believe they had to go demanded, then the money was divided up among 4.
Well, the intent of it is then not to divide it,
You're trying to
just send
avoid
in
that.
2 teams.
'Cause
But there is, the advantage of making the 65 and up teams official is that there are people willing to donate to them if they become official. And the effort was to try to separate the 2, the 50 and up from the 65 and up. And I may have failed to do that, or people helping me write the motion. I got a lot of help, but apparently not enough.
All right.
To write this, and I appreciate all the feedback now as well. Thank you.
Let's go to the back, Mike.
Mr. President, there is a motion to amend this on the floor. You need to call for us, see if there is a second to that amendment. And if there is, that amendment needs to be debated.
That was your unfriendly amendment?
The
All right.
amendment to reduce the amount to 0.
That's right, she was speaking to that, but we have a motion on the floor, we do need a second. Do we have a second to that amendment? Yes, there is a second. All right, so do we have any, so now we discussed the motion to the amendment. So we now are 3 tiers on this, right? So we are now at the point of discussion on the amendment to move the dollars to 0.
We're discussing the motion to refer.
No, it's been amended now to.
Wasn't there a motion to refer to the executive? I thought we were debating that. We are.
So we have a motion on top of that now.
What's the amendment? I had a comment I wanted to make about the motion to refer.
So we've moved on now to the third motion, to the third level of this. So we're on level 3. I know you wanted to talk to level 2, but we have to respond to level 3 right now. You can still speak to the main motion, based on what I understand, because I've heard, but not the second. So now we're dealing with the amendment. So the discussion is on the amendment to move the dollars to zero.
All right, well, in that case.
Are you for or against?
I guess I'm in the wrong line because what I would want to
Okay,
do.
so let me get you to go to
explain how I think it should be done.
let me get you to go to, I'll put you in the front of the other one, but let's move you
Can I be
to
on
the
the back
against.
side?
To the against, yeah. Just so we're clear.
I have a question. On the motion to amend, can I or can I not speak to the main motion?
Yes. I think you
Yes,
still
I can speak to the main motion on the motion to amend?
Yes,
Okay.
we're parliamentary. You said no. Okay, so until we complete the piece on the amendment, we can't go back to the base motion. So, Leila, that would be no.
Well, I'm here to speak to the main motion.
Okay, so hold on, because we need to get through the amendment part. So, you're speaking in behalf of...
Speaking in favor of the amendment,
Yes.
Mr. President, the reason why I voted to move the guaranteed fee to zero is there is no guaranteed fee for any other fee-day event that US Chess is an official team. That would keep this in accordance with every other one that we have.
Gotcha. All right, so back to that main motion on the back. Larry, I think you've spoken. Have you spoken already, Larry? Let's get planning.
Are we back to the main motion?
No, I'm sorry. We're still the amendment. We haven't voted on it. We're still on the discussion for the amendment of moving the dollar for the appearance fee to zero.
Okay, I'm gonna speak against that only for this reason. This is, as painful as it is for me, this motion should not be considered or passed at all with any dollar amount or not. There are other serious problems with it, which I'm prepared to speak to, but
we've got that other piece, including this.
we've got the 75 events and all sorts of other reasons why we should not be mandating that we send any team to any particular thing with money or without, because sometimes something's in a dangerous place and we say, don't go, we're not calling anybody a USC team there. All sorts of other problems with this motion.
All right, so we just heard from against on the floor, moving the dollars to
I
zero.
am speaking in favor of reducing the dollar amount to zero because I personally do not feel confident to make a financial decision like that or to refer it to somebody else to make that decision. Because quite frankly, I'm not aware of all the details of the financial budgeting situation. I think it's an unfair burden on the executive committee to have to make that decision, especially since there are a whole plethora of tournaments that are not funded. And every single one of them is going to come back here next year and say, well, why can't we get funded? So, for that reason, reducing it to zero would at least give the executive board a chance to decide whether or not they want to fund it at all. And that's why I'm in favor of Alan's amendment.
All right, thank you very much. So, to the back mic, you know what we're talking about, yes?
I think so.
Okay. Very good. That puts you about 9/10 there. So.
Okay. So it's Wayne Powers, Rhode Island. And I just want to say that I do think there should be something that should be given. I'm not sure what the right amount is, but I think we have to do something here. So I do oppose bringing it to zero. And I would encourage this body, the executive board, or whoever else to figure out what that amount is. I personally think $17,500 is pretty modest, that's just my opinion. But I do think we have to consider this in some form.
Okay, factoring in that no one gets money, we're going to specify.
Could I address that question that was raised? My amendment does not prevent US Chess from funding it.
Right.
It mandates that, it just removes the mandate, says the guaranteed amount is zero. That's all that it does.
Says you still do
The
it.
guaranteed minimum is zero. The board could authorize $2 million if they had it in one.
All right. Okay, so, hold on. So, Wayne, I think, no, please. Wayne, I think you got your question in?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you. One move. And Larry was in front of you. So Larry, you're for.
Actually, I am, I'm not,
This is speaking in terms of you are for a zero amount.
Actually, I want to make an amendment to the amendment. I would like us to change the wording so it would say US Chess shall provide standard funding per team.
All right, so as the amendment
to
maker,
guaranteed zero.
so he has to accept that. All right, so per Mike, you can only make an amendment that changes the number zero, not the text associated with the
The
rest.
only amendment I made was to change the number to 0. That's the only thing an amendment can address.
Yes, so back to, you're speaking in the for Mike
Well,
for
I was going
zero.
to withdraw the motions because I'm a little disappointed, frankly, because I, for months, have been running this through the Women's Committee, the Senior Committee. I showed up in person. Nobody gave me this feedback till now, so I feel a little blindsided. Everyone told me, oh, it's a great idea to have 4 teams, and clearly, I didn't get the feedback.
It is a great idea.
Well, I didn't get the correct
There's
feedback,
pieces
even though
of it.
I asked for it,
Yeah.
and I spent a lot of hours.
Yeah.
So I was gonna.
No, let's see, look at me. So I appreciate that you participated in the process. Sorry that this process is so arduous. I understand that. It's not, but
I don't, he said he wasn't gonna.
let's see what Chuck, let's just take a moment, let's just make sure we go through this. Chuck, what were you gonna say on Lexi's behalf?
the motion.
Hang on, go ahead, Chuck.
We're confusing the issue. There are 4 teams, and it's a good idea. But unfortunately, we don't have unlimited resources. So we have to allocate resources. That is done traditionally by the board. We start allocating resources from the delegates, then the organization is going to have budget problems.
All right, so Lexi, do you still stand by your motion to withdraw? All right, so the maker of the base motion has withdrawn the motion. Where are we?
We're done.
We're done. This is closed. All right, thank you. All right, so now moving on to the last one of these motions. We have about 5 more that have come in since we started this meeting. ADM 2519. This also is a legacy.
Again, I just want to reiterate, I did go through the process. Didn't get the feedback till now. I'll withdraw the second motion.
All right, this motion has been withdrawn as well. All right, so I understand we have some new motions that have come in since the start of this meeting. Brian, if you take us there. Okay, this is the first one here. ADM 2520. Caleb?
Oh, yes. Okay, so this is essentially the state chapter staff policy that was SAC's response to the earlier motion that was referred. We dealt with that. This is the same exact thing that SAC unanimously recommended with the sole exception that deleted this, what was section 5 that had to do with the repetitive challenge. So that's out of this, that's gone. Everything else is exactly the same. So what this would do is it would provide some structure for how we deal with either a state chapter vacancy or a state chapter challenge, going from the beginning of the process, from like what you put your credentials, to what is the process being reviewed by committee look like, and finally what the sort of teaching the delegates for look like. Because presently, this motion, the earlier motion that was referred, would refer to us because to SAC last year, because there was, with instructions to create these kind of procedures, because we have no rules on this. We have very little at all, which I'd like a deadline in the bylaw. So this would fix that problem, provide as much needed clarity for delegates, SAC, state chapter applicants, and I would recommend adoption.
So can you give us just a clear statement of the motion itself?
Yeah, so it would adopt the state chapter status policy that SAC unanimously recommended, with the sole exception of it does not include the section about limiting repetitive chapters. Yes, and then 6 becomes 5. Is that clear?
All right, the motion is there, it's been, do we have a second for the motion?
Second.
There's a second. We are open to discussion.
Point of information, was that a report from the States and Affiliates Committee or the maker of the motion, or what? I'm trying to figure out what.
All right, so, okay, go ahead.
I'm a member of SAC as well. This came from the SAC committee as a response to the motion that was referred to us and bylaws last year. It is on page 3 and 4 of your delegates code.
So he was speaking, that was a report from the States and Affiliates Committee?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a response to the motion.
That's the point of information. Thank you.
So this motion is a response to that motion. Mike, please.
Mike Nolan from Nebraska. Given that this is not a rules, this is not a bylaws issue, I move to refer this to the board under their power to act as the board of directors.
Okay, we have a motion to refer. There's a second.
Point of information, we had a table motion from earlier in this meeting. Was that also part of this as well before we go to a vote? There was...
So, Caleb, did you have this motion or part of this motion tabled? To now?
No, there was a motion in old business that was related to bylaws, which I asked the board of delegates here to table until this very motion in regards to all of this. So are both motions being referred to the executive board at this time?
So the motion that we're talking about is the one that's in front of us.
But I'm including the motion that is in regard to the table motion that was also going to be looked at after or before.
I don't know if these two relate.
You can't.
I don't think we're piggybacking. Battery being on. Yeah, let's switch out. One of the mics. Maybe not everybody move visual. They're wired, never mind.
You gotta have a motion to take it off the table. We haven't done that.
Yeah.
This motion.
That's right. Yeah,
My motion was to refer a motion on the floor. The fact that there is a motion on the table is irrelevant to that process. If we do not take that motion off the table before the adjournment of the meeting, that motion dies.
Understood. So Danny, your motion's out of order. All right, so let's go ahead. I think I'm losing my mind. Maybe not. Okay. All right, so where are we?
I believe there's a motion.
There's a motion to refer.
Right, so, okay, so this.
To the executive board. Okay, so I think you're right. So at this point, we have a second for that motion. Do we have for or against the referral? Let's just stick with that process. I don't think we need any additional.
Yeah, I'm here to speak against that.
You're speaking against it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, okay, so the problem with that is that this is not something the executive board has the power to do because it includes procedures for how the delegates are to consider if they have a challenge on the floor. It's not something that the executive board can do, only the delegates can do that. Also, staff already vetted this motion, vetted this policy, and unanimously approved it. Like, we discussed this, we had a meeting when we talked about this, that there is no need to go and approve it. Ready to go, it happens.
That was good.
Yeah, that was dead. Well, it's got a red light stuff, but red light means it's done.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, back to Mike.
It's fun phone, Jordan. I support referral because I've always advocated for an intermediate document that SAC should be using to have procedures such as this to be putting in for, that we give for, to the prospective chapters. Just want to.
All right. Go ahead, Alan.
Since the other mic wasn't working, I'm in favor of the motion to refer. I think Caleb's statement was absolutely incorrect. I believe that the executive board can absolutely set these policies, and that's where y'all need to do it, and because you set the policies for how chapters are considered. So you can define how delegates consider things, so.
All right, seeing no one else at the mics. So we are voting on the motion to refer. All in favor, please raise your credentials to refer. All right. All against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion passes. All right, so now that brings us back because we just referred, so it's gone. It's gone. All right, next one.
I'd like to move to take off the table the previous motion 2415 from old business.
All right, so we need a second.
I'll second.
Second. All right, discussion?
No, you did not discuss your motion to take off the table.
We just vote, it's just straight up vote, that's easy. All right, all in favor of removing the table motion, please raise your credentials. Oh, we're taking it off and making it active. Okay, all against taking off the table and making it active? 5, 6, 7. All right, it's off the table. 8. It's off the table. So what is the motion? The motion maker, is that you, Kevin?
It's on page 3.
Page 3, thank you, sir.
No, technically, I believe it's on page 2.
State chapter bylaw starts.
No, technically, it's on page 2 at the bottom. It is DM 2415.
Yeah.
That's the one that's back on the document.
Okay. All right, so who's speaking to the motion, or what do we do at this point? It's been removed from the table. I guess we're at discussion. Do we remember what it was about? You do. Do others?
I am, Mr. President, I am Alan Priest of Kentucky. I am opposed to this motion, as I stated before it was put on the table. This motion says no one may re-challenge the existing state chapter instead of 3 years, except upon recommendation to the delegates by the board that do evidence based on precedent, substantive and relevant evidence that has not been heard. This is so subjective. It is so ill-defined. If we have a state affiliate that was challenged that is tremendously disserving its members, now we can't do anything about it. The delegates, if they do not want to deal with a re-challenge the next year, immediately voted down. We do not need this.
Right, which was to Frank's point. All right. Back mine.
John Fernandez, Missouri. Now that Mr. Priest has enlightened us as to the conversation we had like 8 hours ago, I call the question.
All right, question's been called. Are there any objections to calling the question? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote on the motion. You are voting for the motion to add the 3-year moratorium if you vote in favor of the motion. All in favor of the motion? None. All against the motion? Do I need to count this one? No. He knows who I'm talking to. You know who you are. All right. Then we are moving on to the next one. Guys, we're so close, my palms are sweating.
Mine too. It's working though.
Hello, testing?
There we go.
Okay, so we're going to do mine now. You said there were a few ahead of me, so I ran the rest. I'm George Lakes up in Colorado, and I've spoken on this issue before, but I think there's something really important here that we haven't addressed yet. And that is, many of you don't maybe know that the tournament director can force you to play on a board that has symbols on the actual squares. I've had it happen. And unfortunately for some of us who have some kind of a disability, this is a real issue. It's hard to play, it's annoying, and You know, there are all kinds of reasons. Some people are just plain annoyed, they don't have a disability. I happen to have one, and there are a lot of people that do. And I know that we're all sensitive here at US Chess to disabilities and accommodating people. If somebody's blind, if they're in a wheelchair, we want to do everything we can to accommodate them. Well, those of us who have trouble playing on a chessboard with symbols on the squares need to be accommodated as well. And this simple change that says no player shall be required to play on a board that has a symbol on the square will take care of that problem. That will be the end of it. Most people don't care, I'm sure. And but those of us who really do, and it's a real problem for us, this little change will help so that we don't have to deal with this whole issue, and US Chess doesn't have to deal with, you know, all kinds of organizations that represent disabled people and other things that can be a real issue for us PR-wise and such. So I suggest that we just go ahead and pass this simple change, and everybody's going to be happy. If you want to play on a chessboard that has symbols on it, on the squares, and your opponent doesn't mind, let's just do that. Go ahead. I'm for it. But if one of the players has a problem with it, then let's take care of that and don't force them to play on that board. There's going to be other boards that they can use.
Thank you.
Point of information.
All right, so from a rule standpoint, so you've got a report on this? Because I know you've reported in the past on this.
Mr. President, just a point of information while Dave gets up there. I know we discussed this last year in Norfolk and voted against it. Are there any substantive changes between this motion and the motion that you made last year?
Or this was not voted on last year. This, the president.
Sorry, 2 years ago.
No, well, there was something different, but it was going to be voted on last year, and the president decided not to have it voted on. And so we didn't. There was another rule we were going to change that was similar that was voted on. But I think what everybody needs to think about is the disability issue here.
So you've answered the question. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead.
Jody. We're in a new year, so just because the motion was defeated last year does not mean it cannot be brought up in the subsequent.
No,
I was only asking if there were substantive changes as compared to the previous motion.
all right, so go ahead.
This was not brought up in the Rules Committee workshop, nor was it studied by the Rules Committee this year, obviously, because it was not an ADM, it's a DM. So Rules has not had a chance to look at this either in committee or in workshop.
As it stands, right? What's that? Oh, so since it's a motion. Yes, you're right. It needs a second. Do we have a second for, that's right. Okay, we have a second. Thank you. All right, so now we're in discussion. We've just heard from that Mike. Let's go to the back, Mike, and speaking against the motion.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. I'm speaking against this. It's common practice by some organizers to have chess sets with symbols at every board of the tournament. And my advice would be, if a player has a disability and can't deal with a board with
Say that again. The player has a disability.
I understand, but my suggestion is a player with a disability who's unable to concentrate the board with symbols on the square. The player should talk to the tournament director before the start of the round, before the start of the tournament, explain he has a disability and ask for just that player to give him an exception and be allowed to use a different set. Because I think you can cause chaos in a large tournament where every single board has got a symbol. If each player can just say, no, I don't want to use this set, I want to use my set, I think that would cause some serious problems. So I would oppose this, but I do sympathize with somebody who has a disability and can't use a special set. We do allow special treatment of players who have disabilities, and that would be my suggestion.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the point of information.
So, Andrew Ray, Florida, I can, for Mr. Messenger, Mr. Lang has objected on at least 2 tournaments that I'm aware of possibly more, but two that I'm aware of, and did not get the relief that you suggested.
What's the
Determined
question?
directly by law that
So what's the question? What's the question?
You are, but he
What's the-
has
okay,
applied
what's the
within force
question?
to play on that.
So,
Point of information.
yeah, it's for point of information, okay. All right, so let's go, let's see, who did we just go back? Let's go to the front, Mike. You are for this motion.
No, I have a point of information. My point of information, I have a question. What behavioral disability, what diagnosis is, what type of diagnosis is this? Does it have a DSM or does it have a particular name for this particular behavioral disability?
We have an expert here.
Okay, we're bringing in experts.
Yes, Executive Board and esteemed members, delegates, I'm Dwight Barber from Washington State. I've practiced in the field of ophthalmology and optometry. I've done a tremendous amount of research in this particular area of other individuals that have this type of disability, whether it be the central vision where the cones are in the retina of the eye, or the peripheral area, which is the rods. In this case, this gentleman does have a disability from the standpoint of the cones, the rods in the peripheral portion of the eye. There are more rods in that portion than in the center part of the retina that picks out the images that we see in our environment and tries to interpret that with messages to the brain and back. So his disability for a specific diagnosis is the inability of the cones and rods to fire correctly in the right sequence, sending a signal up to the brain, and the brain tries to interpret that signal with the chemical electrical process. Then it sends back to the eyes, the structure of the eyes, including the muscles and all of the other things that are around the eye, so we can focus on an image at a distance or close up. And in his case, he has a peripheral problem.
We weren't keeping you time, maybe 30 seconds more.
Okay. So I highly suggest, because of his past experiences with TDs, refusing to give him boards that do not have symbols on the corners specifically, or around the outside of the board or the rest of the board related to the squares. He's not asking for anything around the edge of the board. He's asking for at the squares, that no symbols be put in that area because that affects his ability to be able to see clearly.
Thank you. Your time is up. All right, so we will now go to the back microphone.
Mike Shu, Tennessee. I don't oppose, so I do oppose this motion, but don't oppose it on the basis, so like Andrew had mentioned, I believe, there were TDs in the past to decline accessibility options. In my opinion, I think that's a failure of the TDs, and that really depresses me. So like, as a TD, if somebody had asked me and said, hey, I have an accessibility thing, I'm going to be very, very quick in ensuring that you guys have the reasonable accommodations for that, because that's what, at least from what I read in the rule book.
So you oppose the motion?
I oppose the motion, yes.
But you have compassion for the situation?
Absolutely, yeah. I find it insane that TDs would do that. So I think that in addition to that, I think that really speaks to some TDs probably need some additional training, like to me. So it seems like that's the easiest solution. I don't think it's right to change, or I don't think we have to go through the process of changing wording. I think we just, you can either, there's so many different options. You can have an additional analysis board, or you can have just change the board. Like, there's just so many easy ways to accommodate. And I don't know that this is necessary, but I think that we should be able to accommodate.
Thank you. All right, we go to the first mic. You have 2 minutes.
Mike Nolan from Nebraska. I am supportive of the concept here. I think this is somewhat redundant because I think the situation is already covered in the rule book under dealing and accommodating people with a disability. And I would suggest that rather than change, pass the rule, I would alter it to delete the portion after the comma and replace it with, except where there is a defined player disability that needs to be accommodated.
All right, and to the back line.
So that was
You made an amendment. You made an amendment.
I'll second the amendment.
I second it.
So, who said I second? Oh, you seconded it. Do you accept that? No, you don't have to accept it. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. As,
The reason
you do not accept the amendment. Okay. He doesn't accept the amendment, so now, what's that? Now we're debating the amendment. And your amendment, again, if you'll just say it for me one more time, please, Mike. It was to change
To delete the part, or change the part after the comma to say, except that this does not affect the player's right to request equipment under a disability.
All right, and so now we are, hang on, so that is the actual amendment. So now we're debating the amendment. And I'll let you speak first since you were the original motion maker. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, from a guy who's been to psychiatrists, neurologists, psychologists, other doctors about this, and finally, ophthalmologist is probably my answer. It's really hard to diagnose. So, I mean, if you got to require some note from a doctor or
No,
whatever,
I didn't say that.
if you can just claim the disability,
Right.
I think that might work.
Yeah.
Now, again, it doesn't help all the people who are annoyed by having civil unswear. They don't have a disability, it's just that's really.
All right, let's go to the against Mike.
I'm moving forward.
You're moving forward. Okay, Dave, he is against the motion, about the amendment. And he is not in favor of the amendment. So let's go on to who's in favor of the amendment. Yes, here we go. State your name, please.
Yeah, Earl Weichel from Colorado. Just a point of information, the rule book already addresses some of the needs for disability. There used to be a gentleman named Joe Kennedy back, in Indiana when I played him, and he had to have a separate board that he had with alternating different colors because he was colorblind. And I believe this should follow somewhat under those, what the gentleman was stating here, is that the rule book basically addresses some of this. In addition to that, the boards, in my opinion, are somewhat for this amendment. I'm for it because I believe they're also becoming ornate.
Yes, they are.
Because they're decorated in a certain fashion, and this is non-standard type of thing. It states it in the rule book that the color should be black and white, a alternating color of black and white, or black and or white and green, I believe. And that there should be contrast. So that's all my point of information.
Thank you.
And I am for that kind of defining this to help people that have disabilities.
All right, let's go to the against Mike.
Mike Shu, Tennessee, I don't think you should extremely have to disclose explicitly your disabilities. I just don't think we should have to. I think people should act on good faith and not worry about it. I don't know, it's overcomplicating it. And plus, you shouldn't have to be here's a list of all of my disabilities. And I imagine, I am blessed in that I don't have any disabilities I'm aware of, but if I did, I would not necessarily enjoy having to go to those. So I think I can empathize. It's just, it's overly complicated.
All right, thank you. You have 2 minutes, and you are for the
Jeffrey Well, Illinois, for the amendment. By the way, if the amendments voted down, change player hall to player shall.
Yeah.
But if a TD does not agree to an accommodation like that, and they should, then appeal that, and if that is not handled as an appeal at the tournament site, then it becomes an issue that you can file a complaint with.
Yeah.
But previously, this board, the delegates have already agreed that the corners can have modifications, and in the National Invitational Tournament of Champions, those 250 boards were already set up explicitly for the tournament, and if every round we had to change out 30 or 40 of those boards based on objections that were not based on anything that made things difficult for a person to play, then the rounds would not have started on time. I think
Gotcha, that's good. And yeah, I think one of the things I'm hearing is we should find out who the TV is and find out why it's being so strident. And the other part too is I just don't understand how you can't change out one board. I've had blind boarders and we didn't make the play on site. All right, Jim, you got it?
I want to propose a different amendment.
We're amending the amendment.
You only amend my amendment.
Only the back end that was amended can be amended.
I want to amend his amendment, just to simply say that a player who does not wish to play on board with some kind of symbol has the right to do so, provided he provides his own standard equipment. Because the amendment, the motion...
So I don't think that speaks to the amendment.
Well, I think
Mike, does that speak to the amendment?
Not really.
Okay.
All right.
So it's out of order.
Yeah,
Yeah, out of order. All right, yes, sir.
Mark Nicholas, Mississippi. I call the question.
All right, the question has been called. Is there any objection? All right, I'm
We need to
hearing
get
none.
the amendment up there so we know.
We need to get the
Clarification,
amendment as
Mr.
amended.
President, the question's been called on voting on the amendment.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you see the amendment?
Yes, we need to see these. He's doing that now. All right, so as soon as the amendment is up, we will vote on the amendment as proffered by Mike after the comment. All right, is it up?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does it read? Is that the amendment question? All right.
We should line through that motion right now.
All right, so the amendment is up there. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. We called the question. Yeah, it was called. Oh, wait, so hold on. I want to make sure I'm in the right parliamentary order here. The question was called.
Was there objection to call?
There was no objection.
Then we vote.
That's where I was. All right, so if you are, point of order.
Can you explain, is that exactly what the verbiage would be in, it replaces that?
Yes, it replaces everything after the comment. All right, so we'll go back to that now. So we're there. All right, so please hold up your credentials if you are in favor of the amendment. Everything after the comma.
It's the entire motion you're voting for.
No,
we're voting for the amendment. Everything after the comma. All right, all opposed? Wait. Oh, we're still counting. Hold them up so we still count. Sorry.
This is in favor?
This is in favor of the motion, the changes after the comma. Amendment. The changes after the comma. All right. So all those against, please raise your credentials. All right. 6. The amendment carries. All right. So now we're back to the main motion.
As amended.
As amended. All right. So, and we're open for discussion on the main motion as amended. I think
Mr. President, what we are doing now is exactly what this body should never do. Try to craft rules on the fly without sending them through the rules committee, without thinking about the second and third order effects, and responding to an emotional appeal. I move that this be referred to the rules committee.
All right, there's been a motion to refer, and it's been seconded. All right. So now we have discussion on the referral. If you are in the front mic, you are for the referral. If you're in the back mic, you are against the referral.
This is a very important thing. You know, when something has to do with disability, an issue where a lot of people, and believe me, there are a lot of us, I've talked to many, where that's something you don't want to just, you know, sweep it under the rug, we'll handle one of these days kind of thing. We want to go ahead and pass a simple change.
We're up to the referral. You are,
No.
okay, so you're, okay, go ahead.
So, yeah, so let's don't refer it to the committee, and they'll look at it one of these days, and we'll get around it. Let's take care of this, make a change, so that people with a disability are okay with it now, and they're accommodated, and then the Rules Committee can tweak it. This is not the verbiage that I wanted in there, but I'm certainly going to vote for it. And so, please don't refer it.
All right, front mic.
Fun Pong, Georgia. Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any objection to the question?
I object.
Okay, so let's go ahead and put that to a vote. If you are in favor of calling the question, please hold up your credentials. And if you are opposed to calling the question? 5, 6, question's been called.
Point of information, is this a straight referral or a referral with power to act?
Can't do that.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a referral. So we are now still in discussion on the referral? The question's on the call. Okay, if you are in favor of referring, please hold up your credentials. If you are against referral, please hold up your credentials. Okay, it is referred. Next motion. All right, this one's got David Rhodes' name on it.
All right.
But not Sophia.
Sophia's name is on this motion. There are 2 roads and a few other delegates. It's not just us. All right. This is the DASI for 1999. Back then, the US Open had a lot more time. There was 12 rounds and 12 days. This motion simply increases the flexibility. I'm not saying with this motion, and none of the other co-sponsors are saying to change it, to require a round on Saturday or Sunday at this time. This is so that, as the US Open Committee is reviewing the structure for the tournament with the office and the executive board, has more flexibility. I'm trying to say that word because we have to evaluate how the 7-day format is working or not working. There were 50 players in the invitationals, for example, the national invitationals, who had to take a bye in order to play in the US Open. Is that the right way to handle it? Should we have more rounds on the week or the weekend? All of this is up for question. What this motion would do was simply strike the first line, which is an old DASI from 1999, and just replace it. It gives the US Open Committee the ability to evaluate what is good and not good, or what should change or not change. As they go through their process, this is the first year of the 7-day format. Let's give them that flexibility, and we can all move on and get to a better place for the US Open and increase the number of players ultimately who show up and play in this national event.
All right, do we have a second for this motion?
Second.
It's been seconded. All right, we're in discussion. Let's start at the first mic. You are for this motion.
Actually, I have a parliamentary inquiry. So, my question is this a motion to amend something previously adopted? And if so, since it wasn't on the advance agenda, is a higher vote threshold required than is a majority?
It's a DASI.
Yeah, it's not a bylaw.
I know that it's
It's a DASI that answers the question.
Right.
So the parliamentarian has spoken. This is a DASI issue. That's been answered. Let's go to the back.
Mike Shuey, Tennessee. So I disagree strongly for many reasons. One of those reasons here is people like myself, Kevin Fryer, John Fernandez, who would not be able to play in all of the rounds in every single round. That is one of the reasons that I'm a delegate, is because I know when I get to come here, I'll also get to play in every round of the tournament. That's one of them. I agree with the intent of, overall, of trying to get more players in. And so just as a side note, I would encourage people considering maybe bringing it further early into July, maybe, because then you would be able to get more of the scholastic players to overlap into. I think that's kind of a different problem. But I really disagree strongly. I don't know if Andrew is amicable or amenable either to taking a bye. Those are just some of the players that I recognize here that I believe are playing in all rounds. There are also, you know, other opportunities, but I really, really, really value the long games and the long format.
And just speaking for myself, the tournament is subordinate to what I have to do here.
On Georgia, I rise in support of this motion. I think we should give the U.S. Open Committee flexibility to adjust the schedule. I think that the primary priority are the invitational players playing in the U.S. Open. That's the main priority. I love the U.S. Open. My rating has been at its highest point because of the U.S. Open. But I think my play is subordinate. It's a secondary gain from the U.S. Open. Being delegate.
Back, Mike.
Hi, Juvenile, Southern California. I'm strongly against this motion. I think a great many, and looking around, a great many delegates here play in the U.S. Open, and to say that we can schedule rounds during the delegates meeting strikes me as kind of suicidal. I've played more U.S. Opens than probably anybody in this room. I'm very, very much against this. I think it's a terrible idea. Flexibility is fine. I think that those decisions, though, should be up to the executive board, not the delegates, and definitely do not approve of scheduling anything during the delegates meeting under any circumstance.
Thank you. Front line.
Yes, Hal Terry from New Hampshire.
You're speaking at the floor mic, yes.
Yes. I was actually the sponsor of that DASI back in 1999. And I'm current chair of the US Open Committee. And I actually favor this motion because all the feedback we've had at the workshop and from members of the executive board and the office is that we need to maximize flexibility to make changes to the tournament if everyone agrees about that. And all this does is, you know, make the discussion possible. We just get rid of this. I don't want to see conflicts between the delegates meeting and the tournament, but I'm not against having the discussion.
All right, thank you. Back, Mike. You are against this motion, please.
Yes, I will reiterate what the last person has just said about this motion. David Coons, Minnesota.
Thank you.
Is this organization about playing chess, or is it not? Can we mandate some of us not being able to play a game of chess just because we're having this meeting? Thank you.
All right. Front mic, well, you are the motion maker, but you haven't spoken to the motion before up until now, or you have?
I spoke only before a second. I just presented.
You just presented. You got to speak to your motion. Yes.
I can understand the legacy. I'm part of the legacy. All of us in this room are part of the legacy. I played in the U.S. Open when I was a kid. I think a lot of people in this room do play. It is one factor. We have to consider all factors. Nobody is saying that right now that delegates who sit in this room won't be able to play in the U.S. Open. It refers to the idea of delegates maybe having to take 1 half-point bye. The players who were playing the invitationals this year, for example, because of the format, were forced to take a bye. They didn't have any say at the table really when it came to that. So again, let the office, the U.S. Open Committee, and the executive board come together with a new 7-day format and discuss everybody at the table. and the legacy of players and delegates who have played year over year absolutely will be considered. It opens the door. Old Dassey closes the door. Open the door and make it possible.
Thank you. Back mic? Nope, we're good.
I've already spoken once, so they can...
You already spoken once? Okay. Front mic, speaking for the motion.
Yes, Daniel Cerny, New Mexico. I'm speaking for this motion. The reason this came about was largely because in the planning committee for the US Open, it was discovered that there's restrictions. If you want to schedule something different than we have now, you cannot. There's no choice. And the way the policy works is the US Open Committee makes their recommendations to the EB, then the EB makes a decision. So there's a multi-step process here. This isn't setting the schedule for the next US Open or future US Opens. But there are options and areas where we can explore. And as Pete said earlier, we need to explore options for our events. We're limited to the number of days we can host an event. We're limited to the hours we can host an event. But if we add restrictions to that, that does create challenges for profitability of events, for the success of events, for doing all of those things. So this is just an option, as Hal said. It just allows the ability to have a discussion about it. It does not force it. It does not say that this is what they're deciding. That's done through another multi-step process, and that's why I am in favor of this motion.
Thank you. The against mic.
Jeff Goodwell, Illinois. This would be a major change on the very first year that we made the change to a 7-day format. I think this is too big a step to take at this meeting. I would like to refer it to most likely the US Open Committee and the Executive Board.
Okay, there's a motion to refer. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded. Okay, so at this point now we are discussing the motion to refer.
I would just like to speak. I'm allowed to speak to...
For or against? Or is it point of order?
It's regarding the main motion. I'm allowed... I cannot... Okay, I'd like to speak to the main motion because I'd just like to remind everyone that everyone here in this room is a fiduciary to the US Chess Federation. We have an obligation to represent the US Chess Federation, and as delegates, that's a responsibility that we have. And in my opinion, that fiduciary responsibility overrides any personal considerations.
Thank you. Back mic.
Tom, Georgia. I would like to speak against referral. It seems to me that the reason why we had inflexibility before, the reason why the US Open Committee could not be more flexible with their scheduling was this particular dancing. They said this was the roadblock. This is the reason why they could not have more flexibility. So I would speak against referral.
All right, let's go to the for referral, Mike.
Referring this to the board, Harold Woodson would probably be rolling over in his grave to hear me say this, has no impact on whether or not the board can change the DACA. They already have that authority. I think they can use that authority wisely, and certainly referring this does no harm.
All right, back mic. Against referral.
Al Lawrence, New York. I think we should reject the referral, and we should get this done now. We do need the clarity, we need the opportunity to make changes.
Thank you.
Mike Name, Wisconsin. If it is referred, I ask it also be referred to the Invitational Committee.
To the invitational, well, that would be fair. Yes.
Mike Shue, Tennessee, once again. I just think that the referral seems pretty reasonable. So I'm generally against it, just implementing like that. But there's a couple other points. I probably should have written them down. I think that there are many ways to skin a cat. So I think that there are, besides just doing this and forcing a half point buy on delegates, my suspicion, that's what I was gonna say. I would like to hear, but I don't have to now that for a referral. I would like to hear what are some of the issues, actual issues that they have with scheduling.
So this is about the motion. So
referral.
So I don't see anyone else up at the mic. No, we got a last minute.
I'm against the referral. We just heard from the chair of the US Open Committee
in support of it, so.
And so, okay, so that really threw me. All right, so no one else is at the mic?
In support of the original motion.
All right, so now we are voting on the referral. And so if you are in favor of referring this, please raise your credentials.
who?
Pardon?
Referring to who?
US Open
To the US Open Committee. To the US Open Committee.
And the invitation.
And the invitation list committee. You want to refer this motion, all right? If you are against referral, please, that's good. We got to count. Go ahead and count, please.
Go four first, please.
Four, if you're for referral.
Four referral.
All right.
Those against referral, raise your hands.
Raise your credentials, please. Nice and high. Two more in the back.
So it fails 28 to 32.
28 to 32, it
So
fails.
back
So
to the motion.
we're back to the main motion. The motion is not referred. Thank you. The motion is not referred. Back to the main motion. First mic.
I call the question.
Oh, the question has been called. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Well, Dean of Scholastic Chess.
You've got to vote on calling the question now.
You object, correct? You object to calling the question?
Yes.
All right, so now we will vote on calling the question. All in favor of calling the question, please raise your credentials. All against? Okay, we're calling the question. Question is called. So all in favor of the motion? All against? The motion fails. The motion passes. The motion passes. Clapping, I'm just better with clapping.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Under policies adopted by this delegates, body of delegates, we have exactly 2 minutes before we must recess or adjourn.
I understand. Trust me, I wanted to kind of get us through this. We have one motion remaining. Do you want to suspend the rules? I guess what's the question for us to finish this? Otherwise, we come back tomorrow. We continue on. There you go. There we go. So let's go. Andy Ray. You're the only thing between us and Nirvana.
I understand I was not able, I see Mr. Hayter here already, was not able to attend the workshop meeting on rules. I would gladly have presented there, get some more information, discussion. Perfectly willing to have this referred to rules for further review.
Okay, so there's a motion and it's been seconded to refer to rules. All right, any discussion on that? Seeing none. All those in favor of referring this final motion of the day to rules. Please raise, wait.
Point of order, I think there's one more motion there to deal with that now.
I missed that.
So I think there's another motion that you turned in earlier to deal with that.
Okay, we're still voting on that one motion. All right, so all those in favor of referring, please raise your, there you go. People are smiling while they're doing it. Yes, so this motion is referred. All those opposed? Yeah. All right, so Brian, are you saying there's one more?
I said the revised.
Okay.
For the two of you, at least two of you that are playing pairs are not up yet, but I'm keeping an eye on them.
You know, based on how this tournament is going, somebody should be talking you out of playing. So, Frank, why don't you come up and tell us what's going to be on that screen so that we can kind of get ahead of this.
Okay, I put down
Other way.
the membership meeting. I had mentioned a motion. There were some questions that needed to be revised. The old one was up there. We revised it. You had questions about, it was about a tournament carrying the name of a state with the word chess and open and championship. Okay. No, it was not.
It was withdrawn from the members' meeting. He's presenting it as a delegate motion.
Yes. There was questions about whether it was rated or not. We had the word rated. But we also had the questions about nicknames. We took that part out. Caleb even reviewed it. We had other people, other delegates review it. We shortened it and made it very simple. Basically, if any tournament carrying the name of a state, they must have it approved and recognized from the state chapter. So it's a chess championship, open, Maine Open, Massachusetts Championship, Massachusetts Chess Open, has to have approval from the state. They are the ones that run the tournament.
All right.
Point of information, was this considered by either the States and Affiliates Committee or the States and Affiliate Workshop?
That was my question. Frank, was this route?
This did not go to the States and Affiliates.
Would you like it to?
If there's a vote, we can vote, if they vote to refer it to the States and Affiliates, I'm okay with that.
So moved.
All right, so moved. So we have a second to revert this to the.
I think it was overwhelming. I think it was overwhelming. People were for it.
I think they want to make sure.
They want to make sure it's okay.
You put a bow on it. That's
I have no problem. What EB, what's okay.
All right. So, any discussion on moving on referral? Seeing none.
Mr. President, you want one last clap on this one?
So let's vote to refer this to states and affiliates. All right. Any opposed? None. Okay. So we've got a couple of little closeouts.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I would like to offer congratulations to the following list of folks, which we standard do before we install our new board members. I would like to offer congratulations and thanks to the City of Madison for hosting this year's US Open. Middleton. I would like to offer our thanks to the Wisconsin Chess Association for their hard work in hosting and driving attendance of this event.
Absolutely.
Delegates would like to thank President Kevin Pryor for chairing the meeting. Thanks to Andy Rhea for serving as parliamentarian for the meeting. Again, delegates extend their thanks to the executive board for their service through the year, and specifically to the 3 departing ED members for their service over multiple years. Hardworking committees and their chairs for their efforts to bring issues and consider those issues before we dealt with them here. I'm almost done. Thanks to the tournament staff for their hard work in bringing these events, not just the US Open, along that same line, thanks to our new events team. This is their first US Open. They pulled it off with Flair, Pete Pereganis, and Eric Cherry. Thanks to Brian Tillis for his diligent efforts in that for his first meeting.
You get a lot in on 2 fingers.
Thanks to Rose McMahon for her diligent work in getting all of us the information we needed to be able to serve at this meeting.
Thank you.
certainly not least, our sincere thanks to our executive director, Renee Bartlett, for her leadership over the last year.
Absolutely. Real quick, John Fernandez has a quick announcement.
Before the three of you escape like Andy Dufresne and Shawshank, we have a small token of the great appreciation to the three outgoing board members for all of the incredible work that's happened over the past literally decades. I think Kevin had said there was 2 decades in Randy's case. I think it was actually 3 different decades in Randy's case. And so we put together these nice little gifts as a commemoration of their terms on the board and just a thank you from us.
And for those of us who've gone through some of the training, we picked up this phrase, to plack 'em and whack 'em.
I will say, you know, the concept is leave an organization better than you found it. When Chuck put up the number for our net assets at 48,000 in 2004, the first year that I was on the board, and now it's 5.3 million. I think that's a testament to a lot of hard work by all the delegates, also by all the people here, and I just hope that we all just keep it going.
I'd like to thank all the delegates for support over the years, and I look forward to continuing to work with the organization. Thank you.
It's been a great journey. Couldn't have done without all the help, the assistance, and the committees, and I echo what Randy said. This will have a nice place in my office. Thank you very much.
All right. So we are now seating the new board members. Please come up.
Oh, got to take my days. I'm out of here.
Yes, that was actually this side. All right, we have seated the 2025, 2026, actually all the way to 2027. Yeah, 29 board. One thing that I do want to notice, I want you to notice is that when you look at the board, the overall experience of the board, David Hayter is our elder statesman, and he's only been on the board about a year more, about 6 years.
You got it, kid.
No, you were long in the tune.
I knew he was old.
There you go. And I just mean elder statesman from a tenure standpoint. His tenure. So David's tenure is the most. So basically, you're looking at kind of a revamped newer board. So hopefully we can get some more things done. We've had a great run, and like I said, the talent that we're putting on the board now, extraordinary. And so this is really great, and thank you for putting us all on here. I do want to make sure that I let everyone know that the EB meeting tomorrow is at 9 o'clock?
Closed meeting is going to move to 9, but the open meeting will be back here when we're done.
so if you want to pick a time, we can do that.
The agenda says.
Right.
I know, but we don't want you
We're not
guys to have
saying-
to.
You'll be ready.
6 p.m. is the lights up. All right, well, it's kind of on the. All right, before, what time is the round? 3?
Do it during the round.
All right, we'll do 2. 2 o'clock, and it won't be long. It's never long.
Move to adjourn?
All right, there's a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. All in favor, please raise your hand. Credentials. Oh, no, let's clap for that. The story behind the clapping is that the FIDE president does this kind of shaky thing where he has everybody clapping all the time. And so that's why the clapping is actually kind of funny. We like that. So, thank you.